Chapter 1, Kill the King of Pirates. Warrant Officer. Warrant Officer. Please wake up, time is up, you should go to the execution stand. There was a depressed whisper in the ear, and the shoulder was gently swayed, and he appeared very careful, as if he was afraid to upset the sleeping person. In the midst of this shaking, Su Yi slowly opened his misty eyes. He seemed to have experienced a long dream. In the dream, he was an orphan, adopted by a naval general, and raised as a navy soldier since he was a child. In his dream, he was also very upbeat. He obtained the qualification for graduation and was awarded the rank of warrant officer in the top 3 in the military academy. Where is this? Su Yi let out a puzzled muttering to himself. The weather was sultry, the sun was hanging high, and the dazzling sunlight came in through the windows, shone on the benches, and pierced the eyes. Warrant officer, you are finally awake, hurry up, the execution is about to begin. The previous voice sounded again. Su Yi immediately took a closer look, and saw a blonde teenager standing in front of him, with a typical Western face. The moment he saw him, Su Yi suddenly sent a message in his mind. Mitchell, 19 years old, first class in the Navy. Wait, the Navy? Warrant officer. Su Yi was agitated, as if he felt the unknown horror, and looked around. This is a small room with a lounge. He and a Navy soldier are in the room. Looking down, it seems that Su Yi himself is wearing a Navy uniform. Not only that, but on his shoulders, there was the rank of warrant officer. Where is this? What's going on? Su Yi's head was a little overwhelmed. When he woke up, he found that everything had changed. At this time, only fear and uneasiness occurred. Seeing him so inexplicable, Mitchell couldn't help showing a little doubt, but didn't think much, but explained, Warrant officer, you are confused, now it is the scheduled execution time, you, as the named executioner sent by the headquarters, you have to change clothes quickly and get ready at the execution stage. Execution, executioner. Su Yi showed a startled expression. Sentence? What is the execution, who? Hey? You? Mitchell was really stunned this time. Could it be that this newly graduated chick has amnesia in fear? Despite his heart and soul, he replied very solemnly on the face, of course it was Gordy Roger. He is the most vicious criminal in the history of HNA, and today he can finally bring this criminal to justice. Su Yi didn't hear the latter words at all, his head buzzed and he was dull. Gordy Roger? Of course he knows who it is, how could he not know? I crossed. Su Yi's head was in a mess. This is One Piece? I'm a warrant officer? I want to be an executioner and execute One Piece? I remember before crossing, I should be reviewing the anime of Pirate, because I heard that I will be banned. Now, how could this happen? Su Yi was shocked by this sudden news. Crossing is not terrible. What's terrible is that he, a weak modern man, has come to the era of a great pirate infested with monsters. And he was going to kill the man standing at the pinnacle of the times, One Piece King Gordy Roger. Warrant officer, it's too late. Hurry up and change your clothes. Mitchell looked at the time and urged nervously. As he said, he took out a set of dark orange clothes and handed them to Su Yi. He didn't want to make any trouble. The other party was a warrant officer who had just graduated from the headquarters military academy. He had a promising future. Even if he made some mistakes and wasted a little time, he would pat his and return to Malin Fodor, but he had to face Rogue Town. Punishment by the naval base commander. Oh! Su Yi didn't know what he was thinking, just took it in a daze, and then changed his clothes mechanically. After he was replaced, Mitchell's first-class soldier eagerly passed the longthorn used for execution, then pointed Su Yi the direction, and left to report to his superiors. According to the opponent, Su Yi walked slowly toward the square with a longthorn in his hand. At this time, the square was already full of people, densely packed with heads moving, and there were probably tens of thousands of people watching this execution. Seeing an executioner approaching behind the execution platform, the crowd consciously stepped aside to allow Sir Yi to pass. Warrant Officer Sir Yi. When he stepped onto the high execution platform, another executioner nodded and greeted him. Sir Yi just raised his head slightly and nodded his head to deal with the matter. He is so worried now that he has no intention of paying attention to others. Especially under the attention of tens of thousands of people around, this puts him under tremendous pressure. This reminds him all the time that this is not a dream, it is true. He is a military academy graduate, warrant officer, and current executioner, going to execute the pirate king Gordy Roger. Another older executioner saw him like this and couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Although he graduated from a prestigious school, he was still a recruit after all. He had never been to the battlefield, but he was an executioner, and he was a little restless. Suddenly, he remembered the orders from his superiors. The other party was just gold plating. After all, the name of One Piece's executioner was indeed very attractive, and he was an old driver who was supposed to be a precaution to ensure smooth execution. This combination of old and new is also intentional by the base manager. Get up, Roger is here. Suddenly, the older executioner said solemnly. Sir Yi looked up and looked down. There is no need to search, his eyes seem to be attracted by a magnet, and naturally, he sees the person he wants to see at first glance. It was a middle-aged man in a red robe with a grin and shackles. Escorted by the army, he walked slowly towards this side. He is a big criminal, but he has a magnificent appearance and an erect posture. He is about to be executed, but like a triumphant general, he returns to his hometown. This boldness, this courage, from the moment he appeared on stage and entered the public view, the noise in the square suddenly stopped. Only the sound of footsteps echoed in my ears. Gordy Roger, he walked through the crowd, walked up the steps of the execution platform, and walked in front of Sir Yi. Just facing each other, Sir Yi was trembling a bit. This was not fear, but simple, oppressed by the momentum that the other party naturally revealed. However, even more unbearable than him was the elderly executioner by his side. At this time, his body was visibly shaking and his feet were trembling, as if he couldn't hold the long thorns in his hands. Do you have any last words? Sir Yi took a deep breath and said suddenly. Hey! One Piece was visibly taken aback, and his smile faded a lot. It was just a moment, then grinned, and said with a smile, Can you untie this? It's itchy. Really, I don't care personally, but my duties do not allow it. I don't have this authority. Sir Yi seemed to have found the switch, and his mood gradually calmed down. That's right, he passed through and became a military academy graduate, warrant officer and executioner of One Piece, and will seek to survive in the Great Pirate Era. This is indeed daunting, but it is not the beginning of a fantasy adventure. Like the symbolic language of Roger Town, the town of end and beginning, the legend of One Piece Roger ends here, but his arrival seems to be opening a new era. Young man, I have good courage. If I met him a few years ago, I would really like to invite you to my boat. Roger was surprised. There are too few people like this to speak so calmly in front of him. Thank you for the compliment. Actually, I am not brave. I was just forced to this point by reality. However, even if it were not, I would not go to your boat. Why? My father is a soldier. Sir Yi answered seriously. This sentence is righteous, revealing a sense of awe. Roger couldn't help but open his eyes and watch Sir Yi seriously, his smile completely faded, and he looked at him with an expressionless face. For a moment, Sir Yi had an illusion. It seemed that what he was thinking in his heart, his mind was completely seen through. Yes, what a good seed. The Navy has a rookie like you, which is really exciting. Roger chuckled, not at all like a dying person. Young man, don't worry, the times are changing. Although it is not very good for me as a pirate, you are worth looking forward to. Tell you something good, 149, 129, 199, want to know? Go try look for it. Ha ha ha. In the loud laughter, Gordy Roger suddenly turned around and sat on the execution platform. Speak impatiently. Hurry up and start, hurry up and end. Chapter 2, Hell of God. The new book is uploaded, ask for collection, flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation, reward, ask for everything. The first few chapters are a bit slow, don't worry. Update time, 0 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, new book period 3 more every day. Start quickly, end quickly. Roger's tone was indifferent and impatient, as if he was tired or satisfied with the pirate's life. Others may not know it, but Suyi knows very well that Roger had surrendered. He is terminally ill and will not be able to live long. The current state can be said to be indifferent to life and death. He raised his head slightly and glanced at the older executioner. The two nodded, stood still, and began the execution ceremony. The long thorn in his hand was slowly raised above his head, and then he turned around and aimed the blade thorn at the person to be executed. The sharp thorn, glowing with brilliance in the sun, killed someone. The audience in the audience showed nervous expressions. The man known as the One Piece, living legend, is about to be executed, and they will witness this epic-making scene. Suyi's heart was also touched. He didn't know whether he should start or not. The other party was a heinous sinner. There was no doubt that there was no need for excuse. But as an executioner, to deprive a person of life, he also needed great courage. Maybe you will have the same nightmares for a long time, and you will feel your sins. However, Suyi also understood that he had to act. This was forced by reality. Although not intended, he was helpless. Even if he does not start, someone will immediately take over his position, and he will be punished, even going to a military court, even more life-threatening. I'm so sorry, One Piece. Suyi took a deep breath, calmed down the confusion in his heart, and muttered inaudibly. At the same time as the voice fell, the long thorn in his hand suddenly pierced downward, piercing towards Roger's heart. When the audience witnessed this scene, they suddenly held their breath and opened their eyes. In this suffocating atmosphere, Roger pressed his head and was very calm. However, at this moment, there was a commotion under the execution platform, and then a heart-piercing roar resounded through the silent execution square. Hey! One Piece! Where are all the treasures you found hidden? It's really there, is it on the Great Route? You got it! The legendary big secret treasure, that unique big secret treasure. One Piece! This shocking shout completely ignited the atmosphere that had been suppressed in the execution square, as if it had reached the limit of a gunpowder barrel, and at this moment was suddenly exploded by a small flame. The chain reaction it caused directly led to a tendency to lose control at the scene. Almost everyone showed a greedy expression that they wanted to know, their eyes fixed on Roger, who was sitting cross-legged. They are eager to know and look forward to answering. The wages of avarice is death. For some reason, Suyi suddenly remembered these words. In the atmosphere that was crazy enough to infect anyone, he just stared blankly, and didn't do anything to stop it. Shut up! Shut up for me! Shut up for me! The elder executioner looked terrified and yelled angrily, trying to curb this crazy atmosphere. Then, no one paid any attention. The audience looked at Roger with longing. What they saw was not the One Piece, not a dying person, but a golden mountain of wealth. Crazy, crazy! Suyi thought blankly, holding the hand of the long thorn, clenched tightly, revealing the blue veins, a little trembling, which all showed his inner uneasiness. In this unspeakable crazy atmosphere, a laugh came out softly. At first, it was just a slight smile, and gradually, louder and louder, more and more bold, more and more proud, and more ridicule. It seems to be a king, mocking foolish mortals. Like a god, mocking greedy humans. It seems to be sympathetic, and it seems to be disdain. Roger's laughter gradually rose, full of kingly aura, directly overshadowing the crazy atmosphere of the scene. Until a certain moment, his laughter stopped, and the low voice directly conveyed to everyone present. "My treasure? Take it all if you want. Go and find it, I will put everything in the world there." This sentence is like a small, insignificant stone, which is placed on the side of the balance and directly causes the collapse of the balance. This sentence is like a grain of sand thrown into a calm lake. It sinks to the bottom of the lake, but it ripples and spreads to the whole world. This sentence is what the audience longed for. They seemed to be gamblers who bought the lottery ticket, witnessing the moment of the draw, and they thought they had won the prize. The madness of everyone is shown on their faces, everyone is cheering, and they are celebrating this moment of sharing wealth. Crazy, people are crazy. Suyi was dull, unable to understand. "What are you doing in a daze? Punishment as soon as possible!" The older executioner roared in fear. Only then did Suyi come back to his senses and learn how to pierce Roger with a sharp long thorn. Puff! The 2 wounds that penetrated the chest brought out a wisp of blood. The blood soaked the execution platform, soaking a piece, like a pool of blood. Roger closed his eyes, his breathing gradually stopped, and he lost his vitality. He died. Suyi breathed a sigh of relief, as if experiencing some kind of arduous test. Looking at Roger, what he saw was not a dead person, but someone who achieved his goal and fulfilled his wish, died with a smile, and watched the world rise with a smile. Once the king. He panted, his mind sank, his mind was messed up, he didn't know what he was thinking. Until a certain moment, a voice full of awe-inspiring righteousness sounded deep in the soul. The arrest of the culprit, Gordy Roger, failed, and the award of 100,000 justice medals expired. The execution of the big criminal Gordy Roger was completed, and he was awarded 100 medals of justice. Suyi completed the initial assessment, the prison of God is opened, and Suyi is promoted to the warden of God. First there will be the gods, and then there will be days, and the reincarnation of karma locks the gods. These voices were righteous and awe-inspiring. After hearing them, it was like a baptism. Suyi's messy thoughts suddenly stabilized, and his breathing became steady. What is it? Hell of God! He looked awkward and thought to himself. Chapter 3, The Causal Chain. The public execution of Pirate King Gordy Roger can be said to be the most concerned thing of the Navy headquarters and the world government at this stage. Not only the government, the private sector, but also the pirates are very concerned about the development of the situation. No one expected that Roger's short words before his death would have a long-term impact on the world. There is no doubt that these words will directly cause people who desire wealth, fame, and power to flock to the sea one after another. The era of big pirates segregated by heroes will begin. After half an hour. Rogtown Naval Base, Base Chief's Office. Warrant Officer Suyi, your mission is complete. Please wait for the transfer order from the headquarters. Before that, please don't leave the town without authorization. Now, go change your clothes. A middle-aged man wearing a military uniform of a university, sitting behind his desk, said in a deep voice. He is the World Government Navy, East China Sea Branch, Rogtown Base Chief, and Colonel Moreton. Although what he said was polite, his face was not very good. Anyone who is under his own supervision will not give a good face in the event of the execution of one piece. Even if Suyi is a warrant officer of the headquarters, I heard that he has a very hard background in the military. Yes, Colonel Moreton. Suyi made a military salute and turned away without saying a word. He was not a foolish fool. On the contrary, Suyi knew very well that he had to take part of what Roger said before his death. Although the colonel was still polite to him, he sat for a while. The bench is the proper thing. As for the headquarters transfer order? The ghost knows when the headquarters will send the transfer order. It's okay. I will get acquainted with the world and sort out my personal relationships by the way so as not to show my feet. Thinking about it, Su Yi quietly exited the office and closed the door easily. Soon, the colonel's angry roar came from inside, and Su Yi could only pray silently for another executioner in his heart. Back in the previous diverticulum, Su Yi took off his dark orange dress and replaced it with the warrant officer uniform. While changing clothes, Su Yi recalled everything that happened in a short period of time. He came across from modern society, it can be said that he was out of defense, and he drove the ducks to the shelves, and was forced to execute one piece helplessly. That's all. After killing Roger, the hell of God suddenly appeared in his mind. God's prison. Su Yi whispered softly, buttoning his clothes. As if responding to his thoughts, a voice similar to before suddenly appeared in his brain. Honorable Warden. What are you? Su Yi's body instantly stiffened. I am the core of the God prison. The voice said so, without any emotion. Honorable God Warden, as the God Warden, what you urgently need to do now is to arrest the criminals in the world and repair them. Hell of God! What are you talking about? What are you, and what is the Warden? Su Yi pressed down the anxiety in his heart and asked in a deep voice. The God prison is a prison, which punishes all sinners. As the name suggests, even a can be imprisoned. However, the God prison has been devastatingly destroyed at present. As the core, I cannot know what happened. And you have blended the core of the God prison by mistake. You are the new God Warden, and you are naturally responsible for reviving the God prison. The general meaning of this thing is nothing more than to express one, let Su Yi quickly become a justice policeman, catch the prisoner, and then revive the prison. I'm not kidding you, do you know where this is? It's the age of big pirates. You let me catch criminals? Catch pirates? I can't beat those pirates. Su Yi was speechless. How could his small body be the opponents of those big bosses, and if he met a capable person, he would die without knowing how to die. Are you worried about your own strength? You don't need to worry too much. As a warden, you will be a controller that even gods can sanction in the future. Naturally, there are countless ways to improve your strength. It's so light, can you make me a devil fruit? Creating from nothing, I can't do this. But you have completed the task of executing Gordy Roger. You currently have 100 medals of justice. Use these medals to redeem what you want. Just after speaking, a scene suddenly jumped out of Su Yi's mind. Medal of Justice, 100. God in prison shop. Eye of insight, see through the target's evil value at a glance. Exchange price, Medal of Justice X100. Causal chain, the chain that binds the target. Any target that is bound by the chain of causation will not be able to use any supernatural power. The price is exchanged for the Medal of Justice X100. Death Scythe, one of the extremely sharp weapons. Any target that is slashed by the sickle will lose the ability to move in a short time. The exchange price, Medal of Justice X1000. Heaven Gate, summon the Heaven Gate to break through the barriers of the God prison and the dimensional world. Non-God Warden and Deputy God Warden can enter the God prison space through this door. Exchange price, Medal of Justice X10000. In the future, there will be a lot of things from Mr. Ling. Su Yi looked at it carefully and couldn't help shaking his head. It is true that he has an ability beyond imagination, but when he sees the number of justice medals needed, Su Yi has a headache. At present, he can only exchange a dozen of them. Among them, there is only one ability that is more suitable for combat. Before the decision, Su Yi asked, is the warden the highest authority of the prison? What is the deputy warden? The prison is waiting to be thriving. At present, you are the only warden. You do not have a jailer under your hand. But please be calm and restless. You can repair the core of the prison. There will naturally be enough places for you to appoint others. As for the deputy deity warden, in theory, the deputy deity warden can have a plurality of places, all depends on your arrangement, regardless of age, gender, race, and the only limit. The crime value cannot exceed 50 points. Hearing this, Su Yi understood it, and then without hesitation, he chose to exchange the causal chain. Suddenly, a mysterious knowledge poured into the brain, and then a cool feeling flowed to the limbs. Immediately afterwards, Su Yi spread out his palm. And a mysterious chain of silver and black suddenly appeared in his palm, before he exuded a brutal death. Chapter 4, Emergency Arrest. The chain of cause and effect exudes silver-black light-colored fluorescence, out of nothing, suddenly condensed in the palm. Su Yi himself didn't know how to do it, as if he was born with it, he would have this ability. At this time, the slender chain, only the thickness of a thumb, is in Su Yi's hand, like an arm making a finger, and it can be manipulated freely. It seems to be true, so it is. I have actually experienced it through crossing, how could it not be true in God prison? Su Yi shook his head, and when his thoughts moved, the chain of cause and effect entangled in his hands faded away and disappeared. Core, I ask you, before you said that I was fused with God Hell, what exactly is God Hell? It has no fixed shape. It looks like a ring right now. It is on your right middle finger. I talked to you through it. Su Yi immediately raised his hand and looked at it. Sure enough, there was a ring on his right middle finger. The color of dead wood was very simple and simple. That's it. Before I crossed, I bought a bargain for 10 yuan in the antique market. Su Yi nodded, and asked, what's wrong with my identity? Why is there a person named Su Yi in this world? He can be sure that he is not a soul wearer, his body is his original body, but it seems to have inherited the interpersonal relationship of the original person, even including a small part of vague memory. In popular terms, he replaced the original Su Yi. Respected Warden, this is the natural change in the world caused when the prison takes you through. The original Su Yi is not called Su Yi, and he is already dead. Because you replaced him, all human relations, the relationship, including everyone's memory, is automatically compensated for logical errors under the adjustment of the God prison. Of course, the God prison has also paid the price. Now it has almost lost all its functions, except for the most basic prisoners and gods. Prison shop. So I want to repair God's hell? So I can get the medal of justice and the ability I want. Of course, for justice. Su Yi was speechless, a dead creature without human moral emotions, and even said something just. Honorable God Warden, now you have a general understanding of the foundation of God Hell. Next, I will tell you the urgent task. As soon as the voice fell, a scene flashed in his mind. Arrest the future 4 emperors, the red-haired pirate Shanks, and reward the Justice Medal X100. Arrest the future Kaiwahei, Qian Liang Clown Bucky, and reward the Justice Medal X150. Arrest the future world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye My Hawk, and reward the Justice Medal X500. Arrest the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, and reward the Justice Medal X50. Arrest the future King Kaiwahei, the great pirate Moonlight Moria, and reward the Medal of Justice X1000. Arrest the future King Kaiwahei, the usurper, Crocodile the Crocodile, and reward the Medal of Justice X1000. Arrest the future King Kaiwahei, the sinner of rebelliousness, the usurper, Don Quixote Flamenco of Tianyasha, and reward the Medal of Justice X3000. After reading this long row of tasks, Su Yi shed cold sweat. Although he held a cooperative attitude and wanted to obtain abilities from God Prison to increase his own strength, he definitely did not want to die. Honorable Warden, these people are still in Rogue Town, you have to hurry. Once they leave the area of Rogue Town, the mission will automatically fail. Of course, if you fail, you will not be so good. If you don't want the Justice Medal, wait for me. I know these people are here to watch Roger get executed, but the question is, How could I be the opponent of these people? And why is there so little reward for the Medal of Justice? Shanks is not as good as Pakistan. Base. I don't know about this. The task was not released by me, it was the result of the automatic calculation of the sacred prison system. As for the reward, there is probably only one explanation, because their current crime value and combatability are relatively low. You have also seen the word future. For example, if an ordinary man rapes a woman, if he is wanted, the reward will range from 10 to 15 medals of justice. By comparison, you will. Suyi didn't like to hear these words. Listen to what you mean. The crimes these people have accumulated now are several times, 10 times, dozens of times, hundreds of times that of rape/offender. Of course, they are all sinners. Suyi was speechless. Of course he understood the truth. He just couldn't turn around for a while. After all, he used to watch anime from the perspective of a pirate. Now he is standing on the standpoint of God prison and seeing the same thing. Also very different. God Warden, I'm going to rest, and I can't continue to burden the Corps. If necessary, I will be called after 24 hours. Finally, please complete the wanted as soon as possible to repair the prison. When the voice arrived, it became weaker and weaker, and finally faded completely from my mind. Suyi's movement of buttoning his clothes was completely stiff, and it took a long time before he recovered. With my strength, catch those famous people in the future? Am I crazy? This is not a question of subjective will, but simply lack of strength and ability. Suyi felt a headache. He wanted the Medal of Justice, but he was not an opponent of these people. If you think about it, a Shanks is worth 100 Medal of Justice, which is nothing short of knowing. Wait, it's only 100 medals of justice. So Shanks's guilt value is very low? That's impossible. He is a crew member of Roger, the Pirate King. Since the guilt value is not low, then his strength is very low. The wanted medal is roughly composed of the target's guilt value and strength. Since the guilt value is high, it means that the strength is low. This is easy to understand. Remember that the arrest of Roger is a 100,000 Medal of Justice. In such a comparison, Shanks is really worthless. It is better to wait for him to become the 4 emperors, and then I will arrest him. Then, maybe there will be tens of thousands at once. Even 100,000. Suyi naturally took this into consideration, which is called a long-term vision. Forget it, no matter what, I will try first. With the chain of cause and effect, it is still possible to deal with ordinary people. As long as it is by the chain of cause and effect, it will basically be a rat. Thinking about this, Suyi quickly put on his clothes and left the diverticulum. Now half an hour has passed since the execution, so slow down, I'm afraid these people will leave. Chapter 5, Wait for the Rabbit. Now that he decided to go to meet Shanks, Suyi could not be brave enough to fight alone. Fortunately, he is now a warrant officer and a reserve officer. Even though he has just graduated from the Navy headquarters, he is not just the kind of military rank and no actual commanding authority. At least a few Marines can probably be dispatched. Of course, he was not capable of dispatching the base soldiers of the naval base in Roger Town, but there were several subordinates besides him on the warship that followed Roger. Go to the base first to find someone. Mindful of this, Suyi acted immediately. According to the vague memory, he quickly came to the practice battlefield of the naval base. After questioning, he finally found the person he wanted to meet. Warrant Officer Suyi. Seeing Suyi's arrival, 2 young soldiers who were practicing swordsmanship with wooden swords immediately walked over and waited respectfully for instructions. Seeing these 2 people, Suyi's mind immediately flashed information. Lister, 19 years old, 3rd Class Navy. Alves, 20 years old, 3rd Class Navy. The so-called 3rd class soldiers refer to recruits. As for those who are one level lower than the 3rd class soldiers, they are called miscellaneous. In short, they are not even combat soldiers. Su Yi cried silently, saying that he was also a warrant officer. Although he knew that he could not control many soldiers, there were too few too, which was the same as none. Ah, there is an urgent task. Bring a gun and follow me. Putting away a trace of grief and anger in his heart, Su Yizheng said. Yes. Without any hesitation, the two soldiers saluted and followed Su Yi. Although they didn't know what the warrant officer was going to do, the military order was like a mountain, as soldiers only had to execute enough. Immediately, Su Yi left the naval base with two subordinates. The first thing to do is to block the port. Warrant officer, this. Rist hesitated on the way to the port. What's the matter, Lister third class? Su Yi was not angry, but asked strangely. After all, he was not a real military academy graduate, and he would not consider things very comprehensively. The warrant officer must have a major purpose for what you want to do, but only with our current strength, it is difficult to complete the task of blocking the port. Lister looked at Su Yi's face and saw that he was not angry. He said in a deliberate tone, you can consider notifying the head of the Rogtown base and asking them to cooperate. Cooperate? Su Yi was startled at first, then shook his head. He didn't have orders from his headquarters, so what would he do to ask others to cooperate? Moreover, he had just offended Colonel Moreton for the execution of Roger. If someone had a good deed, he might not bring him along, let alone ask the other party for cooperation. It doesn't matter, there is no need to completely blockade, just to guard against suspicious people. Su Yi rejected Lister's proposal and went his own way. Seeing this, the two soldiers did not say much, and followed each other step by step. Soon I came to the port. Unlike usual, today's port is very prosperous, and various materials are being carried and loaded by sailors. You go to search for a red-haired man who is about 15 years old. If you see a clown with a red nose, please also inform me immediately. Looking at the bustling port, Su Yi frowned and ordered. Yes. The two immediately took their orders and began to act. Suddenly a navy came to the port, and many people quietly cast their eyes. Most of these eyes were a kind of vigilance. Su Yi bet that most of the ships docked here are pirate ships, although no one dares to fly the pirate flag. Tisk, I'm too lazy to talk. But the navy is really weak, and the pirates are right in front of them, but no one dares to catch them. Su Yi thought to himself. Shaking his head, he turned and walked to a shady place to escape the hot afternoon sun. In the sultry weather and the hot sunshine in the afternoon, the port atmosphere is lively and people come and go. Su Yi glanced across the crowd, looking for a familiar face. After a while, Su Yi got tired, half-squinted, and took a nap against the shady wall. The memory of his previous life also appeared in good time. His real name was Su Yi, 17 years old, a sophomore in high school, and a military fan. His father was a retired PLA major and his mother was an ordinary woman. He came from a military family, and I don't know if it was a fusion or something else. His body shape naturally carried a military aura, and that is why, as a newcomer, he did not arouse others' suspicion. This is his memory, and the memory of the person replaced by him is also clearer at this time. Looking through this part of the memory, Su Yi knew that he was a graduate of the Naval Headquarters Military Academy. In the graduation assessment, he won the third place. Therefore, he was awarded the rank of Warrant Officer Trainee and the highest rank that a graduate can grant. He is a reserve officer. This time the execution of Roger was arranged for him by the admiral who adopted him. It was a trial. Not only that, he came with the warship that escorted Roger. The superior he originally belonged to was still on his way. It is estimated that he will really arrive here, and it will be a month later. At the moment, he has no restrictions and does not belong to the Rogtown Naval Base. He just needs to cooperate when necessary. It can be said that the sky is high and the birds fly. Now it is no problem to turn around and become a pirate, as long as someone is willing to follow him. Just thinking about it, a voice came in my ear. Asshole Shanks, it's rare that I invited him to join this uncle's Bucky Pirates, and he sneaked away. Damn it! Suyi opened his eyes and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a man with a red nose and strange patterns on his face, like a clown, walking towards him. The clown's face was full of discomfort, and judging from his appearance, he seemed to be ready to board the ship and leave. Suyi was stunned for a while, then silently took out the phone worm from his pocket. Just wait for the bunny. I didn't wait for the red hair. Waiting for the clown is also good. It's me, you two, don't search, and catch that clown. After speaking, Suyi hung up the phone, folded his hands on his chest, and waited quietly. I saw two seamen walking out from the port, and quickly spotted the clown, and quickly leaned over there. Bucky kept cursing and cursing Shanks for having a son without an asshole. By the time he realized he was stopped by someone, it was too late. The muzzles of two black holes were aimed at his face. Behind the two navies, a naval officer about 17 or 18 years old was looking at him with a smile. Then, that. Lord Navy, you are. Bucky was sweating coldly. Chapter 6, Split Fruit. Bucky was very imaginary, facing the two black hole muzzles. His tone was a lot softer. Master Navy, what can I do? Bucky said cautiously, looking at the young officer in front of him, and after a closer look, he seemed familiar. Isn't this the executioner who executed Captain Roger? Why did he become a warrant officer? Buggy the Clown, a crew member on the Pirate King Gordy Rogers ship. Did I make a mistake? Suyi held his hands and looked. No. Where, you admitted the wrong person. It's useless to deny. My intelligence cannot be wrong. Now that Roger is dead, you have formed the Bucky Pirates. In this way, as a warrant officer, I can't pretend that I didn't see it and just grabbed it. Suyuman said casually. How do you know? Bucky was taken aback. He formed the Bucky Pirates. To be precise, it was Cao Jian, who has not yet been named. How did this man know? Stop talking nonsense, grab it. Suyi waved his hand and motioned to his subordinates to grab someone. It was only now that the two Navy soldiers understood what their warrant officer was going to do, to capture the crew on the one-piece ship. This is a military exploit. Immediately, both of them were very excited. One held a gun against Bucky's forehead, and the other took out the shackles and was about to arrest him. Seeing this, Bucky was angry. Hey, Navy, 2 or 3 people want to arrest me. He shouted angrily, touched his right hand on his waist, and pinched a short knife in his hand, and immediately stabbed at the soldier who pointed the gun at him. Reister had been paying attention to Bucky's actions, and seeing that he was still daring to resist, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a bang, the bullet came out of the barrel and hit Bucky's right shoulder directly. He was well measured. He could not kill, or better not to kill. In a critical moment, he did not wait for Suyi's order to fire, only seeking to subdue the pirate as quickly as possible. However, Bucky's actions were beyond his expectation. It seemed that he didn't care about the bullet at all, did not dodge, but suddenly broke his right hand, floating in the air, and still pierced his abdomen. Be careful! Suyi reminded. With a ding, the bullet did not hit Bucky, but landed on the stone slab behind him, and his split right hand held a short knife and struck Reister's abdomen. Fortunately, Rist took a half step back subconsciously, so he only scratched his clothes and slightly injured his skin. Hey, wait and see, Navy! Bucky missed a hit and immediately backed away. Before turning and fleeing, he kicked Alves, who wanted to arrest him, in shackles. The commotion and gunfire here attracted the attention of others. The general public exclaimed loudly, and many people mixed in and waited indifferently. Devil fruit! Rist said in shock, Lieutenant Suyi. Yet. Yi nodded, and said, "After all, I followed Luoji. I did a good job on the fly, but you can't escape." As soon as the voice fell, he waved his hand suddenly, and an invisible chain emerged, as if it had eyes, like a snake, chasing Bucky away. Causal chain. With a swish, the silver-black chain caught up with Bucky, and then tied it into twists, restraining the other party motionless, and directly thumped a dog to eat shit. "What is this?" Bucky was shocked, Hailashi. He was shocked to find that his fragmented parts could not be used, and he could not break free from the shackles of chains. Ken only watched Yi and the other two seamen walking towards him. Kika, the two guns faced Bucky again. "Halo Stone? You should be a Halo Stone. Don't think you can do whatever you want by eating a devil fruit." Yi chuckled lightly, very satisfied with the ability of the causal chain. A split fruit like Bucky can split the body into countless segments. Swords can hardly cause damage, and bullets have limited effects. The chain of cause and effect can be said to be perfect restraint. But the two seamen were very strange. They didn't know when the lieutenant had this weapon. But what can they criticize about the warrant officer? Chuandang didn't see it and performed the task seriously. "Grab it and go back to the base." Yi took the dog chain and ordered. "Catch the future Kaiwahei, Qian Liang Clown." Bucky completes, and rewards the Justice Medal X-150. When Bucky was put in the prison in Rog Town, a mechanical voice came to mind. Yi did not care about these for the time being, but stood outside the prison door and said, "Pirate Bucky, you committed a heinous crime and will soon send you to court. Based on your crime, at least one sentence will be imposed. For 100 years, now I give you a chance to tell me, where is the red-haired Shanks? I can intercede for the judge and save you from decades of prison." Of course, 100 years or something. How did Yi know? It was purely fooling and frightening people. "Master Navy, you have admitted the wrong person, I just passed by." Bucky cried, his nose in tears. "Don't be nonsense, you even used your shattered abilities and pretended to be." Yi didn't take this set. "Tell me, where is Shanks?" "How do I know?" Bucky couldn't help but said bitterly. "Of course, he will not sit still and is thinking about how to escape from prison. In short, as a prisoner under the ranks, he must behave obediently and paralyze the Navy." Thinking of this, Bucky immediately squeezed out a funny smile. "I really don't know, I'm just watching Captain Rogers' execution. I don't have any idea of harassing civilians. Can you let me go? All the savings of my life are dedicated to you." Hearing this, Yi raised his eyebrows. Can Bucky, who loves money like his life, say such things? Obviously a liar. Wrist, educate him well, when he is willing to tell the truth, come and let me know. Yi didn't bother to talk to him, and directly ordered the subordinates beside him. After speaking, he turned and left. The hell shop. A picture popped out of his head, and a dazzling array of exchange lists appeared. Yi did not hesitate to exchange 100 justice medals for an ability Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight, see through the target's guilt value and merit value at a glance. The world is guilty, and the of God acts for the sky. At the same time, a huge amount of knowledge poured into Yi's body. This made Yi's footsteps. He paused, and it took a long time to come back to his senses. After absorbing this ability, Yi turned to look at Bucky in the prison, his eyes condensed, and the eyes of insight came out instantly. Pirate Bucky. Guilty value, 110. Merit value, 10. Evaluation, sinner, can be arrested. The merit. Yi frowned slightly, then looked at Lister. Marine list. Guilty value, 15. Merit value, 20. Evaluation, soldiers, cannot be arrested. Chapter 7, Merit Value and Evil Value. After learning the Eye of Insight, Yi couldn't help but feel a little subtle. After some research, he finally figured out what merit value and sin value represent. In short, these values are judged by God Hell according to its own system, and have nothing to do with any secular morals or national laws. The merit value exceeds the sin value. Such a person, under normal circumstances, cannot be arrested by the warden who represents the prison. If the value of crime exceeds the value of merit, it is generally defined as a criminal who can be arrested. Of course, it does not mean that the pirate's crime value must be high, and the Navy's merit value must be high. Under Suyi's observation, the guilt value of many Navy soldiers clearly exceeds the merit value and shows that they can be arrested. Everyone in the world is guilty, and this is probably what it means. In that case, I can not only catch pirates, but also the Navy, and even anyone whose crime value exceeds the merit value. On the way out of the Rogtown prison base, Suyi whispered. Just thinking about it, a Navy soldier came to face him. After seeing Suyi, he immediately stopped and paid a military salute. Warrant Officer Suyi, there is a call from the Navy headquarters in the Ministry of Communications, indicating that it is looking for you. Looking for me? Suyi was taken aback. Navy headquarters. This is Rogtown, the East China Sea, and the naval headquarters is located near the end of the first half of the Great Route. It can be said to be extremely far away, even on the other side of the planet. Unexpectedly, the phone bug in the era of the big pirate could make such a long call, which made Suyi a little admired. Take me there. Suyi shook his head without thinking, and followed the signal soldier to the communications department. An ordinary room with no windows. 2 phone bugs were placed against the wall, one of which was open with eyes and was in a connected state. Under the guidance of the signal soldier, Suyi picked up the phone worm. Hey, this is Warrant Officer Suyi of the Navy headquarters, who are you? Marin Fodor already knows what happened during the execution. What came from the phone worm was a faint female voice. No happiness or anger was heard, but Suyi could feel a little bit of concern. Who is it? Seems to be an acquaintance. When this thought came to Suyi's mind, there was a tingling pain in his memory, and then, scenes of childhood scenes appeared. That was when he was very young, when he was 7 or 8 years old, and when he lived in Malin Fodor, there was always a big sister 2 or 3 years older than him. The big sister's expression is always deserted, she never seems to laugh, but she is very concerned about Suyi. That's it, childhood sweetheart. It seems that the elders have the meaning of matching. This is not easy to deal with, and you can't show your feet. Thinking in his heart, Suyi said in his mouth, Cornelia. Lieutenant. The voice is still cold. Suyi's mouth twitched, so she said, Lieutenant Cornelia, what order do you have to contact me? Xiaosu, you are in trouble. The voice softened a little. Suyi had a cold sweat on his forehead. He called someone by name, and they wanted him to add a military rank. He called them lieutenant with respect, but they called him a nickname, which was really inexplicable. Trouble. The remarks made by Gordy Roger before his death were a big trouble. You were originally arranged by your uncle. Now you are in trouble and are in trouble. I don't quite understand, what is the trouble? Suyi frowned. Don't worry too much, it's just a small trouble. It's just a short period of time. Don't go back to the headquarters. Cornelia said softly, I have set off from Malinfodo a week ago, and I expect to arrive in Romania in 25 days. Gijan. You want to come over? There are important tasks. It is quite strange to hear the importance from Cornelia. What task? Suyi asked. Now Roger is dead, but Marshal Kong believes that the blood of the guilty man cannot be left behind. Therefore, in the next year, our squadron's task is to search for the children that might be left behind by Pirate King Gordy Roger in the South China Sea. Hearing this, Suyi's expression suddenly became serious. The purpose of the Navy is nothing more than to kill Roger's son, who has not yet been born. From the animation, there is not much emotion, but when he really faces it, he feels a breath. In order to kill an ace, there must be thousands of innocent people all over the world suffer. It's not that Su Yi is a saint, it's just that he feels a chill at this approach. I see. I will wait for the lieutenant's arrival in Rog Town. Su Yi took a deep breath and nodded in reply. It's good if you understand, Xiao Su, although you graduated, don't leave it alone. You have to practice harder. This is what my uncle asked me to explain to you. Then, goodbye. Click, the phone bug was hung up. Su Yi stood, not knowing what he was thinking, and it took a long time to hang up the phone. As for Cornelia's uncle, he refers to Su Yi's adoptive father, a lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters. Forget it, one step counts as one step. It's 1498. Luffy went to sea in 1520. In other words, it's 22 years before the plot. Ace was born on January 1, 1500. There is still a long time to go. I have to practice hard, relying only on the chain of cause and effect. I can only catch ordinary pirates. Su Yi silently set himself a short-term goal. All in all, while exercising, while catching pirates to obtain the Medal of Justice, slowly improve their strength. As for the future? Who knows, now that we have come to the era of the big pirates, we must think about living and live a wonderful life. If possible, he wants to meet Robin, Hancock, Luffy, Soran, and others on the screen. White beard, red hair, eagle eyes. Take a good look at this era of great pirates, a separatist ruler. After leaving the Ministry of Communications, Su Yi began to practice. No matter what, physical fitness is the basis of combat effectiveness, and everything starts from the most basic. The naval base in Rog Town has exercised on the battlefield. Since then, a reserve officer has been added to exercise the most basic wooden swords, target shooting, long-distance running and so on. Chapter 8, Cornelia. The time of cultivation always passed quickly, more than 20 days passed by in a flash. Su Yi gradually got accustomed to this world, and gradually merged into it. There are many differences, the most obvious are the level of technology and food. First of all, this world does not have a series of technology products such as cars, airplanes, and mobile phones. But this world has quite unscientific things such as trains, telegraphs, telephone bugs, and the level of development of the metallurgical industry is very good, and the shipbuilding industry is also very developed. As a port city, the town of Rog can easily see many exchanges. The most common small merchant ships of 4,500 tonnage, and the large ones exceeding 1,000 tonnage are very common here. Of course, this is only about technology. What surprised Su Yi most was the food of this world. If in terms of technology, Blue Star surpassed this world for centuries, then the food in this world surpassed Blue Star by one dimension. It is not a concept of deliciousness or amount, but the energy contained in food, which is quite unscientific to supplement the human body. Especially the seafood category, some large and super large seafood, which are rich in nutrients, simply subvert Su Yi's worldview. During this period of time, Su Yi has been cultivating his physical stamina continuously. After a lot of exercise, he can regain his fullness after eating a military meal. Thanks to this, Su Yi's body has gone from frailty to the level of a normal adult man in this world in the past half-month. This is also a very good explanation, why people in this world, monsters frequently appear. The fundamental reason is that they eat differently. After finishing the morning practice, Su Yi went to take a shower, changed into clean and decent clothes, and then went to the cafeteria to enjoy the officer's lunch. Counting the time, it should be today, Cornelia is coming. More than half a month ago, Cornelia informed him that he was coming over, with the purpose of performing a mission in the South China Sea. Taking the finished tableware to the designated place, Su Yi left without a word. The naval base in Rog Town is not large, and Su Yi quickly entered the town. Compared with before, the current Rog town is more prosperous. Because the pirate king Roger was executed here, many people came here admiringly, which brought great prosperity to the economy of Roger town. Naturally, it was not without harm. At least during this time, Suyi had captured 2 pirate groups. Of course, they were very small pirate groups, and novice pirate groups who had not been connected to arrest warrants. The 2 pirate regiments, a total of 37 people, only brought me more than 60 medals of justice. Counting the remaining 50 medals before, there are only a little more than 100. This medal of justice is simply a drop in the bucket, so Suyi has no plans for the time being. Walking towards the port all the way, Suyi didn't take him alone, about a quarter of an hour, finally walked to the port. It is worth mentioning that there is no military port in the town of Rog, so Cornelia's ship, like other merchant ships, will probably dock at a civilian port. It seems that you have to say hello to the port authority first, and vacate your seat in advance. Thinking about it, Suyi walked towards the port authority. In the June afternoon, the town of Rog was as hot as ever. Suyi stood on the edge of the port, looking out at the endless sea. The deep blue ocean turned into a line at the end of the line of sight. White clouds, seagulls burst. A vague shadow slowly emerged from under the horizon and broke into Suyi's field of vision. It's just a small point, and it gradually gets bigger over time. Warship. I didn't know who it was. I suddenly yelled this sentence, and suddenly there was a commotion in the port, and many people looked towards the sea. Although it had entered the field of vision, it was nearly 20 minutes before actually entering the port. Suyi's heart was calm and he looked at the warships of this world. According to the knowledge he received, he knew that the Navy headquarters were divided into 6 levels. Among them, Tier 1 to Tier 4 are called battleships, Tier 5 is generally a cruiser, Tier 6 is mostly frigate, or sloop. There is no doubt that the warship in front of you is a cruiser. The total length of the hull is approximately 45 meters, the width is about 12 meters, the displacement is 1,000 tons, and the full load is 1,600 tons. The single-layer artillery deck is equipped with 24 artillery pieces, 12 on each side. As for the caliber of the artillery, Suyi doesn't know it. Standing below, he can't see it. The 5th-tier battleship is worthy of being a warship from this department. The firepower of this battleship, fighting the pirates of the East China Sea, is as easy as eating and drinking. Suyi thought to himself. At this time, the warship approached the harbor, and a group of soldiers descended from the deck to quickly disperse the crowd. Several of them looked at Suyi and saluted respectfully. However, Suyi did not respond, his eyes were completely attracted by the deck. It was a young girl with a delicate face, wearing a military uniform with the rank of lieutenant on her shoulders. Her face was cold, and her long black hair gave people a cool feeling. Like summer, at this moment, a cold wind blows. The girl is very beautiful, her face is like a cross between East and West, with a sword around her waist, and her long eyelashes trembling, her eyes easily lock Suyi. She stepped down from the warship and walked to Suyi. Lieutenant Cornelia. Considering that everyone was watching, Suyi paid a military salute very politely. Cornelia replied, and then said in a cool voice, "Warrant Officer Suyi, we are running all the way on the sea and we are tired. Let's take a rest." "Okay, I have arranged the accommodation. Please come with me." Suyi nodded and led the group to the base of Luj town. As a military officer of the ministry, he naturally cannot disturb the people. It is impossible to live in the town. The only possibility is to go to the base. Along the way, Suyi glanced at Cornelia secretly. The girl looked really beautiful, especially her airy temperament, matched with her military uniform. She had the charm of a female hero. As if noticing the look in Suyi's eyes, Cornelia's eyes turned, she glanced at Suyi, and said softly, "Your skill has regressed, Xiaosu. Can you stop calling me Xiaosu?" Suyi curled his lips and couldn't help saying. Chapter 9, Prison of God. Suyi is very dissatisfied. He is 17 years old and Cornelia is 19 years old. Indeed, the other party is older than him and has a higher rank than him, but from the outside, the two are similar and they are called Xiaosu, which makes him very dissatisfied. Hearing what he said, Cornelia's exquisite face showed a little surprise. After looking at Suyi a few times, she nodded and said, "Suyi, your skills have regressed during this time." There is no other meaning in the tone, but the tone itself is a certainty. Suyi said in his heart, "This is not nonsense." It turned out that Suyi was among the top 3 graduates from the military academy. He was a half-blind monk. Of course, you can't say that, but it's not easy to explain. The more you explain, the more loopholes you have. Fortunately, you didn't hear it. Seeing that he didn't mean much on this topic, Cornelia didn't ask, but said, "During this period, I obviously felt the increase of pirates, especially the sea area after the mountain was turned upside down." Pirate. There are many unexpected words. Suyi thought, and said, "The words before Roger's death have a worldwide influence. It's rare and weird for you. The next few decades will be the era of big pirates. This number of pirates will become the norm." The girl was surprised again. "I haven't seen you for a while, you have grown up. What's the matter with this lofty sight?" The corner of Suyi's eyes twitched, and the feeling the woman gave him was as unpleasant as if he was treated as an ignorant brother. In order to restore his image, Suyi could not say a few more words. "It's just a bit short-sighted. Of course, if I have to say it, I still have to blame it. If I reacted faster at the time, there would be no such thing. Of course, this is also to say, even without Roger's dying passage, the era of the big pirates will still come. Why? Because there is a Roger, he is a legend, the wave of the times, not because a word can change." "Well, it's good if you understand, Uncle has a headache because of this." The girl comforted. Suyi shook his head and turned to another matter. "The Navy headquarters wants the whole world to search for Roger's blood. This is a big project that hurts the people." "You think so too?" Cornelia said plainly, "Don't forget, we are soldiers." "You are right, we are soldiers. When it comes to this, no one is interested in saying more. In fact, many people know that cleaning Roger's blood is very inhumane, but there is no way. As a soldier, it is enough to obey orders." After Cornelia and her party were sent to the base, Suyi left, and he was still busy. Cornelia is his commander, squadron leader, and captain of the warship in the harbor. The chief can rest, but he is busy dealing with things. Speaking of this, I have to mention the team led by Cornelia. First of all, Cornelia, lieutenant, squadron captain, captain of Tier 5 cruiser. A squadron consists of 3 teams, and one team consists of 3 squads, each with 10 people. In other words, a squadron consists of 90 Navy soldiers, 9 squad leaders, 3 squadrons, and 1 squadron leader. Suyi is one of the squadrons. Of course, in addition to this, there are also officers' orders soldiers, communications soldiers, and the executive officer Fang Lang. In general, including Cornelia, their squadron has a total of 109 people. The first commander is Cornelia as the squadron captain, and the second commander is Suyi as the warrant officer, squad leader, and executive officer. God Warden. Suddenly, Suyi, who was about to go to the port to settle the army, suddenly heard a voice in his mind. After stopping, Suyi glanced at the ring on his right hand and replied in his head, "What's the matter, Cor? You have more than 100 medals of justice. I think it's time to tell you how to rebuild God's prison." Hearing this, Suyi raised his eyebrows. "How?" "First of all, you need to find a place where there is no one, because you need to enter the sacred prison. Simply put, your body will disappear from this world." "I see, wait a moment." Suyi quickly returned to his residence, closed the door, and then connected to the core of the prison. Ready, what to do? It's very simple, I want to enter the God prison in my heart. This word fell into Suyi's ears, and he subconsciously followed suit. Then, the whole person's consciousness was dizzy, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in a white world. Suyi looked at everything in surprise. This is an island, a floating island, not big, Moyo is only the size of a playground. Suyi stood on the edge of the island and looked down. He could see the white clouds and a piece of illusory land hidden under the white clouds. If you fall, you will die, the warden. A core voice suddenly sounded behind him. Suyi immediately turned to look, and saw a smaller dog wagging its tail towards him. You are the core? Why do you look like this? I said, I don't have a fixed form. If you don't like it, I can change it at will. Suyi waved his hand and said, I'm very busy, you can talk quickly. I like you to save time like this. The core said complimented, you have also seen that the prison is now deserted, with only such a small island. In fact, its peak period is more than any land you know. Much bigger. Why, it will grow up by itself. Will not. Well, tell me, what should I do now? It's very simple. Open the God prison shop, find the first floor standard prison in the building column, and spend 100 medals of justice to build it. Why do I want to build a prison? I have enough food to support. Halfway through the conversation, the core interrupted. You should know the guilt value. Actually, the guilt value can be washed away. For example, Bucky, the pirate you arrested earlier, has a guilt value of 110. If he is locked in the prison of God, his guilt value will be reduced by 1 point every day, and at the same time, he will bring you a medal of justice. And detained in other places, the guilt value will not change. So, do you understand? Hearing this, Suyi was shocked and suddenly enlightened. Chapter 10, To the South China Sea. According to the core description, Bucky's crime value is 110 points. After 110 days of cleaning, he will receive 110 medals of justice, and the initial construction of prison costs 100, which is equivalent to a net profit of 1 prison and 10 medals of justice. Wait, what if the guilt value is eventually cleared? Suyi suddenly noticed this. If the guilt value is cleared, you must release the criminal in custody. Release? Then if he leaves the God prison, he will convey the news of the existence of the God prison. What should we do? And, what if his guilt value increases again? Well, please don't worry, the released criminal, everything about the prison in his mind, will disappear unless he is arrested by the prison again. Hearing this, Suyi understands, that is to say, the guilty value of the arrested person is cleared to 0 and must be released. After release, the memory of God's prison in his brain will disappear. If his guilty value increases again to exceed the merit value, Suyi you can arrest the other party again. This is really a good deal. Suyi thought to himself, and immediately made a decision, I know, I will start construction now. While talking, Suyi had already opened the God prison shop, and found a standard prison in the building column. Spend 100 medals of justice to build it. As he exchanged it, a burst of black light appeared on the island, and these rays of light condensed and gradually manifested into a prison. Seeing the formation of the prison, the core of showing people with a dog is very satisfied, and said, God Warden, next, you only need to bring the sinner Bucky into the prison of the gods. You can use the chain of cause and effect. As for how you want to get out, it's the same way as you get in. The only thing you need to pay attention to is where you come in and you will be there when you go out. Okay, then I'm leaving. Suyi didn't talk nonsense. With a thought, man had disappeared from the island of God. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the dormitory. Next, according to what the core said, he went to the Rogue Town prison and sent Bucky to the God prison through the binding of the causal chain. As for the other little pirates who were arrested by him, they didn't bother to be sent to the sacred prison because there were no free prisons. After finishing all this, he once again left the Sky Island of God, went to the port, and began to arrange the army. In the evening, Colonel Morton came back and met with Lieutenant Cornelia. The Navy officers of the headquarters and the branch got together and had a superficially harmonious dinner. Of course, Su Yi was among them. It stands to reason that the rank of a colonel is several ranks higher than that of a lieutenant, but in fact, when a lieutenant of the headquarters arrives at the branch, it represents the headquarters, and all ranks are empty. During the dinner, Morton also probed Cornelia's tone, wanting to know what the other party was doing and what mission they had. Of course, Su Yi was sloppy and fooled. In itself, Morton didn't like Su Yi very much, and now he hated it even more. On the contrary, Cornelia didn't say much from the beginning to the end. She was reticent and talked with Su Yi at most. All in all, a dinner ends in a harmonious and pleasant atmosphere. The next day, Cornelia and Su Yi boarded the Tier 5 cruiser of the headquarters, preparing to leave Rog Town for a mission in the South China Sea. Colonel Moreton waited, and came to see him off, just as if. When the warship left the harbour, Morton snorted and whispered to his men next to him, "How was the matter last time?" "College Morton, the report on the execution has been submitted to the superior, and there is no specific information yet," the middle-aged officer replied in a deep voice. "Watch the changes," Morton murmured, his face not very good. The execution of Roger, but he was responsible, and the incident was properly tainted, but it was a pity that Su Yi was not his subordinate, and he still couldn't take the other party. It was really annoying. On the other side, the warship deck. Cornelia stood in the ship building, with a faint gaze retracted from the port, and then said to Su Yi, "He seems to be unpleasant to you." Su Yi knows that Cornelia refers to Morton. "Of course. You know, there were two people who executed Roger at the time, and the other was already dead." "Dead?" Cornelia frowned. "How dare he?" "It was not executed, but died at sea, to perform an expulsion mission." With that said, Cornelia also understood. Indeed, Morton didn't dare to kill people directly, but he could send people to catch the pirates. As for how he died, it was not a matter of a report. Moreover, Roger's words before his death involved not only Su Yi and Morton, but more people were also affected, wishing that the other party would die. Of course, Su Yi is also very hateful, but he has an adoptive father on his head, so he is fine, otherwise he is also a floating corpse on the sea. The struggle within the navy is fierce and dark. Su Yi has fully understood this point. Shaking his head, he was not interested in continuing to struggle in this kind of place, and instead asked, "Lieutenant Cornelia, shall we go to the South China Sea first?" "No, first go to a few islands in the South China Sea. These islands are the focus of monitoring." Cornelia spoke softly, explaining by the way. In short, the task of cleaning is arranged like this. The Navy headquarters is in charge of the Great Route, and the Four Seas branch is responsible for the missions of the Four Seas. However, according to investigations by the Intelligence Department, there are also many special islands in the Four Seas that deserve attention. Therefore, the headquarters dispatched warships, which is also an expression of worry about the branch. And Su Yi and the others are the three islands responsible for the South China Sea. In addition to them, there are other headquarters fleets. After talking, I learned that one of the three islands was named Bathirila Island. When hearing the name of this island, Su Yi couldn't help sighing secretly. It was a secret arrangement. Others didn't know. He knew very well that Roger's son, Ace, was born on this island. "Well, Lieutenant Cornelia, it seems that our task is very heavy. In the next year, I am afraid that we will be stationed in the South China Sea." Su Yi sighed and said, "Usually call me Cornelia, Xiaosu. Say, don't call me Xiaosu, you are only 2 years older than me." "Well, yes, Xiaosu. As always, she said blankly. Yi gave up. Chapter 11, Baterila. When he was at Blue Star, Yi's most puzzled thing was how to communicate with each other in the world. You know, there are no wind belts on both sides of the Great Sea Route, and the entrance to the Great Sea Route is only a structure that allows only entry and no exit, so how exactly is the connection between the four seas? This is a mystery. But now, Yi finally knows. There are usually two ways to travel around the world. The first type is to directly cross the windless zone, but in the windless zone, there are large sea kings entrenched. Basically, except that the Navy has a way to avoid being attacked, it is impossible for civilians to do it. Even the Navy will occasionally have it. The warship sank in a windless zone, so this method is rarely used. The second type is that there are many ports in the Red Earth continent, close to the Great Sea Route, both for civilian use and military use. Through these ports, you can dock ships, and then take the climbing ladder, directly into the Red Soil continent, and then reach the destination, again through the climbing ladder, into other seas. Of course, the second method has a disadvantage, that is, the transportation of ships is very troublesome. Basically, they are stored in the local port. However, for warships, there is a special agency responsible for the transportation. It does not need to be like a civilian navigator. Dock at the local port dock. As for Yi and his party, naturally they chose the second method. Because the first one is impossible. You must know that there is a great route between the East China Sea and Hainan, and it is the second half of the great route near the end. The climate here is changeable and extremely extreme, and it is almost impossible to cross the territory, otherwise there will be no only one piece, Roger. Up. Therefore, Yi and others stopped the ship directly at the naval port along the coast of the East China Sea, and commissioned a transportation agency to get the naval ship onto the Red Earth continent, while themselves and the others entered the Red Earth continent, climbed the upside-down mountain, and then entered the other side, in the naval port of Hainan. Leave by warship. It's troublesome to describe, but in fact, it only took 2 weeks before Yi came to the South China Sea. This era without airplanes. On the endless sea, the warship braved the wind and waves, marching towards the destination. Aircraft. Ah, no, it's nothing. Seeing Cornelia's face in doubt, Yi shook his head quickly. But in my heart, I was very speechless about the world. You know, in this world, there are trains, and there will be trains running on the sea in the future. Even in the future more than 2 decades later, even intelligent robots like pacifists can be manufactured, but even small airplanes. It's a bit weird if you can't make it. When I will become a Navy general, I must let man-made airplanes. It is really too much trouble. If there are airplanes, it is so troublesome to enter the South China Sea from the East China Sea. Yi belly slander. Aircraft manufacturing is not impossible. The difficulty lies in the engine and design drawings. Yi is confident that this kind of problem can be solved in the future. Cornelia, which island shall we go to first? Yi asked the girl beside her without thinking about the future. Go to the first stop, Baterila Island. Before that, let's meet and assign tasks. Immediately, everyone returned to the cabin of the warship, entered the captain's room, and began to discuss task assignment. There were 4 people attending the meeting, including Yi. They are Squadron Leader Cornelia, and the other 3 squad leaders, Yi, Keith, and Bishop. Keith and Bishop are very young, in their 20s, with typical Western faces. As colleagues, nodding to each other counts as greetings, and the meeting begins. Cornelia first took out the South China Sea map from the drawer, spread it out on the desk, and then pointed to 3 of them. This is Baterila Island, this is Crest Island, and this is Fanny Island. Our task is to investigate the residents on these 3 islands. You should already know the specific content. Now assign the task. After some discussions, the distribution results came out quickly. Suyi is in charge of Baidrila Island, Keith is in charge of Crest Island, and Bishop is in charge of Van Nistelrooy. Each led his own team, that is, 30 seamen and 3 squad leaders, stationed on 3 islands to investigate the local pregnant women. Of course, the island of Baidrila was won by Suyi, although no one robbed him. In the end, Cornelia concluded, Gold Roger's imprisonment was on April 17, 1498. From this point of time, all pregnant women born within the next 10 months must accept it. Investigation, this is the most important task of this year. Don't make trouble. Understood, Lieutenant Cornelia. Several people said one after another. Suyi also nodded and said, okay, but, how about you? It's him to say what about you so casually, the other two dare not. Cornelia thought about it for a while, and said, I will patrol the 3 islands. Anyway, the meeting is here first and disband. Soon after, the warship arrived at Baidrila Island. Suyi led his team to leave the ship, and the warship sent the troops on board to the other 2 islands. Baidrila is a small island, and the port city is called Baidrila. Although it is called a city, it is actually a small town with a population of less than 10,000 people. After landing, Suyi led the army to the town government without saying a word. The mayor seemed to have received the news a long time ago and was not surprised at Suyi's arrival. Warrant officer, you have worked hard all the way, we have prepared a great lunch and entertainment program, please. The mayor is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a big belly, and he smiles happily when facing Suyi. But when he was only halfway through, Suyi interrupted, you arrange for my people to live there, and then please cooperate and show me the local household registration book. This made the mayor's smile stiff for a while, and finally reluctantly agreed that Suyi represented the Navy headquarters, the world government, and he could not resist. Soon after, Suyi had a thick household registration book. He turned the page quickly, and after spending more than half an hour, he finally found the news he wanted to know. Port Ocas Luyu. Chapter 12, Podicus Luyu. Podicus de Luyu, Roger's woman, Ace's biological mother, is now 26 years old. In the household register, her basic information and residential address are clearly recorded. The only suspicious point is that on the household register, her name is Podalkas Luyu. Of course, this can deceive others, but it can't hide Fang Lang's eyes. This woman doesn't live in the town, but lives on a hillside outside the town near the coast. What should I do? Suyi rubbed his eyebrows and sat behind the office desk. He couldn't help but feel a headache. Grab it. Or as if you don't know anything, let her go. This problem is difficult to handle. Let her go. If it is investigated in the future, Suyi must be the first to be in trouble, and will even involve Cornelia and the adoptive father behind him. Don't let it go, the child in Luju's belly will definitely be killed. Isn't this equivalent to killing Ace indirectly? At this time, a deep knock on the door came, interrupting Suyi's thoughts. Come in. The door opened and a young man entered with a stack of documents. This person Suyi knew that he was a monitor under his command, whose name was Tim. Report to the warrant officer, basically ascertained. Say it. There are 3,675 women of childbirth age living on the island of Baidrila. Among them. Wait, there are so many. Suyi's eyes twitched. The total number of residents is less than 9,000, how do you count it? This, from the age of 14 to 50, there are indeed 3,675 people. Did you eat shit? An idiot. We are going to check Roger's woman. Do you think Roger will see a 50-year-old grandma? Or do you like older women? Suyi couldn't help rolling his eyes. Recheck, just count women between 20 and 30 years old. Let's go down first. Yes. Timton felt ashamed and quickly resigned and left. Suyi was in charge of his forehead with a speechless face, talking to himself for a long while. No, I have to meet and after seeing someone, I will consider whether to let it go. Once decided, Su Yi planned the action. It's definitely not possible to go in broad daylight. He is a warrant officer, and every move attracts attention, so night is an opportunity. Time flies. In the evening, the mayor came to invite him to a dinner party. Su Yi was too lazy to go and refused directly because of his physical discomfort. In the middle of the night, Su Yi carried the oil lamp and left quietly. During the day, he had already remembered the map of the island in his heart, and he was not afraid of getting lost. Before long, he came to a residential house. There are no other people living here except this house, so you can recognize it at a glance, and you are not afraid to go to the wrong place. The house was a small bungalow, and Su Yi stood outside the iron gate and buckled it lightly. Knocking on the door in the middle of the night is obviously not welcome, especially in this age without electricity. Before long, the door of the bungalow opened, and a middle-aged maid walked out with a bad face. "Who is it? I thought it was time." She complained and walked to the iron gate, and when she saw Su Yi, her face turned pale. "Military officer, what do you want to do and do when you visit late at night?" Su Yi was wearing a military uniform, draped in white, and a jacket with justice written on his back. When ordinary people saw it, they would naturally feel nervous. "Open the door, I'm not malicious, just want to see the hostess here." It's late today, sir, can you come back tomorrow, and the young lady is already asleep," the maid said imploringly. Fang Lang curled his lips, he just wanted to come at night, he couldn't come during the day. However, he was not interested in explaining to others, he opened the iron gate and walked in. "Don't worry, I don't have any bad thoughts against you. Of course, that's the limit. If you interfere with official duties, you know." No, Su Yi wanted to scare the other party so as not to cause him trouble and waste his time. Sure enough, the middle-aged maid was taken aback. It wasn't to stop or let it go, she could only be anxious in place. Su Yi didn't care about her, walked directly into the house, and started searching room by room. Soon, he was in a bedroom and saw the person he was looking for. A dim oil lamp illuminates the room, and a woman with long pink hair lies resting on the bed. As if awakened by the sound of footsteps, she opened her eyes in a daze, and looked out the door from her fingers. What I saw was a young black-haired man carrying an oil lamp. "You are?" The woman didn't have a different color, even though she saw Su Yi's military uniform. "Good evening, Miss Liu, I am warrant officer of the Navy headquarters, Su Yi." Su Yi introduced himself lightly, and then stepped to the bed. The foreign bed is against the window, through the glass, you can see the night outside, the sky is full of stars. Su Yi is not interested in appreciating, "I'm sorry for visiting late at night, but I also feel helpless here. In short, Miss Liu, can you put your hand down and let me take a look at your face?" "Okay." Liu Ju squinted her eyes and gradually saw Fang Lang clearly. That's right, during the day it was the army led by this man, stationed on Baidrila Island, and she knew exactly why the other party came from. It's just that she didn't understand why the other party broke into her home late at night on the first day. Although my heart was very uneasy, there were not too many different colors on the face, but he slowly let go of his hands in accordance with Su Yi's instructions. Su Yi raised the oil lamp and finally saw the woman's face clearly. She has long pink wavy hair, her elbows propped her body, and her face is pretty. Su Yi stared at the other party for half a minute before nodding, and said, "Thank you very much for your cooperation. Now I am sure, you are Port Ocasd Liu." As soon as she said this, the woman's complexion suddenly turned pale, her figure backwards, as if avoiding the scourge. "What do you want to do? Don't be nervous, I don't mean anything else." Su Yi glanced at the door, and the middle-aged maid hid there in fear. "I know your relationship with Roger, and I also know that you have a child in your belly. It's all within my thoughts to catch you. Lu Ju bit her lower lip and her heart beat faster. She was not afraid of death, she was afraid that the child in her belly would be treated inhumanly. Now, when I ask you a question and answer me truthfully, I can consider it as if I don't know anything, let you go, and even in the next 10 months, I will keep you and your children safe. Upon hearing this, Lu Ju's body was shocked, as if she had seen hope of life. What is the problem? Very simple, tell me, what does 149,129,199 mean? Lu Ju's pupils dilated, showing a look of surprise. Chapter 13, Devil Fruit. 149,129,199. This is a number that Roger quietly told Su Yi before he died. Of course, Su Yi would not forget, and even suspected what the secret sign was, but after investigating, there was no clue. It wasn't until he learned that he was going to take part in the task of purging the blood, he suddenly thought that Roger's woman, Podicus de Luyu, might know this. So there is this question. At this time, when he said this number, Lu Ju's obviously discolored face was undoubtedly the best proof. She knows. You really know something. Su Yi looked straight and said affirmatively, this is what Roger told me before he died. During this time, I have been thinking about what he wants to say to me. Can you tell me? Silence. The answer to Su Yi was a long silence. Su Yi was not in a hurry, and quietly waited for the other party to consider it clearly. After a long time, Lu Ju curled up in the corner of the bed before sighing for a long time, and said, I know who you are. You are the man in the newspaper who executed Roger. Well, that person in the newspaper is indeed me. The scene of Roger's death and execution was posted around the world as early as possible. Borrowing Roger's light, Su Yi happened to be photographed in a corner. Excuse me, what's your name? Su Yi. Su Yi, strange name. Lu Ju seemed to calm down. She lowered her head and stroked her belly, and said softly, I don't know why Roger told you, but I can tell you what the 3 numbers mean. Can you spare my child? He is innocent, and he has nothing wrong with him. Seeing the maternal love of the woman, Su Yi shook her head, of course. I can't bear to kill a beautiful woman like you and the child in your stomach. But you must also know that I have to pay to protect you. You must give me a reason to do this at the cost and risk, such as... Before she finished speaking, Lu Ju got up from the bed. Okay, I tell you, follow me. Wearing cotton slippers, she walked slowly towards the door. Su Yi hesitated for a moment, and followed with the oil lamp. Miss, the middle-aged maid said nervously outside the door. It's okay, Aunt Maddle. Lu Ju smiled gently at the maid, then turned to look at Su Yi, here. Su Yi followed without a word. The two of them walked out of the bungalow one after another and came outside, but Lu Ju did not stop, she walked into the darkness. Su Yi just wanted to say something and spoke softly to the convenience. Thank you, I can see that you are a kind person. Su Yi was speechless. I've decided on this child. I will definitely give birth to him. If it's a girl, it's called Anne, if it's a boy, it's called Ace. Lu Ju was very gentle when she said this. Su Yi had never had a girlfriend or married, and could not understand each other's emotions, but he admired it in his heart. He knew very well that this woman made a tenacious resistance to the laws of biology, and it took 20 months to give birth to the child in order to avoid the Navy's investigation. You know, human fetuses, born after 10 months of pregnancy, are not real human cubs. A newborn baby is immature. He will absorb nutrients and continue to develop in the next period of time. The most obvious point is that the baby's head will expand a lot within a few months after birth. This is why women have to give birth in October instead of December. If it is 12 months, the baby's head will be very large and it will not pass through the female's birth canal, which will lead to dystocia and death. Therefore, human females are usually pregnant in October, which is a biological law. But Liu resisted this law and kept the child in her stomach for 20 months. After giving birth, she would definitely die. She probably knows this. Thinking of the mess in his heart, Su Yi followed Liu in silence. Suddenly, Liu stopped, here. At this time, Su Yi realized that the two had already left the bungalow, which was a sea cliff far from the town. Mr. Su Yi, have you paid attention? What? How many steps did you take from the house to here? Liu asked with a smile. Su Yi's eyes widened suddenly. He was not a fool, he reacted immediately. How many steps? Step 149. Really? Su Yi secretly said inwardly, looking at Liu, and asked in a deep voice, where are the other two numbers? What does Roger want to tell me? I don't know either. Liu shook his head and said, now, let's go 129 steps south and 199 steps east, then naturally we will know. Su Yi nodded, did not say much, followed Liu, silently counting the steps. 10 minutes later, the two finally reached their destination. Here has entered a small forest. It was dark, alone and widow. If it was seen by outsiders, it would inevitably not want to be crooked, but Su Yi had no other thoughts. He just wanted to know what Roger was going to tell him. He didn't ask Liu about the next thing, but squatted down and dug on the spot. Liu stood by, watching silently, without saying anything. After a full half an hour, Su Yi's unarmed excavation stopped suddenly. Found it! Su Yi took a deep breath and slowly moved the things out of the soil. It was a box, not too big. Su Yi wiped off the dirt and finally opened it slowly. What catches the eye is a fruit. The fruit is spherical in shape, covered with a tang grass spiral pattern, and the whole is dark grey. Devil fruit. Su Yi said with difficulty, what does Roger mean? Why did he give me devil fruit? He is crazy. Su Yi's brain is a bit confused. He didn't understand, couldn't understand, why did Roger give a devil fruit to someone who executed him? Look at the shape and color, at least not burning the fruit. The problem that has been entangled all the time, when he really understood it, Su Yi was very lost. It's not that he doesn't want this devil fruit, it's just a kind of mental frustration. He couldn't understand why Roger did this. No one can understand it. Chapter 14, Eat. The dark grey devil fruit has a spherical shape, and the peel is covered with spiral patterns, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Su Yi held the fruit and looked at it blankly for a long time, unable to speak for a long while. Why do you give it to me? What is Roger's purpose? Or is there something tricky about this devil fruit? Su Yi's brain kept making associations, but he rejected them one by one. It's like a mess of overloaded machinery. What you want to know, I have already told you, Mr. Su Yi. Liu couldn't help but tightened her thin pajamas tightly. Sorry. Su Yi finally recovered, got up and glanced at her, and said, I know, I will abide by the agreement. Everything about you and what happened today will be treated as if it had never happened. You, take care. He hesitated to say something more, but when the words came to his lips, he choked back. He sighed, lifted the oil lamp on the ground, and returned as he came. Thank you, you are a good person. Liu looked at the two justice characters on Su Yi's back and whispered, since Roger told you, this is his choice. I respect and want to believe it. Thank you. Su Yi waved his hand without looking back, but smiled bitterly in his heart. It was calculated. Although he doesn't know whether this is good or bad, there is no doubt that his plans are in Roger's calculations. Roger knew that he would care about a number he told him temporarily, and would eventually find Liu. It's not reassuring to die. Su Yi walked slowly on the dark mud road. Core. God Warden, what's the matter with you? What does Roger mean? Sorry, I am not a human being, and I can't understand human thoughts. Compared with this, you should quickly rebuild the god prison, which is good for you. Now I don't want to talk about this. To put it another way, what does this devil fruit mean? What is it? Wait a minute. In the darkness, the ring flashed. Please don't worry, this devil fruit is real and there are no traps. Sure enough, there is no trap. The more it is, the less I understand it. Suyi has a headache. I think your worry is unnecessary. It can enhance your strength, and I can feel that this fruit contains super high energy. It will bring you good luck. Really, I hope so. After the two talked, Suyi carried the oil lamp and continued to walk on the path. Since he couldn't figure out what Roger meant, Suyi didn't continue to think about it for the time being, but instead considered the question of whether to eat or not. First of all, he didn't know what kind of fruit it was. He didn't even know whether it was a natural or a superhuman or an animal. And after eating it, there will be huge side effects, unable to swim, and not much resistance to Halashi. But correspondingly, a powerful force can indeed be obtained. It's not good for me to be so timid. Even the core clearly stated that it contains super high energy, at least it will not be too bad to think about. After gritting his teeth, Suyi picked up the dark grey fruit, without even removing the peel, opened his mouth to bite off a piece, and chewed it in his mouth. Vomit. Suyi's face became stiff in a moment, and a numb and corrupted smell bloomed on the tip of his tongue, which immediately filled his entire mouth. It's terrible, it's as terrible as shit. But at this moment, Suyi felt that his heart suddenly stopped, and a burst of prostration came. Then, he staggered a few steps and leaned against a huge boulder on the side of the road. It's so hot, what kind of fruit is this? Sweat soaked the body, and the skin seemed to have a faint red color, as if it was about to burn. Suyi looked at the skin of his palm, and wisps of smoke overflowed from his pores. The extremely high temperature seemed to distort the space. At the same time, as if he was born with him, he began to understand this fruit. The fruit is superhuman, with hot attributes, and is characterized by high temperature. Suyi put his hand on the boulder, visible to the naked eye, an obvious palm print was left on it. It's so hot, can't stand it, how can I control this? No, I have to go back to take a cold shower. Suyi panted heavily and walked towards the town government step by step. After returning to the room, Suyi took a bath and soaked naked in the bath for one night before his body completely cooled down and returned to normal. The full tank of water has completely evaporated. The next morning, Suyi was about to start investigating pregnant women from house to house, but when he came to the workplace, he found that Cornelia was sitting in his place, arranging work. Not only she, but also a few men in black suits, all attentively, flipping through the books, not knowing what to investigate. Fang Lang didn't know these people, but they knew that they belonged to the Naval Intelligence Department, but they didn't know why they appeared here. You came. Cornelia, why are you here? Suyi asked strangely. I will live here for a while. The tasks on the other two islands are relatively light, and I'm here to help. Help? Suyi didn't believe it. He always felt that this woman was worried about him, not because he doubted what would happen to him, but worried. Well, I'm about to start working. Cornelia stared at Suyi and Suyi for a long time before she got up and said, Xiaosu, your skills are really back. As soon as the voice fell, Suyi's eyes suddenly widened. In front of her vision, Cornelia, who was about 5 meters away, disappeared from his vision in an instant. Then, he found that his hand was being pulled from behind. Let's go, I'll exercise you, you see, you can't even see shaved anymore. The voice was as flat as ever, but there was a trace of concern and blame in the flat. 6 styles. Suyi was very uneasy, but was pulled by Cornelia and walked out of the room. Suyi didn't even have the time to feel the girl's weak and boneless hands, and his mind was truly shocked. Cornelia, a lieutenant, can actually use 6 poses. The two left the town government and came to a clearing. Try to attack me, let me test your strength. Chapter 15, 6 Styles. Try to attack me, let me test your strength. Cornelia said seriously. Su Yi was speechless. Forget it, you can use other methods to test your strength. To be honest, Su Yi is a bit embarrassed. He knows how many caddies he is. In terms of physical fitness, it must be incomparable with the original Su Yi. He is among the top 3 graduates from Military Academy, and his strength lies in the chain of cause and effect. And the devil fruit ability that I got last night. However, Cornelia did not flinch, raised her hand to lift up her black hair, tied her hair tie into a single ponytail, and then looked directly at Su Yi. The meaning is obvious. Don't be so eager to try, people who don't know think we are doing. Hurry up, when the intelligence department's investigation is finished, we have to start the mission. Speaking of this, Su Yi couldn't refuse. He looked around, no one. Okay, I'm here, sidekick with right foot, pay attention. Okay. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi rallied 120,000 points of energy, his muscles tightened in an instant, and then his right foot lifted up and suddenly lifted to the girl in front. At the same time, the girl squatted slightly, keeping her weight, and when Su Yi kicked over, he also raised his left arm to resist. Boom! The girl didn't move, but Su Yi felt a little sore. Is this guy hit hard? Su Yi's complexion was slightly stiff, and he recovered in an instant. He didn't want to lose face in front of the girl. Fortunately, Cornelia didn't pay attention to his expression, her pretty face was full of doubts. It's really regressed. You don't even have half the level when you graduated. You can't let it go, right? Ah, no. Su Yi smiled dryly. During this period of time, he ate the food of this world and exercised madly. His physique was stronger than the average person, but it was still not enough. The key was that the time was too short. It's you, shouldn't you use the iron block? Su Yi began to divert the other's attention. Cornelia shook her head, and flicked her ponytail. I estimated from your sidekick just now, and the strength is 20. When you were in the military school, you could at least reach the level of 50. Don't do it in the future. So lazy. Su Yi's eyes twitched and nodded helplessly. Dao Li he knew, a soldier with a gun is equivalent to 10 Dao Li. With 20 powers, it is almost equal to 2 armed soldiers. Of course, this is just physical. If you count the 2 abilities, Su Yi asked himself, dozens of soldiers are definitely not his opponent. Thinking of this, Su Yi couldn't help but look at the sword worn by the girl's waist, a sword with a white scabbard. In his memory, it seemed that she had never seen her drawing the sword. Okay, you practice first, I'll take care of official duties. I will be here to inform you when the task is performed later. Seeing Su Yi staring at herself, Cornelia felt a little ripple in her heart. After speaking, she left immediately, but just walked a few steps before turning around to exhort her. Don't be lazy. Okay. Su Yi was helplessly perfunctory, but he was not impatient. He was just as concerned as a younger brother, which felt strange. In Blue Star, he was the only child. With a swift effort, Cornelia left the field of vision. Su Yi sighed, and looked down at her palm. The skin gradually turned faintly red, the temperature rose rapidly, and the air began to emit white smoke repeatedly. Compared with physical enhancement, you must first learn to control the devil fruit. Su Yi whispered. Just now, he couldn't control it. If that kick was kicked with a temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees, he could not guarantee that he would not hurt the girl. The first is to control the devil fruit, and then to practice manipulating the chain of cause and effect and exercise the body. After making a decision, Su Yi began a strict practice. In the afternoon, several people in the intelligence department finally finished investigating the information. According to their report, Cornelia focused on choosing the target, and together with Silyi, went door to door to visit. Except for the two of them, the rest of the soldiers were divided into 10 groups, each with about 3 people. All in all, we strive to determine the number of pregnant women in one day. However, to say that it is a visit is just a nice way of saying, it is actually enforced, but the attitude is as gentle as possible. As long as there is a significant bulge in the belly, the Navy can take the woman away and bring it to the town government regardless of how the pregnant husband resists. After the investigation is over, it will naturally leave without permission. Maybe it's because Silyi and Cornelia are both wearing admiral-level coats. They did not encounter any resistance. Although the man was full of unwillingness, he did not dare to disobey. He could only watch his wife being taken. Go. Coming out of a resident's house, Silyi couldn't help shaking his head, and said, "Cornelia, which idiot came up with it?" Although Silyi didn't say much, Cornelia understood very well that the effects of such extreme energy and material military operations might be minimal. The point is, she could see that Silyi hated such troubles. Marshal Sora, right? She wasn't sure. A total of 1,619 people. The first step is to confirm the number of pregnant women. The second step is to confirm the delivery date of the pregnant women and control the local hospital. The third step is to wait for the birth of the child to confirm whether the child is Roger's bloodline. Well, such a troublesome thing, the Upper Navy are all idiots. I heard nothing. Su Shang shook his head with a smile, and the girl said so seriously, which was really hilarious. Just thinking about it, a seagull flew over his head to deliver a letter, dropped a newspaper, and landed on Silyi's head. Don't be too troublesome, so let me teach you the 6 forms in the future. The girl thought for a while and suggested. Silyi didn't hear him, his mind was immersed in the headlines of the newspaper. Hey! Cornelia noticed, stopped, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Someone has been arrested." Silyi snorted and said, "The boatman who built the ship for Roger, the One Piece King, Mr. Tom, the legendary boat builder." Chapter 16, Come from this department. Mr. Tom. Cornelia was startled slightly. Well, he is a murloc. Silyi stared at the newspaper and said for a while, "The head office is crazy." Once Roger died, he began to settle the old accounts. Not only to eliminate Roger's blood, even a shipbuilder will not let it go. In this regard, Cornelia also rarely agrees, it's really unnecessary. It's just a shipbuilder. If it weren't for only one general in the Warring States period, I would bet that the world government would still want to capture the deputy captain of Pluto Raleigh, and even wipe out the disbanded Roger pirates. Fang Lang said confidently. This time, Cornelia didn't say anything, saying she couldn't speak with serious persuasion. "Xiao Su, in the future, don't say such things. It's easy to be." "I know, I feel relieved for you." Silyi smiled indifferently. Cornelia's shining eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. Silyi folds the newspaper in his hand, sighs lightly, and said, "We ignore these and continue to perform the task." "Okay." Immediately, the two did not care about the messy news in the world, and seriously investigated the pregnant women on Bait Rila Island. However, Silyi was very concerned about this matter. He is a man who intends to build airplanes, and Tom may be able to cooperate in the future, because airplanes have great limitations in this world. Even if it is really built, it is impossible to fly too far away from the island. Therefore, a landing platform on the sea is required, similar to an aircraft carrier or an offshore platform. Tom can even build a sea train, and an aircraft takeoff and landing platform on the sea. Maybe you can do it if you give him some time. I remember that later he used the proposal of 10 years to build a sea train to exempt the death penalty. Fortunately, don't worry for the time being. After I have confidence in the future, I will find a way to get him out of crime. In the end, Silyi decided to put this piece aside. The investigation mission of Bait Rila Island was originally planned to confirm the number of pregnant women on the island within 1 day and register the birth date. But the actual operation is very troublesome, and it took a full week or 2 to get it done. However, after the delivery date is settled, things are much simpler, as long as the pregnant woman is sent to catch the pregnant woman during the period of the expected delivery date. Of course, Bait Rila Island is controlled by the Navy, and it is difficult to escape. Almost the entire island is in a closed state, and only entry is allowed, but no exit is allowed. Therefore, after finishing the first stage, Suyi and Cornelia were the least busy people. The busiest were doctors and intelligence personnel sent by the world government. Naturally, Suyi would not be really idle either. He practiced hard every day, and even if he wanted to be lazy, Cornelia would force him to exercise and learn 6 poses. Time flies, and it takes more than 2 months in the blink of an eye. On this day, several fishermen were fishing on the coast of Bait Rila Island. Suddenly, on the sea, they saw a Navy ship approaching towards the island. With regard to the Navy, the residents here are not surprised. At first they were very afraid, but gradually they discovered that the Navy stationed on the island is very disciplined and never disturbs the people, so everyone is getting used to it. Finally reached. On the deck of the warship, a young man with pink hair stood on the ship building, looking at the island in the distant viewfinder, and couldn't help showing his excitement. As if thinking of something again, the young man snorted coldly, "Suyi. Second Lieutenant." Suddenly, behind the young ensign, a slightly immature boy voice came. It was a 6 or 7-year-old boy with distinctive eyebrows, and his unsmiling face looked very old. The ensign turned his head, gave the boy a frown, and said impatiently, "What's the matter, Rob Lucy?" The little boy, known as Rob Lucy, said calmly, "The world government wants us to investigate a few suspicious women. Why come to this small island?" Hearing this, the ensign's face suddenly became ugly, and he was quite gritted his teeth. "You know what a shit. Suyi's trash." But relying on the power of the family, he abruptly snatched the place of executioner from my first place. Hearing this, Rob Lucy didn't say anything, but he had some thoughts in his heart. He doesn't know who Suyi is, but he knows very well that the person in front of him is also a second-generation official. Otherwise, why can he be promoted to second lieutenant in just a few months after graduation? You must know that the highest military rank awarded by a military academy is a warrant officer. Even if it is the first place, it will not exceed it. However, he did not speak, but the young ensign became more and more angry. "Damn bastard, that's the honor of the execution of one piece. If it's me, just ask my father a little afterwards. Now I am a captain." The second lieutenant clenched his fists and his eyes were murderous. That rubbish, when he was executed, he made a big mistake, thinking that hiding in the South China Sea would be fine? Hey, that's ridiculous. This time, I must let him be exposed in front of Cornelia. After speaking, a strong possessiveness burst into the eyes of the young ensign. Rob Lucky on the side looked in his eyes and said to his heart, "Cornelia, woman?" It seemed that this was the purpose of the ensign, which was really boring. Not to mention that the two men had their own thoughts. The warship quickly docked on the shore, and the ensign eagerly took a few people and walked towards the town. Swinging, arrogantly crossing the street. Bait Rila Island, under a sea cliff to the west. Suyi was tensed all over, facing a half-man-high boulder that had been polished by the waves for a long time. He suddenly jumped out and kicked back against the side of the boulder. With a bang, the boulder shook violently, and it was kicked to pieces. Cornelia, who was watching from the side, nodded and said approvingly, "You are recovering very well. Now you are much better than when you graduated." "Really? Hey." Suyi smiled, frowned suddenly, and looked at several figures not far away. Cornelia also noticed, but there was a little disgust in her eyes. Spandal. Chapter 17, What a coincidence! Spandal. Cornelia's tone was very cold, and there was a breath of rejection from thousands of miles away. The pink-haired man who walked across was haughty in his bones, but on the surface, he wanted to hide it clumsily. "Lieutenant Cornelia, I didn't expect to meet you on this remote island, a real chance encounter." He was called Spandal, and he laughed. Hearing that, Cornelia didn't respond, and Xuandang didn't have this person. Su Yi saw this, thoughtfully, and said bluntly, "Spandal, what are you doing? What do you do? Oh, isn't this Warrant Officer Su Yi? Who gave you the courage to face a second lieutenant by name?" He said grotesquely that this was a subconscious behavior, but immediately he realized that there was a person beside him, and quickly straightened his face, and showed a self-confessed sunny smile at Cornelia with frowned eyebrows. "This guy came to find the fault?" Su Yi secretly asked. From the memory he received, Su Yi easily learned the information of this person. Spandal, a graduate of his military academy at the same time, was 19 years old, 2 years older than him, and Cornelia in the same year, and ranked first in the graduation assessment. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that he has an old man named Spandane, a senior official in the world government. In addition, he has a younger brother named Spandam. What a coincidence! Su Yi couldn't help muttering. "What are you talking about?" Spandal moved his attention away from the girl, and snorted to Su Yi, "I won't talk nonsense with you, I'm here on behalf of the headquarters." "Su Yi, you are executing the pirate king Roger at that time. The failure to stop Roger's speech before his death directly led to the proliferation of pirates. Your crime is extremely heinous and unforgivable. Obediently follow me to the military court." He reprimanded loudly, regardless of his image. Su Yi wiped the sweat stains on his body with a towel, then put on his military uniform. At the same time, he calmly said, "Bring the arrest warrant." "Huh? Arrest warrant? What are you, dare to ask me for an arrest warrant? I tell you, you must follow me obediently today. If you can't escape, no one can keep you." Spanum disdain. The expression seems to say, "I arrest you, that is to give you face." However, his conversation suddenly changed, and he sneered again, "Of course, since we were alumni, I can also open the internet. Then, you kneel down and honestly admit your mistakes. Treat it as if you haven't seen it, and then roll as far as you can, don't go back to the Navy. Only in this way, your life will be." Spandal chattered endlessly, seeming to have seen Su Yi kneeling on the ground, begging him for mercy like a dog. In this way, the image of Su Yi would instantly collapse in Cornelia's eyes, so as to achieve his goal, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, he also thought that Su Yi might resist, but he also knew Su Yi's strength very well and couldn't resist at all. In his words, Su Yi was a waste. The only thing worth noting is whether Cornelia will act as a guarantor, but with the deterrence of an arrest warrant, the possibility of accident is very small. Even if there is an accident, he has second-hand preparations. In a short moment, all the plans were circulated in Spandal's mind, and after reconfirming that he was infallible, he burst into laughter. "Su Yi, don't you kneel down and admit your mistakes." He snorted coldly. "Admit wrong?" Su Yi didn't think there was anything wrong, and besides, a second lieutenant who couldn't even get the arrest warrant wanted to arrest him, and he looked down on him too much. Just about to make a few ironies, Cornelia spoke softly and said, "Spandal, if you want to arrest me, ask my opinion first." Hearing this, Spandal changed his face first, and then calmly said, "Lieutenant Cornelia, this matter has nothing to do with you, it is Su Yi's unilateral fault. The above does not mean to blame you. Please rest assured, even if there is, I will help you get rid of crime. My father is Spandane, a senior official in the espionage department of the world government." The first half of the sentence was quite a bit of attitude, but Su Yi was speechless at the end. At this moment, he did not forget how he formed his heart. Cornelia obviously has the same cognition as Fang Lang, and the attitude remains the same. Then please take out the arrest warrant, otherwise I will not agree with you taking away my subordinates at will. You. Spandau looked a little ugly. If it were someone else, he would have turned his face, but after all, it was Cornelia. A trace of violence and heat flashed in his eyes, and his calmness was restored in a blink of an eye. Arrest warrant, right? If you want to see, then give it to you. After all, Spandau took out a paper document from his pocket and handed it to Cornelia. He didn't even look at Fang Lang. It seemed that Fang Lang himself was meaningless, and he didn't need to worry about his thoughts. Seeing that Spandau had actually taken out the arrest warrant, Cornelia's eyes revealed doubts, and she immediately looked down at the contents and seal on it. Suyi was also curious, what exactly was the document for arresting officers in the Navy? At this time, she also walked to the girl's side, leaned her head, and looked at it together. Unexpectedly ordinary, it's all official words, really boring. Suyitsk commented. Hearing that, it was Cornelia, who was also a little bit angry, opened her small mouth, and finally said in a voice that only Suyi could hear, "Idiot, this is true. Don't say it. It has to be like others. Headquarters really want to arrest me." Suyi was a little strange. "I don't know. If there is news in this regard, my uncle will definitely let someone notify us as soon as possible. So this is impossible, but the arrest warrant is true, and things have become troublesome now." Cornelia felt a headache for Suyi, but when she raised her eyes to see the man's indifferent face, she felt that this idiot was really not worrying. Suyi certainly doesn't really matter. He is not really stupid. The combination of this short communication and the memory he has received undoubtedly shows a problem. Spandau came to find fault at all, and Suyi didn't believe this arrest warrant was true. Thinking of this, he let out a chuckle. "You want to arrest me? Okay, I don't resist, but in military courts, the crime of forging an arrest warrant is much greater than me." Chapter 18, High Temperature. Suyi does not know how serious the forgery of the arrest warrant is, but the consequences are not acceptable to Spandau. Therefore, he was fortunate to retreat and advance against the general. Sure enough, Spandau's face became stiff when he heard him say this. "Are you sure? You will be sentenced to permanent imprisonment the last time you go to a military court, and the deep-sea prison will be opened for you. It doesn't matter, as long as the judge thinks so, I can only silently accept it." Suyi did not back down, forcing the other party to show his feet. "Damn thing! You asked for it." Spandau gritted his teeth, his heart moved, and he had a countermeasure. In this case, take him away. As soon as the voice fell, a little boy walked out from behind him. He was 6 or 7 years old with a cold complexion. He has been following Spandau, until now he has shown his presence. Suyi noticed the other person, especially the pair of hook-like eyebrows, which reminded him of someone, but he was not sure. "Wait, no one is allowed to take Suyi without my permission." At this moment, Cornelia stepped forward, like a hen guarding a calf, protecting Suyi behind him. You. Spandau was trembling with anger, a woman he wanted to get, protecting the man he was going to deal with over and over again. This made him angry, and he couldn't help but feel cold at this time. The voice said, "Cornelia, are you sure? You read the arrest warrant. If you intervene now, the consequences will not be much better than that of Suyi. You have to think clearly." This malicious threat made his face look a bit hideous. But Cornelia didn't take a step back, she just said calmly, "Whatever, he saved my life. From that moment on, anyone who wants to deal with him will have to step on my body. You, this cheap." Spandau trembled all over. Suyi and Cornelia would have died dozens of times if their eyes could kill. However, these words moved Suyi's heart very much. He thought he had come to an unfamiliar world, seeking to survive in the era of the big sea pirates where monsters were rampant. It was an extremely dangerous and exciting thing. But now, Cornelia's actions have moved him. He doesn't remember when himself saved Cornelia's life, but the girl can even put her life and death out of consideration for him. What a... really a good woman. Su Yi sighed, a little flattered, but as a big man, he didn't need this kind of protection, and he couldn't afford to lose his face. Saying that he couldn't take a step forward, he smiled at Cornelia, who was stern, and said, "Well, don't be so nervous, let's." As he said, he leaned over to Cornelia's ear and whispered quietly, "It's not wise to have a conflict here. I will pretend to go with him first, and you will notify the general when you turn around." The heat of the mouth came from the ears, blowing on the sensitive ears. Cornelia's body trembled slightly, her cheeks showed a little shyness, but she was hidden for a moment, at least from outsiders. She was still cold and frosty. Snow Maiden. Well, then you be careful. If he does too much, we will settle accounts after autumn. Of course, those who come out will pay it back sooner or later. Seeing that he had convinced the girl, Su Yi was slightly relieved. He didn't want to involve Cornelia. As for this rhetoric, it was only used by girls to fool them. He didn't plan to go with them at all, just to distract the girls. After all, there will be some unharmonious scenes later. Come on, Ensign. Winking at the girl, Su Yi walked towards Spandal with a calm expression. Humph, count you acquaintance. Let's go. Immediately, Su Yi was guarded by the little boy and walked in the forefront towards the coast. But Cornelia, who watched Su Yi being caught, showed a tangled look. She bit her lip, a bit hating her weakness. What am I practicing hard for? The girl's heart was a bit bitter, but it faded quickly. She turned and returned to the town government, preparing to contact the general of the Navy headquarters, Su Yi's father. Soon after. Spandal. Yes, Lieutenant General. I see, little girl, don't worry too much, as long as I'm still a day, no one can touch him. Yes, thank you, Lieutenant General. Hehe, too far away. Let's do this first. At the same time, Badrila Island, the coast. Su Yi was taken here, and he saw the warship docked. It is slightly smaller than the 5-tier cruiser numbered 16-1-1 of Cornelia, with a displacement of less than 800 tons. According to the Navy knowledge in the brain, it should be a 6-tier frigate, equipped with 3 consecutive runs. There are only 2 doors at the bow and stern. The number 16-1-1 means the 1st Brigade and 1st Wing under the 16th Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters. Looky, take him to the boat. Suddenly, Spandal's voice interrupted Su Yi's thoughts. Liu Qi? Rob Lucy? Sure enough, it's him. I think this eyebrow can't be wrong. It turns out to be Liu Qi of the future CP9. Su Yi thought in surprise. Understood, Ensign. The little boy responded coldly, then raised his chin to Su Yi Yang. Su Yi was a big ghost, and Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't mean to be a prisoner at all. Instead, he walked openly in front of Spanda, suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the opponent's neck. It's pretty good here, no one can see it, just to resolve the inexplicable grievances between us. Ah! You think, what do you want to do? Doing this to me will make you more guilty. Spandal was taken aback, unable to prevent him, and was immediately struck. His throat was pinched and his breathing was a little bit difficult. What are you doing? Let me ask you a question first. Su Yi thought for a while, showing a playful smile. Do you like meat? Do you like meat fragrance? What? Don't understand? I'll ask more clearly, do you want to smell the smell of roasted human flesh? Su Yi said harmlessly. Just as soon as his voice fell, Spandam felt the extremely high temperature coming from his neck, as if his hands were pressed on top of the magma. In a short time, there were bursts of babble, and his skin instantly burned. A blood red. Ah 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 ah. A brutal scream came from the ensign's mouth. Chapter 19, Bark as You Like. A scream like a slaughter of a chicken and a dog came from Spondyl's mouth, and he struggled hard, but Su Yi pinched his neck by the hand, but it was extremely hot, and he couldn't even push it away. I have tolerated you for a long time. Su Yi said flatly, neurotic, suddenly came to the door and forged an arrest warrant. Just want to deal with me, look down on people, there must be a limit. Su Yi was born into a real military family, and he was also a second-generation military, and he was still very vigorous in his bones. Especially when he came to this world and executed Gordy Roger himself, a certain gene in his body began to awaken. Nowadays, it has been a miracle to be provoked several times, and to be able to bear it until now. You scumbag, do this to me, don't think that's the way it is. Who do you think I am? Spandal screamed and threatened viciously. That's enough, it's sad to be as stupid as you are. You are inferior to your brother, Spondam. Su Yi squinted his eyes, and the temperature of his right palm began to rise again, as if he wanted to burn the opponent's whole person. Ah! You really did it. Spandal screamed heartbreakingly. He didn't have time to think about why Su Yi suddenly had such a powerful force. Now he just want to live, and then kill this waste. Suddenly, his gaze turned to one side, and he tried his best to shout, Liu Qi, what are you doing? Don't come and save me. Rob Lucy stood on the spot from beginning to end, with a cold and terrible expression. It was not until Spandal called for help that he reacted to the status quo. Understood, Ensign. As soon as the voice fell, Liu Qi started. But he suddenly took a few steps forward, and then kicked Fang Lang's side-kicking technique, moving smoothly, in one go. Before that, Su Yi could not imagine the situation of a child and an adult fighting, but now he understands it. Don't dare to be big, Su Yi also reacted almost at the same time Liu Qi started his hand. He let go of Spandal, who was tortured by the high temperature, and his body was backwards, avoiding the opponent's attack. Liu Qi, Rob Liu Qi, how old are you? While dodging, Su Yi still had time to ask, after all, these 2 months of exercise were not for nothing. Liu Qi did not answer. He missed a hit, and he turned back and kicked again. There was not much time between the two attacks. Fortunately, Su Yi didn't hide. He raised his left arm and blocked the move abruptly. With a bang, Su Yi's arms tingled slightly, his face was shocked, and his heart was very restless. It's so heavy. Does this look like a physique for a 6 or 7-year-old? But he felt numb. Liu Qi's cold face also frowned slightly. Can use the body to generate high temperature, devil fruit ability. Thinking like this, he said on the face, 6 years old. 6 years old, I remember when he was 13 years old, he was dispatched by the world government to rescue a kingdom that was invaded by pirates. At that time, he had fully learned the 6 navy styles. What a genius! Rao is now hostile, and Su Yi is a little admired. Loki's current physique is a bit stronger than him. It deserves to be the era of big pirates where monsters are walking all over the floor. Ha, it seems that I have to fight quickly and can't delay time. With a chuckle, Su Yi's gaze condensed, and for a short while, as if the pressure cooker had just been opened, a large stream of white steam came out, and a wave of heat blew out all around. Hot Liu Qi couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. In his vision, Su Yi's whole body, Moyo, was 3 or 4 centimeters away from the skin. Within this distance, the space seemed to be slightly distorted. Sure enough, it is a devil fruit. Liu Qi affirmed, then, preemptive. His speed is very fast, maybe because of his small size or strong foot strength. He almost blinked, already bullying him up, just like before, kicking Su Yi. This kick was fast and cruel, and it was completely aimed at Su Yi's ribs. Once it was hit, it would be hard to break a few of them. At a young age, the methods are a bit harsh. Su Yi saw the time, his body suddenly shifted a short distance to one side, and after avoiding the opponent's heavy kick, he had the right to shoot out suddenly. Under the white steam envelope, Su Yi's fist came out like a bright red fruit, which looked attractive but very deadly. Of course Liu Qi would not sit and wait for death, almost subconsciously folded his hands on his chest to resist the blow. However, when the attack arrived, Liu Qi suddenly changed his face, showing amazement. What? In the sound of a slight but short barbecue, where Liu Qi came from and where he went back, he was directly hit by the punch and flew 4 or 5 meters, rolling on the ground. So strong, this guy suddenly became stronger. Liu Qi rolled around with a carp, quickly got up from the ground, and then glanced at the position of his arm. There was a small burn. Extremely hot conditions will stimulate my physical strength, speed, and attack power. Su Yi walked towards each other step by step. Rob Lucky raised his brows, and while taking a short step back, he bent over to grab a handful of sand on the ground and threw it towards Su Yi's face. Later, he himself rushed up again. Su Yi raised his hand to block his eyes, and at the same time the heat doubled. In a short time, the thick steam enveloped a radius of several meters. Liu Qi wanted to make a sneak attack, but broke into the steam, but lost the shape of the opponent, and looked around nervously. Suddenly, there was a violent blow from the back of his neck. Liu Qi grunted, his eyes widened, and then he fell to the ground feebly. It's really good, the high-temperature fruit, there is still a lot of room for development. I just mastered a little fur, and the combat effectiveness has increased exponentially. Wendy descended and the steam dissipated. Behind Liu Qi, Su Yi's figure slowly appeared. He looked at the little boy to the end, confirmed that the opponent was unconscious, and walked towards Spandal. You, don't come over. Spandal was shocked, his voice became very sharp and harsh because of the previous scald on his throat. Who do you think I am? Do you dare to do it to me? My father absolutely will not forgive you, and the world government will not forgive you. Su Yi took it lightly and raised his foot to step on Spandal's chest. The temperature of the solace of his feet rose rapidly, causing Spandal to make a miserable cry again. Dogs that can bark, don't bite, bark as you like. Chapter 20, Urge Marriage. Bark as you like. For Spandal, who had lost control of the situation, but was still chattering, Su Yi just said lightly and blocked it back. He has to think about how to repay Spandal's provocation. Killed, that would definitely not work. He is now a warrant officer, but if he doesn't teach him a deep lesson, it is inevitable that this guy will pick time to find fault afterwards. In this way, the extent of the lesson is good, which tests people's ability to deal with emergencies. Spandal, you said to yourself, what should I do with you and send you to a military court in the name of forging an arrest warrant? Or am I going to cut you off now? Spandal didn't have the energy to answer his question, but he kept screaming, his chest seemed to be pressed by a lava stone, and the military uniform was penetrated by the high temperature, leaving a flushing burn on his skin. At this moment, there was a slight vibration in the pocket of the clothes, and then the sound of puffling rang. Su Yi was stunned, took out the phone bug, and hesitantly connected. Boy, are you okay? There was a heavy middle-aged male voice over the phone. At the same time as hearing this voice, Su Yi's mind tingled slightly, and the memory of acceptance became clear. Lieutenant General Tadamir. Su Yi took a deep breath and said, how many times have I told you that when there are no outsiders, I should call my father? The voice feigned anger, and paused and said, I know about you. Give the phone bug to the kid named Spandal. I will tell him. Well. Su Yi looked down at Spandal, who had passed out with pain, and said helplessly, he passed out. It seemed to be affecting the news. The voice was silent for a long time before it came again. Did you solve the matter yourself? It sounded a bit of confirmation. Su Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he was just such an ambiguous sentence, and the other party could guess the status quo. Solved. Yes, well done. Seemingly satisfied with Su Yi's performance, the voice solemnly said, "We don't take the initiative to provoke anyone, but we are not afraid of anyone's provocation. You can do it with confidence, the sky will fall, there is I." This is just a very brief sentence, but Su Yi was a little touched, saying that there is me, and Tao did everything. Well, I won't say much about it. Although you are a bit at fault with regard to the execution, it is better for you to understand it in your heart when it is not your turn to tell. Domineering. Su Yi found that his cheap daddy was really a bit domineering. When he watched anime, he did not remember such a ruthless character. However, Su Yi didn't know how to respond to such a ruthless character so caring about himself. To be honest, he only accepted the memory, and there was no emotional acceptance. For him, Lieutenant Ted Amir was just a stranger who had contacted for the first time. Yet. Finally, Su Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Since you solved it by yourself, you don't worry about the next thing. Now I will tell you another thing. When the conversation changed, the cheap old man turned to other things. What's up? You are a warrant officer now. When your mission in the South China Sea is over, you will have a chance to improve your rank after you return to the headquarters. And you are 17 this year. Get married and start a family earlier. I think that little girl of Cornelia would be good. Wait a minute for me, Su Yi interrupted, dizzy, and said, "What's the matter with this? When it comes to military rank, why is it suddenly involved? Even if you get married inexplicably, the key is that the cheap father is serious, as if he is talking about a very serious thing. Why don't you understand, if you don't have a family, you are a child, if you don't have any offspring, then you don't have enough sense of responsibility. These are all closely related to your future promotion." Ted Amir taught. Nonsense. Su Yi's first reaction was nonsense, but it was only the first reaction. If you think about it carefully, there is ambiguity to dig. Well, I have to ask the girl's family's wishes, and ask both parents. Su Yi thought about the excuse, but only halfway through the conversation realized that Cornelia's parents were also Navy, and she died in a naval battle when she was a child. Tadamir was also silent for a while. "Smelly boy, little girl, don't you like it, say?" It seems that this cheap old man is also very caring for Cornelia, and Su Yi guessed that if he said something bad, he would be reprimanded. No, she is very good, and we get along very well, but it's too early to get married now. When everyone grows up and matures, we can make serious decisions. Su Yi was dripping cold sweat, making a bunch of excuses in a mess. It's not that he looks down on Cornelia, it's true that the other party is a good woman, but he is not in the mood to talk about this kind of thing now. The first thing he has to face is to improve his strength. It's up to you. The old man seemed to be a little angry. Perform the mission in the South China Sea. Let's do this first. After speaking, click, there is a busy tone on the phone. Su Yi uttered a sigh of relief and couldn't help but slander. What is 17 years old and not too young? It's time to start a family. Is it a joke, or that people in this world are very precocious? The sound of footsteps not far away interrupted Su Yi's thoughts. He looked up and saw a small group of naval soldiers running along the coast. Second Lieutenant Spandau. The squad leader among them saw Spandau, who looked miserable, and yelled in panic, "Quickly let go of Ensign. You guys came just right, take them too. If you have nothing to do, it won't be that simple next time." Su Yi glanced at the other party and snorted coldly. After speaking, he didn't dare to face the squad leader with a green face, brushed his sleeves, turned and left. Before long, he returned to the town government. Cornelia was found in the temporary office. The girl was restless, sitting on the stool, staring at the phone bug in a daze, as if waiting for a call from Lieutenant General Tadamir. He didn't even hear the footsteps of Suyi entering the door, until Suyi walked to the desk. He raised his head because of the shadow. There was a gleam of light in the girl's eyes, and she said with a little surprise, "You're fine, it's great." Chapter 21, released after serving sentence. "It's okay, just a little episode." Suyi downplayed. As for what Spandal would think about being repaired by him, Suyi couldn't care about it. Moreover, he was not alone. The old cheap father's phrase "has me" gave him a lot of confidence. What happened after that? Cornelia was curious. Afterwards, Suyi said briefly. In short, he used his strength to resist the power. Of course, the improvement of strength is attributed to Cornelia's recent teaching. The matter of wiping the is handled by Lieutenant General Ted Amir, which is easy. Very. He didn't mention it about the high-temperature fruit. Although he didn't intend to hide it, he didn't want to take the initiative to say it. Later, she would find out by herself. For this, Cornelia did not delve into it, and to see that Suyi is safe, it is more important to her. At this point, Spandal's finding fault has come to an end, but the follow-up development has not been so calm in performance. Of course, Suyi didn't care much anymore. This world is very unique. The land area is roughly composed of a whole red Earth continent. The red Earth continent revolves around the planet and crosses the Great Shipping Route. Except for many small islands, most of the rest are sea areas. Gordy Roger conquered the first half of the Great Route known as the Tomb of the Pirates, and the New World in the second half. From then on, he was called the Pirate King and opened the era of the pirates. Countless people with dreams or ambitions yearning for fame, power, and wealth, flocked to the sea. In the first half of the Great Route, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fodor. In a magnificent quaint building, two men sit on the floor in a Japanese-style house. One of them was 40 or 50 years old. He was wearing a pair of frog glasses, and his long beard on his chin was tied into a twist shape. He was wearing a military cap with a seagull symbolizing navy and a head of explosive hair hidden under the cap. This person is a general of the Navy headquarters, the Warring States period. The person sitting on the opposite side of the Warring States period is also in his 40s. There is an old scar on his forehead, and his eyes are piercing. If ordinary people look at him, they will feel terrified. "What's the matter with me, Ted Amir?" Warring States asked in a deep voice. "Warring States, what do you think of Roger's speech before his death? I thought you were doing it for your kid." The Warring States period picked up the teacup, looked down at the tea with the fragrance inside, and said for a while, "Be at ease, it has nothing to do with your kid." Roger surrendered himself. I had never understood it before, but now it seems that this is Roger's plan and strategy. Hearing this, Ted Amir laughed. "Sure enough, I can see clearly. In this case, the following words are easy to say. As for the countermeasures for the rapid expansion of the pirate power in the recent period, what do you think about this matter? We originally thought that if Roger was destroyed, the world would be able to make peace. Everyone knew that it was impossible. Now the evil forces are in power and are strong. Therefore, there are only two ways to solve. No, there are only two ways to slow down." Ted Amil said lightly. "Tell me the story." "The first is to strengthen the Navy's armaments and expand the military power of the headquarters. The second is to divide the inside of the pirates. After all, the evil party is an evil way, and the internal forces are the same." "That's it, the second article is very interesting. I think it's a piece with me." Warring States agreed and nodded. "I plan to propose to the world government to establish an organization where pirates restrict pirates. This matter cannot be done overnight. I have to come up with a plan that can be recognized by the above." The two had a profound exchange, talking about changes in the world pattern and ways to deal with them. If Suyi heard it here, I would be surprised, because what happened next, he could predict. maybe soon, the under King Kaiwahe organization will be formally established. Bait Rila Island. In the afternoon, the wind is sunny. The task of blood cleansing is still going on. Recently, pregnant women have been giving birth to children in hospitals under the control of the Navy. After the intelligence department has checked that the children are not Roger's blood, the mother and children will be allowed to leave. Cornelia has also become busy during this time. On the contrary, Suyi has always been very relaxed, exercising every day, which is what Cornelia hopes. On the coast, the usual place of exercise, Suyi stands upside down with one palm. This is to exercise the finger spear, one of the 6 forms. It is also the most basic and key part of the practice method. First, one-handed land for 1 hour, then 5 finger palms, with the palms hanging in the air, until one finger supports the weight of the entire body, which can last for 3 hours before it is considered preliminary. This is unthinkable in Blue Star, but it is not uncommon in this world. At least Cornelia had demonstrated to him that the young girl made this action, which was similar to eating and drinking. Suyi's cultivation progress at this time was just with one hand. Maintaining this action, a long-lost voice rang in his mind. God Warden, the criminals in prison number 1 have completed their sentences. Hearing this, Suyi didn't pay attention for a while, and fell down, and then said angrily, "Did you not see me practicing? By the way, what are you talking about? The sentence is over. It's Bucky, the pirate. His guilt value has been cleared. God Warden, have you ever taken care of yourself? You also shoulder the mission of restoring the majesty of the prison." Stop, I know. I'll go take a look first." Suyita said that, to be honest, he really forgot about this, mainly because the core is fine and will never make a sound. After a long time, he neglected and forgot to keep Bucky there. With the thought, Suyi's people had disappeared, reappeared, and came to a sky island. In the center of the island, there is a small prison in which Bucky the pirate is held. Compared with when he first came in, the clown is now gaunt and unmanly. Did he not eat? Suyi asked the dog beside him strangely. Eating? God Warden, in God Prison, there is no concept of starving to death. There is no way to die, so there is no need to eat. However, the feeling of hunger will still be felt. This is a punishment for criminals. This is the only one before there are other punishments. Chapter 22, Young Hades. There is no need to eat in God's prison, and no one can die from starvation, which surprised Suyi. Unexpectedly, death is an extravagant hope here. Shaking his head, Suyi didn't say anything. He walked to the center of the small island, came outside prison number 1, and looked at the prisoners inside. Bucky's hands and feet were shackled, and his face was as pale as paper. Seeing Suyi appear and lifted his haggard face, his eyes burst out with hope. "Master Navy, please let me out, please, at least give me a bite." This completely abandoned dignity, just kneeling, crying bitterly, also a bit embarrassing. Core, how to solve the food problem? Suyi hesitated and asked. It is necessary to build a canteen, which can be exchanged in the exchange list under construction, and it needs 10,000 medals of justice, which can feed 100 people a day. The core simply said. Suyi was speechless at once. As soon as he heard the value of 10,000, he wisely chose to give up. However, the warden, I suggest that you don't do this, at least not at the moment. The prisoner is not hungry. The core said this without emotion in the form of a dog. Suyi Quan didn't hear him, and looked at Bucky again. Bucky. Merit value, 10. Guilty value, 0, recommended release. Confirming that Bucky's evil value has been eliminated, Suyi looked at his attributes again. Suyi. Merit value, 99. Guilty value, 0, not visible. Medal of Justice, 159. Seeing this, Yi nodded with satisfaction and said, "Sinner Bucky, after more than 3 months of prison life, you have received the punishment you deserve. Now I will release you in the name of the warden. Finally, what do you have to say? Freed?" Bucky couldn't believe that he had fallen into the hands of the Navy, and he had a chance to see the blue sea again. "No, no, ah no, thank you Lord Navy for your kindness, I will never forget that I will be a peaceful citizen from now on." Bucky knelt on the ground with excitement, kowtowed in thanks and wept bitterly. But on the surface, I hated in my heart, the Navy, waiting for Lao Tzu to go out and form the great Bucky pirates, dominate the great route. You must be good looking. Yi looked strange. He didn't quite believe that people like Bucky would be grateful to him. He shook his head and said, "Hurry up and get out. If you keep it, you will also occupy my prison." After a pause, he said with a faint smile, "Bucky, if you get caught by me again after you go out, it won't necessarily be 3 months next time. You know." "I know, I must be a good citizen." Bucky nodded as if pounding garlic, and quickly promised. At this moment, the core grabbed a key with his mouth, walked to Yi's foot, and rubbed it. Yi picked up the master key and opened the door to the prison. Then he went in and grabbed Bucky. A white light flashed by, and the two disappeared on the island of God. On the coast of Baidrila, the two of them suddenly appeared. Seeing the blue sky again, Bucky was moved in tears. "Let's go." Yi waved his hand and drove him away. "You can figure out your own boat, don't be seen by me." As he said, he snapped his fingers again, and immediately, Bucky's shackles disappeared. But as the two things disappeared, Bucky just wanted to say something, his brain stabbed, then he fainted with a plop. The criminals who are imprisoned in the God prison will automatically lose their memory of the God prison after being released. When Bucky woke up, he only remembered that he was arrested by a man named Yi, and then detained for 3 months before being released again. That's it. Too lazy to take a look, Yi turned and left here. I think that it has been more than 3 months, almost 4 months since I came into this world, and it is quite incredible that I have gradually integrated into it. Especially the increase in strength, which made him quite satisfied. Putting aside the 2 superhuman abilities of causality and high temperature, it is only physical, placed on the blue star, that is also a level beyond the human category. But in the era of the great pirates, it is not enough, far from enough, so we still have to work hard in the future and we must not slacken our efforts. Forget it today, go to the bar for a drink and chill. Yi smiled and muttered to himself. He walked along the coastline, ready to return to town. As I was thinking, I suddenly saw a small fishing boat coming slowly from the coast not far away. Because of the distance, Yi could only see a rough idea. There was a man on the boat, lying on the boat, holding a small hip flask, enjoying the sun. Fisherman? It's not like it. Yi was a little strange. Fishermen would not come in this area. Who is that? Yi subconsciously used the eye of insight. Merit value, 18,686. Guilty value, 78,491, very guilty, it is not recommended to approach. 70,000. Yi was shocked and shocked. The guilt value was already red and purple. Who is this? The guilt value can reflect a person's combat effectiveness from one aspect. At the level of 78,000, it was a monster. Yi wanted to do anything but didn't see to leave this place, but his curiosity couldn't stop. I stay away and observe a little bit, at least who this person is. Yi looked around and saw a hidden spot under the sea cliff. Dang even walked over and hid behind the reef. Soon, the small fishing boat on the sea came to the shore, and the people on the boat got up and hung the small hip flask around their waists. Yi could see a lot at this moment. The other party was a middle-aged man with blonde hair, wearing a white cloak with black spots, wearing vacation pants, slippers and 4 mustaches on his chin. Hey! The middle-aged man just got ashore, suddenly frowned, then lowered his head and walked towards the island step by step. Is this person? Su Yi also frowned. He didn't remember this person's appearance. I was about to look a few more times, but suddenly realized that the middle-aged man in his field of vision had disappeared. What? Missing? He was taken aback. Are you looking for me? Behind him, a ghostly teasing sounded. Su Yi's body was stiff, and he slowly turned his head back, only to see a person who was still tens of meters away before, unexpectedly appeared behind him at this moment. Yo, boy, is this island bait reala? Chapter 23, Roger and number 039, S entrustment. Bathyrila, no, who are you? Su Yi stepped back vigilantly. The middle-aged man who was still tens of meters in front of him suddenly appeared behind him without paying attention. This had to be guarded. This is what I should ask. As soon as I got ashore, I felt a glimpse of sight, and I thought it was something. The blond man looked at Su Yi a few times, showing a few stunned words, I remember. You are the executioner who executed the captain. I saw you on the news. What? Captain? Su Yi's eyes twitched and said inwardly, this is a coincidence, are you Laoli? Hearing the other party recognizing himself, Raleigh smiled, I am indeed Raleigh, what is your name? Why are you here? It turned out to be Raleigh, the legendary man, the deputy of One Piece. It's no wonder that the high guild value is unreasonable, reaching 70,000, nearly 80,000. Are you here for revenge? Su Yi had to think so, ready to fight at any time, although he didn't think he could beat the opponent. No, don't be nervous, I know the captain's affairs very well, he himself surrendered to the navy, and public execution is also his plan. Raleigh waved his hand easily and smiled. In order to start the era of big pirates. Su Yi relaxed a little bit. After all, he is a big man, so he can't play with him, he really wants to shoot him, I am afraid that he will not even have time to react. Who knows, it's better if you don't know these things. Young Marines. My name is Su Yi, Warrant Officer of the Navy Headquarters. Warrant Officer? What a young Warrant Officer! Riley said in surprise, forget it, it's okay. Ask for directions. This should be Batarila Island, right? I got lost in a storm at sea. Hearing this, Su Yi was speechless, glanced at the small fishing boat, and secretly admired him. This girl is so bold, such a small broken ship dared to sail at sea. The so-called art masters are bold, and that's probably what they say. After pondering for a moment, Su Yi told the truth. Yes, this is Batarila Island. That's it, thank you. Riley greeted with a smile and turned to leave. Wait, I am the Navy. You, a pirate, came to me and asked me the way. I was in a duty. I had to ask you a question. Su Yi shouted to the other person, what are you doing here? The scope of protection of our Navy. Raleigh stopped and laughed in a low voice, young Marines, don't be impulsive, your sense of responsibility is good, but if you want to catch me, at least let your headquarters send 10 Tier 1 battleships. 10 Tier 1 battleships? That's the formation of the Demon Slayer Order? No, it's just firepower, but it's much stronger than the Demon Slayer Order. Moreover, the battle between masters is useful for warships. In addition to the powerful firepower, can you expect the artillery shells to serve you? Of course, this kind of remark was only slandering in Su Yi's mind. He felt the domineering of the other party, and he was quite confident in his words. In short, he did not take him seriously. This is also of course, how could he, an unknown young reserve officer, be in the eyes of the deputy captain on the One Piece ship? If you can get in, that's amazing. If Raleigh sees him, he finds that he has a strong foundation and talents, and it would be panervu to accept him as a disciple. However, Su Yi was not annoyed, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Is it for Liu?" As soon as he said this, Lei Li's smile froze for a long time. "How do you know? Who are you?" He had to get serious. Sure enough, Su Yi affirmed what he was thinking. To protect Roger's bloodline? It's a good calculation, worthy of being the One Piece. Su Yi felt admired. But this time, what I admire is not Lei Li in front of him, but the dead One Piece. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he knew that when Roger was in prison, a lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters had visited him. During that visit, Roger asked the lieutenant to take care of his unborn child. That lieutenant was named Carp, Monkey D. Carp, a hero of the Navy, the general who had driven Roger into despair several times. This is one of them. And his Su Yi is the second. Because of the figures before Roger's death, he was calculated unknowingly, and got the fruit of high temperature, so he must bear the debt of protecting Liu Ju. And Raleigh in front of him is probably the third. He didn't believe it. Raleigh didn't know the relationship between Liu Ju and Roger. There was no doubt that it was Roger's arrangement. In order to protect his children, Roger also worked hard. Carp from the upper navy, Su Yi from the grassroots navy, and his right-hand man, Raleigh, were all used. It can be said to be completely protected from top to bottom, from the inside to the outside. That's the case. Lei Li learned of this incident from Su Yi, and was a little sighed. The captain has always been resourceful and you were forced to get involved. Of course, you can only blame your own curiosity and being the conscience that the captain saw through. Until then, Su Yi really understood why Roger would tell him this. He thought that Roger was betting, but in fact, it was indeed a bet, but it was a must-win game, and Roger was the banker. He really has the ability to listen to everything. Su Yi still didn't believe it. Of course, you were on the execution stage, and the captain saw it through. Lei Li said with a smile, "Su Yi, you don't have to be too angry, at least you also got something, the captain will choose to give you, at least explain he is optimistic about you." "Watch me? Are you kidding, a pirate?" Su Yi was a little unhappy. "Well, don't say that. I'm not a pirate anymore. I'm just a mortal who doesn't want to fight for hegemony. What you should have a headache in the future is the big pirates in the future." Lei Li seemed to be happy to see Su Yi's headache, waved his hand, turned and walked towards the town. "Goodbye, I have a chance in the future, I will find you a drink. Go, see you next time, be careful I arrest you." Su Yi was furious, and there was a limit to look down on people. He was still a little jealous of the 7 to 80,000 crime value, which was equivalent to 7 to 80,000 justice medals. End of the execution. The following is a new beginning. Chapter 24, Return to Headquarters. It has been half a year since I saw Lei Li last time. After Lei Li went to the island that day, he saw what Liu Ju was talking about. Su Yi didn't know, and didn't ask. His body and mind were completely devoted to the 6 forms of exercise. In the past 6 months, his progress can be described as rapid, with Cornelia's words and deeds. At this time, he has learned 2 of the 6 types. And after more than half a year of work, Su Yi's fruit ability has also been greatly developed. The upper limit of high temperature has reached more than 800 degrees, which is very terrible. If an ordinary person is caught by him, it only takes a few minutes. Grilled into dried meat. If he continues to exercise, he will not be an opponent of any natural ability such as burning fruit or rockberry fruit. Hai Yuan Li, February 17, 1499. The Navy's bloodline cleaning mission has come to an end. Although more than 200,000 troops have been invested in various sea areas around the world, and all countries participating in the world government have conducted rigorous investigations on pregnant women who gave birth during this period, the results are regrettable. The Navy did not clearly trace the blood of Gordy Roger. Of course, now Roger is not called Gold Roger, but Gold Roger. In this regard, the Navy headquarters did not continue to aggressively investigate, and issued a notice to military bases around the world, preparing all the troops dispatched by the headquarters to return to Malinfudo. Su Yi naturally received this order, so he was ready to say goodbye to someone. Ms. Luoyu, I should have protected you until you gave birth, but now there is no time. The headquarters summoned us back. Of course, a small part of the Navy will stay here for a month. During this time, you should be careful. In the bright bungalow, Liu Ju sat peacefully on the maternity chair, touched her swollen belly, and listened to Su Yi quietly. Thank you for your continued care. You are leaving soon, and I forgive me for not being able to send it off. Su Yi shook his head, not staying much, turned around and left here. Goodbye. From now on, between you and me, no. Between me and Roger, we won't owe each other. Being responsible for his own conscience, Su Yi did not reveal any news about Liu Ju, and even in several crises, Su Yi used his power to help the other party to survive. It can also be regarded as benevolence and righteousness. After this, he and Roger are separated. Back to the town government, Cornelia has arranged for the army to evacuate. The mayor naturally sent off with a smile, but his smile froze when he learned that a squad of Marines would stay for the aftermath. Cornelia didn't bother to look at him. Seeing Su Yi coming with a baggage, she whispered, "Everyone is here, let's go. Bertaban, the four of you stay here and wait for the notice. Xiaosu, pack your things." "Okay. You can leave at any time," Su Yi said casually. In the past half a year, nearly a year, he and Cornelia have known each other a lot. "Well, let's go and go back to the headquarters." Cornelia waved her small hand and announced her withdrawal. The warship departed from the port, carrying more than 100 sailors, climbing the Twin Gorge from the South China Sea and entering the Great Sea route, and then braved the wind and waves to advance little by little toward the Navy headquarters. It is very different from the East and South Seas. The weather on the Great Sea route is changeable and the magnetic field is disordered. If you want to sail in the sea area called Pirate Graveyard, you must have special direction recognizing props. This kind of props is called record pointer, which is used to record the direction of the magnetic field between islands and islands. If this thing is lost during the voyage, 9 out of 10 are waiting for the ship to destroy and die. However, compared to recording pointers, there is something called permanent pointers. As the name suggests, this kind of pointers permanently point to an island. As the main warship, in Cornelia's hands, of course, there is the permanent pointer of Malinfodor. Therefore, it only took more than a month before the warship returned to the Navy headquarters. Standing on the bow of the ship, I saw a huge door uplifted from the sea from a distance. The 2 stone gates are 100 or 200 meters high and majestic. The first time they saw such a magnificent building, Su Yi was shocked. Driven by the ocean current, the warship headed towards the Gate of Justice. During this period of time, the dispatched Navy warships returned to the headquarters one after another, and Su Yi and others were the last batch. "Call the headquarters, this is the cruiser No. 16-1-1. It has returned from the mission and requested that the door of justice be opened." Su Yi used the phone worm to apply for entry to the headquarters. The headquarter has received it. "Warrant Officer Su Yi, your application for entry into the port has been approved, and the door to justice will be opened for you." After applying for official land, 2 huge stone gates were slowly activated, and with the activation of the stone gates, ocean currents also poured into the gates, driving the warship away from the triangular ocean currents and entering the port. Passing through the Gate of Justice, Su Yi looked at the world behind the gate and couldn't help taking a breath. At first glance, it was densely packed with warships. The seemingly huge cruisers at their feet were like little children compared to warships docked in the sea. 10, 20, 30, 50, Su Yi picked up the telescope and looked at it. At least 80 warships are docked in this sea area. Although he hadn't actually seen it, the memory of acceptance told him all the time. Of these 80 warships, nearly half are battleships, especially the 13 leading ones, definitely Tier 1 battleships. Generally speaking, a first-class battleship has a standard displacement of more than 3,000 tons, a full load displacement of more than 4,000 tons, a 3-layer artillery deck, the number of artillery has reached a terrifying 80 or more, and the capacity is 800 to 1,000. This is an extremely terrifying combat power. It can be said that a small country in the world is not as powerful as a fleet composed of this battleship as its flagship. In short, as long as you drive such a warship over, you can almost wipe out a small country. What a terrifying navy, Suyi murmured. As if seeing his thoughts, Cornelia blinked her eyes and slowly said, "This is only a small part. There are more than 400 main warships in the Navy headquarters." Chapter 25, Powerful Navy. 400 main warships, what is this concept? Suyi knew it very well, and because of it, he couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise and disbelief. To put it simply, if the Navy headquarters is brought to the Blue Star in the 19th century, it can immediately contend for the world's hegemony, even without 400 ships, as long as 200 ships can overwhelm the world. To put it simply, in Blue Star, the motherland of Suyi, there was a Qing Empire in history. It is not surprising to say that as long as you select a Tier 3 battleship from the warships here, form a standard fleet, the great Qing Imperial Navy can be killed immediately. A small leader of the enemy was an invincible existence for the Qing Empire. This is what the 400 main battleships of the Navy represent. It's too strong, the Navy headquarters can single out the whole world, if there is no superhuman power. Suyi's worldview was refreshed. Without super-personal force, in front of such an army, there is not even a 1,000th chance of winning. At this time, Suyi couldn't help but recall the animation clips he had seen. Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirates led by him, dare to burn the flag of the world government on Judicial Island. It's really ignorant and fearless. Don't be in a daze, you will have your own warship sooner or later. Cornelia interrupted Suyi's emotion. Own warship? Thinking of Suyi, I was a little excited. Shaking his head, leaving the future behind, Suyi said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the port." Immediately, the Tier 5 cruiser underfoot sailed towards the port. Because there were too many ships, even the headquarters did not have enough places to dock. Therefore, they had to stay away from the coast and parked in the waters. Later, a small sailboat from the port came to take the crew. Landed. As soon as she landed ashore, Cornelia told Suyi, "Uncle told me that after coming back, let you go to the mansion to see him first. What about you?" Suyi nodded, but saw that the other party didn't mean to go with him. "I'll report to my superiors on the tasks for the year." "Well, that's all right." In fact, both Suyi and Cornelia are officers and soldiers under Lieutenant General Ted Amir. However, in the army, reporting on leapfrogs is a taboo, so Cornelia must report to his superior, which is a certain A major reported on the task. After arranging the soldiers from the squadron to return to the base, Suyi walked towards the home of Malin Fodor. The generals of the headquarters basically have their own general mansion in the big city of Malin Fodor. As the adopted son of Tadamir, Suyi lives in the mansion most of the time. Malin Fodor is very large. In addition to military bases and naval headquarters, there is also a large city with hundreds of thousands of military family members. There are even schools and naval military schools in towns. Most of the students in the military academy are children of soldiers, and of course there are also some war orphans. They come from all over the world and countries. It can be said that Malin Fodor is a miniature of the world. Walking all the way to the general's mansion, you can see naval soldiers, officers, and ranks like warrant officers everywhere on the road. They are too ordinary here, too inconspicuous, and they didn't attract any attention at all. Soon, Suyi came to home. This is a very ordinary house with 4 floors. Except for the necessary servants, there are no sea soldiers. The elderly maid who cleaned the yard and the old housekeeper who trimmed the grass and trees saw Silyi coming back, greeted them one by one, and respectfully shouted, "Young master! Aunt Lucia, where is father?" Silyi asked with a smile. "Master, the master has been waiting for you in the dojo for a long time." Lucia's face was kind. Silyi has been very likable since she was a child, but she watched the young master grow up. "Thank you." Silyi didn't say much, and walked towards the backyard. In the backyard, there is a private dojo, which is actually a sword dojo. Tadamir is good at using swords. He also taught the swordsmanship of Cornelia, but I don't know why, the original Silyi seems to have no talent. I didn't continue learning. Without words all the way, Silyi came to the dojo and opened the door. In the quiet venue, the wooden floor is shiny, the environment is quiet and the atmosphere is solemn. Under a big word sword, a middle-aged man sat on the futon with his eyes closed, exuding a murderous air. On his forehead, there is a frustrated scar, which is old. It was the first time for Silyi to see the nominal daddy. Although he had already expected it, after all, the position of lieutenant general was not bad, but he was still a little surprised when he really met. Thinking about it, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the eyes of insight came out instantly. Tadamir. Merit value, 35,511. Guilty value, 38,889, guilty, arrestable, not recommended to approach. Guilty? Silyi was a bit at a loss. He didn't expect that his cheap daddy would have such a high guilt value, and the Corps of God prison actually judged that he could be arrested. Of course, Silyi wouldn't be so stupid to catch him, he wouldn't want to say whether he was overwhelmed, he didn't want to expose the existence of God prison. What are you in a daze? Come here and sit down. Suddenly, Tadamir said in a low tone. Silyi came back to his senses, pondered for a moment, took off his shoes, stepped on the wooden floor, and sat on the futon in front of him. Let me see what progress you have made this year. Tadamir opened his eyes and looked up and down Silyi a few times, his eyes showed satisfaction. Yes, physical exercise has not been wasteful, it seems that Cornelia, that little girl, didn't relax your discipline. Discipline? Silyi's eyes twitched, quite speechless. Logically speaking, he should be an adopted son, and Cornelia is the daughter of a deceased comrade in arms. In terms of close relations, he should have won. But in fact, Tadamir had long regarded Cornelia as a daughter-in-law, and at this time he had said such things as discipline. Can you fake it? Silyi was too lazy to say something and said bluntly, Father, what can you do with me? I am going to give you a promotion. Tadamir raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, Silyi would dare to ignore his hints, but he was not angry. This is a good thing. In the past year, the pirates have been extremely intensified. It's time to lead the warship and take the lead. Upon hearing this, Silyi was slightly surprised. The meaning of these words seems to mean that he is going to equip him with warships and lead troops to catch pirates. Chapter 26, Confidential Task. There is a small bug in the first chapter, Roger's name. Outside, 99% of people think that his name is Goldo Roger, not Gold Roger. Evidence: staring at the war, when Baybeard died, there was a memory. In the memory, he and Roger had a discussion and drinking. At that time, Roger said no. My name is Gordy Roger. This happened before Roger died. Yes, even Baybeard didn't know that he had AD, so the world didn't know. However, it's just a small bug, I don't bother to fix it. More than 10 months have passed since Roger One Piece died. During this time, countless people flocked to the sea in search of freedom, wealth, fame, and power. The wanted order issued by the Navy headquarters alone was 4 to 5 times more than usual, showing the influence of One Piece. Now hearing what Tadamir meant, it seemed that he wanted Silyi to join the encirclement and suppression forces. Father, you told me to catch the pirate. That's not the case. Ted Amer denied, leave aside, if you are sent to lead troops to eliminate the pirates, it must be on the Great Route. You are not suitable for you now. Not suitable. Su Yi curled his lips, didn't he think he was not strong enough, and was afraid that his life would be in danger? That is how the matter. There is a secret mission, I am going to let you join in. Teldamir said in a deep voice, seemingly hesitant. What task? Ted Amir answered the question, the level of confidentiality is very high, and the lieutenant has no right to know. But I can tell you that I have already greeted the person in charge of this mission, the general of the warring states period. Okay. Kid, listen carefully, everything you hear next, there can be no rumors, this is a confidentiality agreement, sign it. With that, Tadamil picked up a document from the wooden floor beside him and handed it to Su Yi. Seeing this, Su Yi quickly took it and looked down. Simply put, it is a confidentiality agreement, and the level of confidentiality is very high, which can be regarded as the highest level of confidentiality in the Navy. This made Su Yi more and more curious about what task would require such a high confidentiality agreement. Taking advantage of his time to read the documents, Ted Amir continued, although the confidentiality level of the secret mission is very high, it is not dangerous and suitable for you now. If it is successfully completed, you will also leave a good impression on the warring states period. It will be very helpful to you in the future. He deliberately bit the next few words hard. Su Yi figured it out, afraid that the cheap old man was going to arrange a backer for him, and in the meaning of these words, there was not necessarily the meaning of the warring states period to be promoted to marshal. You know, the current Marshal Kong, there has been some gossip, and he is about to step down. With this in mind, Su Yi has signed his name on the confidentiality agreement. I signed, can you tell me now, what task is it? Tadamir nodded, okay, let me tell you. Do you know O'Hara? O'Hara? There seems to be a famous tree on the island where archaeologists gather. Su Yi recalled. Yes, it's the O'Hara. What you said is the library's tree of all-knowing. Although it is only an inconspicuous island in the West Sea, there are the most authoritative archaeologists in the world on that island. Hearing this, Su Yi already had an idea. Is it preparing to launch the killing order? No, the time is not right. If I remember correctly, the Demon Slayer order was launched on a certain day in 1500, but it is only low in March 1499. It's impossible to talk about the butterfly effect. He came to this world and didn't do anything major at all, so that it would not affect the O'Hara incident. Say no, look at each other with doubts. Tadamir continued, in fact, this classified mission started a few years ago. Those archaeologists, 5 years ago, in 1494, sent many expeditions to various parts of the world, and their purpose was look for the historical text, look for the blank truth about a century of history. You mean, you want me to catch the archaeologist of the expedition? Su Yi was a little surprised. Yes, I found it, grab it immediately, and if you resist, it will be annihilated according to the situation. Tadamir said indifferently. Su Yi was a little at a loss, but the next moment, a long-lost reminder sounded in his mind. Arrest the archaeologist Nicole Orbija and reward the Medal of Justice X300. Su Yi's body was shocked. The surname of Nicole is really very concerning. Orbija should be Robin's mother. Seeing Su Yi's look surprised, Ted Amir thought what he said was too shocking for him, so he said tactfully, I know what you are thinking, are the archaeologists wrong? The benevolent see benevolent, the wise see wisdom, but the red line drawn by the world government should not be crossed. The blank 100 years of history is a secret that can't be said. Boy, don't think too much. Well, I don't have any opinion. Since you let me go, I will go. Su Yi took a deep breath and returned to calm. The so-called blank 100-year history refers to Haiwanli from 620 to 720, and then the world government was formed and born. After 720 years, the world government promulgated the world law, which clearly stipulated that no one, any organization, or country should interpret this century of history. At the same time, the banned text, the text inscribed in the historical text, was abolished, and now the only people who can understand that text are the archaeologists of O'Hara. It's okay if you understand. I didn't want to let you get in touch with this too soon. Forget it, you go first. Regarding your promotion, I will let someone find you tomorrow. Tatamila waved his hand and motioned for Silyi to leave, but he himself, already closed his eyes, and got up again. Silyi retired softly, got up, and left, thinking about this secret mission in his mind. Regarding promotion, he doesn't worry about it, anyway, his rise and fall are just a matter of a word from the Chief Father. To catch Robin's mother. It turns out that she will die. I will catch her. At least I can guarantee her life. It's fate. Chapter 27, Against the Green Pheasant. The core of the prison issued an urgent task to arrest Robin's mother Orbia. According to history, she would be arrested by a giant lieutenant, and then sent to O'Hara, just in time for the demon-killing order to be launched, and she would suffer death. But now Silyi is ready to intervene, arrest this woman, save the other person by the way, and save the other person's life. It is not that Silyi sympathizes with this woman, but sympathizes with Robin. He doesn't mind helping each other as far as he can. After all, Silyi still likes Robin quite a bit. This kind of wise and quiet girl who likes to read is very suitable for his appetite. If there is a chance in the future, Silyi would like to meet and get to know him. It's a coincidence. I saved her mother's life, and I'm saving her life in the future, shouldn't I agree with my body? Silyi pondered, then thought of Cornelia again, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. When they were young, the Chief Father and Cornelia's father made a marriage contract for them. I remember that Cornelia's father died in the naval battle and temporarily entrusted his daughter to Ted Amir. Forget it, if you want to do this kind of mess, you have to consider how to find Orbija first. After all, I am not the only one performing this kind of confidential task. Silyi shook his head and returned to his bedroom. The next day, Silyi was summoned, and he was met by a major general in an office of the Navy headquarters. Due to the Bloodline Invasion mission, the execution of Golda Roger mission, in these two missions, Silyi performed excellently, was officially awarded the rank of second lieutenant. At the same time he was dispatched, resigned as the executive officer of the No 16-1-1 naval cruiser, resigned as the captain of the 240th Squadron of the 16th Division, and dispatched to the No 16-1-1 naval frigate Gustav. Captain position, the same ship concurrently serves as the squad captain of 244. Having said that, I have to mention the establishment of the Navy. First, it is the Marshal, 1, the current Marshal Kong, the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army. Secondly, the 3 generals, but due to historical issues, there is currently only one general in the Warring States period, who possesses a golden telephone bug, and can dispatch an army composed of the Demon Slayer order. Once again, the 16 lieutenants are currently in full rank, and Silyi's adoptive father, Tyat Amir, is one of them. Each lieutenant general has a division. And a division, about 10,000 troops, such as the 16th Division of Ted Amir, the number is about 9,400. And under a division, there are 3 brigades, under each brigade, there are 3 alliances, and under the alliance, there are 3 more brigades. In short, the order is division, brigade, wing, brigade, squadron, squadron, and squad. A standard class, 10 people. A small team, 3 classes, almost 30 to 35 people. Second Lieutenant Silyi, this time you have the task of leading the recruits. Don't let Lieutenant Tadamir down. The Major General said. Yes, Major General. Well, I won't say too much. Your warship is docked in the dock. It is a new ship, but before that, the General of the Warring States period is looking for you. You go. The Lieutenant General smiled and said. Warring States? Su Yi was stunned and glanced at the lieutenant in doubt, but saw that the other party shrugged and made a helpless expression. Go ahead, I don't know what's the matter, I'm very surprised. Why did the Warring States call for you? Su Yi pondered that it was a secret mission in all likelihood. He didn't hesitate immediately and left the Major General's office. In the Navy headquarters, there are quite a few general-level officers' offices. The General's office is at the highest level, and Su Yi has never been there. However, this did not prevent him from finding the office of the Warring States period. Anyway, the General is now alone, and he can find it by looking for it. After the Guards Marines notified him, Su Yi opened the door and looked up. The office is very simple and not too big, it is only 60 to 70 square meters, with ink paintings, a desk, 2 sofas in front of the desk, and a low table. Behind the desk, sat a serious-looking middle-aged man with round eyes. Although he had never seen him, Su Yi recognized him at a glance. He was a general of the Warring States period. At the table, there was a sheep who seemed to see Su Yi entering the door and let out a cry at him. In addition, there is one more person. This man is in his 20s and is tall, wearing a white suit vest and dark blue shirt. When Su Yi entered the door, he leaned on the sofa, hung his hands, wearing a blindfold on his face, and was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. This guy, is it a green pheasant? Su Yi asked inwardly, and then subconsciously used Eye of Insight. Merit value, 21,908. Crime score, 19,810, unhurried justice, soldier, Lieutenant General, no arrest. Su Yi looked at the Warring States again. Warring States. Merit value, 66,168. Crime value, 73,333, soldiers, generals, wise generals, arrestable, not recommended to approach. Seeing this, Su Yi couldn't help but feel shocked. The dignified admiral, the general who represents justice, has a crime value so high that it is almost the same as the Pluto Raleigh he has seen before. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi didn't express his inner thoughts. Warring States General, are you looking for me? As soon as he finished speaking, before the Warring States period said anything, the green pheasant on the sofa took off his blindfold and spoke slowly. It's you, let me wait for a while. Okay. Don't waste my precious sleeping time, go to the martial arts field, let me see your combat effectiveness. While speaking, Kuzan stretched his waist in a lazy manner. Wait, Kuzan. Warring States said, stopping, Suyazun, no, now is a second lieutenant. You should have heard Lieutenant Ted Amir talk about the secret mission. Yes. In this case, I am not talking about disqualifying you from participating in the mission, but in order to ensure the confidentiality of the mission, you have to show me a decent level of combat effectiveness. Hearing this, Su Yi frowned. General, do you mean you want me to fight Lieutenant General Kuzan? Yes, I'm here to test your strength, are you scared? Upon hearing this, Su Yi smiled and looked directly at Kuzan. No, I just think your luck with Lieutenant General is really bad. Our affinity is probably a negative number. Chapter 28, Yan Lan. The Warring States period wanted to test his strength, but Su Yi had no other idea. Just using a midterm future as a practice object is really overkill. Fortunately, Kuzan, with his high-temperature fruits, can still handle it. After all, the current Kuzan is only a lieutenant general, he is still young, and not a green pheasant general who will be at the peak of combat power in the future. Are you agreeable? Good guts, Ensign. Seeing that Su Yi was not afraid, Kuzan couldn't help but take a high look, and immediately became interested. Don't gossip, you two go to the martial arts field, Kuzan, and you will come back to report to me later. Go. The warring states waved his hand and sat on the throne of the general without moving. Follow me, second lieutenant. Kuzan got up slowly and walked lazily toward the door. Su Yi glanced at the warring states period, but saw that the other party had no intention of observing it together. Not only did he secretly shook his head, he also shook his head. After all, he was a small ensign. As a general of the warring states period, it was really impossible to watch it in person. Lieutenant General Kuzan, what kind of level I will show later, do you think I am qualified? While talking, Su Yi followed. Hey? Let me think. Well, just try it, you can do your best. This tone didn't care much, it wasn't that he looked down on Su Yi, but he didn't care much. Seeing this, Su Yi made a decision. It didn't take long for the two to leave the headquarters building and arrive at number 1 martial arts field, a large open space. The open space was covered with sand and gravel, and many wooden piles were driven. It was usually used for training soldiers, but today it was requisitioned by Kuzan. Considering the confidentiality of the secret mission, there is no one else in the martial arts field. Go ahead, just let go. Kuzan beckoned. Su Yi smiled, then I'm here for real, Lieutenant General, I will be full of strength from the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of water vapor began to rise from under his feet, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. The blazing high temperature seemed to make this area into a hot summer day. The thick water vapor completely concealed Su Yi's figure. What's this? Devil fruit. Kuzan saw this anomaly in an instant after all the battles. Shave. With a whisper, Su Yi's body and mind suddenly burst out of the steam, and the instantaneous explosive force made the speed seem to teleport. When the speed slowed down, he had appeared in front of Kuzan. 6 forms, it seems so unskilled. Kuzan commented from the bottom of his heart, his eyes were like torches, and he watched Su Yi's movements untouched. The powerful right foot had already kicked his chest and abdomen, and Kuzan lifted his palm to hit the crotch. After the bang, Kuzan didn't move at all, clasping his palm lightly, grabbing Su Yi's foot firmly. Too impulsive, he said. Su Yi raised his eyebrows, his muscles were tight, and he was in a suspended posture, suddenly flipped back and kicked his other foot against Kuzan's chin. What a light body! Kuzan was a little surprised, released his grip on the opponent, and at the same time took a step back. Taking this opportunity, Su Yi also broke free and opened a short distance. At the same time, the temperature he emits has risen again, and more dense steam floods the number 1 martial arts field. A faint voice came from the steam in the room. How are your hands? Lieutenant General Kuzan. It's hot. Kuzan looked at him just grabbing the opponent's hand, and he was slightly burnt. You actually ate the devil fruit. I haven't got this kind of information, or you have been hiding it until only exposed today. Stupid, why should I conceal it, but the last time I performed the task, I happened to find one. Su Yi retorted unceremoniously. I found it, here it is. Kuzan smiled, shaking his hand back. Several ice thorns suddenly shot out, 2 thorny spears. Before the cold broke out suddenly, it suddenly overwhelmed the heat, lowered the surrounding temperature, and instantly dropped to freezing point, and 2 ice thorn spears condensed into shape and shot out suddenly. True. Su Yi cursed secretly. The other party deliberately talked to him in order to find his position and deal with a second lieutenant. This guy is still playing tricks and is too shameless. But during the battle, everything happened between lightning and fire, and Kuzan didn't mean to show mercy at all. 2 ice thorn spears plunged into the steam at once, aiming at Su Yi's position accurately. In the face of a fierce counterattack, Su Yi did not show weakness. Almost at the same time the opponent attacked, his right foot exuded extremely high temperature, and his trousers were red, which looked like the devil-style feet of Sanji. climbing to a slash of 700 or 800 degrees, suddenly cut out. Yan Lan. The ultra-high-speed kicking skills, cut out the air cut, and extremely high-temperature heating, suddenly doubled the destructive power of this attack. Lan Jiao. An attack combined with the ability of his own fruit, what a terrible young man. Quzhen's pupils shrank, and his ice spikes were melted and evaporated before they even touched the opponent's slash. Yan Lan's castration was unabated, and instantly cut through Quzhen's waist and abdomen. With a bang, Quzhen, who was cut into 2 sections, fell straight to the ground, breathless for a long while. What? Dead? Impossible. As the attacker, Su Yi was taken aback, strolled out of the steam mist, and looked up. But when I saw Quzhen's body, there was no trace of blood, but the color faded, and it broke into ice with a snap. At the same time, on Su Yi's side, countless ice fragments condensed, forming a figure. That's it. Quzhen held down Su Yi with one hand. I almost understand your combat effectiveness, and I will report this to the Warring States period later. Second Lieutenant Su Yi is fully qualified for secret missions. His words rang in his ears. Su Yi frowned, looked at the corpse broken into icy slag, and sighed, "Thank you, Lieutenant General." "Well, I'm telling the truth, don't get close to me, you are right, we are really bad, bye, Lieutenant." Quzhen waved his hand and left without looking back. He didn't want to stay any longer. It was so embarrassing that he was almost injured by an ensign. Although there are elements of his carelessness, it also reflects from the side that Su Yi's combat effectiveness does have a basic guarantee, at least not casually dying at sea. The fruit of high temperature seems to be a powerful character in the future. Quzhen thought. Chapter 29, Gustav-class frigate. It seems that my strength is not enough. Compared with these real masters, there is a big gap. Through this brief encounter, Su Yi probably also understood his level of combat effectiveness. However, now that I am qualified, I will first go and see my warships and recruits. Patting the dust on his body, Su Yi also left the martial arts field with his feet lightly. He was promoted from warrant officer to second lieutenant, and assigned to him was a Tier 6 frigate. Xian was the same as Cornelia's ship, both 16-1-1, but the ship type was different. The cruiser is relatively fast and has powerful artillery capabilities, suitable for patrolling the sea and fighting pirate ships head-on. The frigate is more used for reconnaissance, as the name suggests. In the fleet, it is more likely to protect the fleet and flagship. Of course, the speed of the frigate is faster, but the firepower is weak, and it is not a problem to fight the small pirates in general, and there is no way to be strong against the medium and large pirates. As Su Yi's first ship, it was a good start. As everyone knows, how many people don't even have their own ships? Without words all the way, Su Yi came to the Marine Fodor shipyard, found the person in charge of the shipyard, and expressed his intention. The opponent was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He wore glasses and looked very gentle. He belonged to the Navy and had the rank of colonel. Second Lieutenant Su Yi, Major General has notified me this morning that your ship is at Dock 13, please come with me. He said as he walked, smiling, by the way, my name is Hunter, which belongs to the Navy Ship Department. Captain Hunter, can you tell me the relevant data of the new ship? No problem. You must have heard that it is a Class 6 frigate, the standard type of the Navy, that is, a Gustav-class ship with a displacement of 400 tons and a full displacement of more than 500 tons. Speaking of ships, Hunter was obviously in high spirits, and he took the trouble to explain to Su Yi. This ship is equipped with triple guns. There are 4 guns in total. It is no problem to deal with ordinary pirates. Please rest assured. Su Yi nodded. The so-called triple run is a combination of 3 artillery pieces, which is also the kind of artillery common in the Navy in the animation. It is the triple run, 4 triple run, which is now the standard equipment of the Navy. As for the displacement of 400 tons, even though this value seems to be very small, it is very small compared to a cruiser with a power of over 1,000 tons or a battleship with a power of several thousand tons, but in fact it is very large. Take the Golden Mary, for example. The displacement of this ship, as measured by Suyi, is at most 50 to 80 tons. In terms of size, it is about the size of 4 or 5 Golden Mary. Walking all the way towards the dock, the two of them soon arrived. Many new ships are under construction, and you can see the outline. At Dock 13, a new ship is being painted, and workers painted its string number 16-1-1 on the ship's side. That's it. Hunt said with a smile, it has been built for a long time, and the painting has been completed. You can drive it away at any time. Suyi nodded happily and walked in to watch. Only when you get close can you feel the size of the ship. Single deck, 3-masted sailboat, with 2 triplets on each side, demonstrating force. A ship docked quietly in the sea is like a building lying on the sea. Suyi leaped slightly, jumped up, walked on the deck, and looked at his warship. Nice ship, still brand new. He touches everywhere, showing affection like a woman who loves/caresses himself. Hanti is also happy to see this. He is a shipbuilder, and he is very happy when others show their love for the ship he built. After a round, Suyi got off the ship contentedly. Captain Hunter, I am very satisfied with this ship, and I will let my subordinates come over later. Well, you can sign this document. Han Jiao nodded and handed over a document. Suyi glanced at it. It was nothing more than a record. Register it, and then the captain of this ship will be Suyi. Therefore, he took it quickly, and signed his name. After doing this, I looked back at the new ship again and left. As he was walking, the phone worm in his pocket rang. Hey, this is Suyi. Boy, how are things going on? Listening to the voice is Cheap Daddy, Lieutenant General Tadamir. What do you say? The test of the Warring States period. This, Suyi slandered, the news was so clear, it has passed. That's fine, you've seen the new ship I arranged for you. Look, I like it. Thank you. In this case, you go to the conference room of the headquarters. Cornelia is waiting for you, she will naturally tell you when she arrives. That's it. After speaking, Tadamir hung up directly. Suyi curled his lips and only told him to let him go to the meeting room. How did he know which meeting room it was? Saying that he couldn't call and ask Cornelia, he found the meeting room after the other party told him. Pushing the door and entering, immediately felt a pair of glances. Suyi glanced at him and found that there were quite a few people present. They were all officers, but their ranks were not high. They were basically lieutenants and captains, and he was the only second lieutenant. However, the leader is not in the Navy system, at least the other party is not wearing a military uniform. Very well, everyone is here. Then, start the formal arrangement. The man said, Second Lieutenant Suyi, go to your seat. Hearing this, Suyi silently walked to Cornelia's side. What's the matter? I'm here, but I don't know anything. Uncle didn't tell you. Don't mention it. Suyi rolled his eyes. It's like this, the secret mission is arranged to allocate the sea area that everyone is searching. She explained in a low voice. Suyi understood clearly, looked up at the headed person who talked eloquently, and asked, who is he? Not from the Navy. He is. Cornelia glanced at Suyi and said in a lower voice, he is the head of the world government's intelligence department, Spandane, and is Spondle's father. He is also the commander of this mission official. Suyi couldn't help but his eyes twitched. He remembered that he beat his son so hard about half a year ago. Hua doesn't know much about naval ships in the era of sailing. The data are all my visual observations. There may be errors. If there are any errors, please point them out. Chapter 30, Public Revenge. Spandal, a graduate of the same period as Suyi, an admirer of Cornelia. When he was performing a mission on Badrila Island in the South China Sea, this guy came to provoke him and was severely repaired by Su Yi. Now that his father became his superior on this mission, Su Yi had a headache. If it is positive and tough, he is not afraid of it, and annoyed to play black hands behind his back. As for praying that the other party would forget it, Su Yi is not so naive. After all, he still knows Spondane's other son, Spondam, very well. Narrow-minded. Regarding confidential missions, let me briefly talk about it. Sponda, the host of the military conference, talked freely. There are 15 expeditions dispatched from O'Hara. They traveled all over the world to search for history. In the main text, this is not allowed and violates the laws of the world. Our task is to arrest this group of criminals. It is a sacred and just action. Holy injustice? It's a joke. If that's the case, you should use the news book and special book of the Navy headquarters instead of hiding and sneaking up. Su Yi belly slander. At present, after investigation by our espionage department, 5 expeditions have been captured. They have been deeply educated and are currently under the jurisdiction of the government for atonement. Sponda said to everyone in a loud voice. This time, not only Su Yi was upset, but many officers saw him upset. It's not a glorious thing at first, and you have to put gold on your face. Anyone with a bit of conscience will have some ideas in their hearts. However, Spandane didn't feel it at all, and continued, the 10 expeditions left, and the approximate range of them has been ascertained. Therefore, the 10 young and promising officers sitting here will be divided into 10 teams. War. While talking, he took out a large nautical chart and took it on the blackboard. Afterwards, he took out a pen and drew 10 circles on various positions on the nautical chart, and each circle was written with a number. Captain Bradley, your mission location is Island 1. On this island, there is a ruin that has been exposed recently. The expedition team is very likely to go. You must make arrangements first and make sure to arrest the group. Criminal. Spandane was assigned one by one, and everyone listened and looked at the nautical chart. It is a nautical chart of the first half of the Great Route. Most of the sea areas marked in red circles are under the jurisdiction of the United Kingdom, the world government. There is no problem with naval ships entering it. Only the 10th. Here, I have to mention the United Kingdom of the world government. It is not a United Nations similar to Blue Star, but a supergiant country in itself. In this world, there are many islands, villages, and towns that do not belong to any country. They are directly under the jurisdiction of the United Kingdom, the world government. Take the town of Rog. This place is the territory of the United Kingdom of the world government. But there are also subordinate countries of the world government. Their land belongs to their own country, and the army of the world government cannot enter at will. For example, in the Kingdom of Alabastan, if there are pirates invading, their own army will not be able to defeat the pirates, so they will turn to the navy of the world government. Therefore, sometimes you will see this kind of information. Someone was born in the United Kingdom, the world government, and the Navy's supplementary force basically came from the United Kingdom. The 10th island, it seems to be Shengting Island, the Kingdom of Alabastan. Some people began to wonder. Alabastan, it's troublesome now. Well, don't let me go. Someone said indifferently. Su Yi was very puzzled and couldn't help asking in a low voice, what happened to Alabastan? Alabastan, he still knows that this is a desert kingdom, and in the near future, there will be a desert queen, Nefertiti Livivi. Don't you know? Cornelia blinked and explained, this country is one of the 20 founding countries of the world government, but their royal family refused to move into the Holy Land Marijoa. They themselves have a certainty to the world government. Although the hostility is a subordinate country, it has complete autonomy. In short, there is a troublesome place. Su Yi was still a little ignorant after hearing her say that. But when you think about it, it is indeed a bit troublesome. After all, if a navy ship wants to enter that country, you have to ask whether you agree with it. Even if you are with you, you have to tell them what you are doing in their country. All in all, it seems to be really troublesome. Maybe someone else has completed the task, but those assigned to the past have to wrestle with the government of Alabastan. Tisk, don't let me go. Suyi sighed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Spandane on the stage suddenly turned his eyes to him and said, "The 10th island, Shengting Island, is the easiest place without any danger. In this case, Lieutenant Suyi, let you go." Hearing these words, Suyi couldn't help his face blackened, and properly avenged his personal revenge, deliberately making trouble for him. "What's the matter? You have a bad face, Lieutenant, don't you want to go?" "No, I am a soldier. I obey the commander's orders." Shpanda nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, this is the sail of the navy. Although your mission is the lightest, don't be lazy." As he said, he spoke to everyone sternly, "The deadline for completing this task is 5 years. If you don't complete the task in 1 day, don't come back." The crowd shrank and nodded. "Yes." Suyi frowned, he could see the other party's plan. Assigning him to Alabastan did not intend for him to complete the task at all, but let him spend 5 years in Alabastan. 5 years later, Suyi was 23 years old, still a second lieutenant, and because of the stain of not being able to complete the mission, his evaluation was lowered. "It won't be easy now, Xiaosu." Cornelia worried about Suyi. "I'll go talk to my uncle. Let's change it." Suyi was touched by what she said, really a good girl. However, he refused. "No, Alabastan, I'm more familiar." Suyi smiled, "Don't worry, I will complete the task soon, and you can't pull it off." Chapter 31, Kingdom of Alabastan. Suyi rejected Cornelia's proposal. On the one hand, he didn't want the girl to be in trouble because he was kidding him. On the other hand, it was just a reminder from the core of the prison. The sinner Nicole Orbija is located within 300 nautical miles of Santon Island. Only he could hear this voice, and because of this, Suyi decisively chose to obey the order. However, Cornelia didn't know, she was still worried for him. "Very good, the assignment of tasks is like this for the time being, you are ready to go and disband immediately." With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Shpanda glanced at Suyi inadvertently, and hummed inwardly. Suyi also smiled, "Cornelia, let's go." With that, he got up, too lazy to take a look at the man. Seeing this, Cornelia also hurried to keep up, and she suddenly felt that Suyi had changed a lot during this period of time. Become more and more confident, more and more invisible, very mysterious, very attractive. The two left the meeting room. Just as Cornelia wanted to say something, Suyi interrupted. "Don't worry, I'm sure. It's just a little bit difficult. If you have to rely on Lieutenant General Ted Amir for everything, it will be too despised. Is it really okay? Relax, it's a trivial matter." Suyi said in a relaxed tone, "Well, Cornelia, why don't we play a game?" "Hey!" The girl stayed for a while. "We compare who will complete the task first, and the loser will unconditionally agree to a request from the winner," Suyi said. "How about it?" Hearing this, Cornelia was relieved a lot, and she nodded her head when she heard the words, showing an invisible smile. "Okay, you have to be careful. A word is settled, then I will go first." Suyi waved his hand and walked away quickly. When he left, Cornelia's faint smile disappeared. She is not stupid, she knows very well that everything Suyi said, even betting with her, is to make her feel at ease. But this can't change the degree of trouble of this task in the slightest, and even if it fails, Suyi will be punished. He is so confident, maybe he can handle it. In the end, Cornelia had to comfort herself. Suyi bid farewell to Cornelia, found the recruits and gathered them together. There are 3 squads with standard 33 people. As their direct commander, Su Yi's first thing is to order them to go to the dock and take their warships out of the military port. At the same time, people are required to carry necessary materials for sea navigation. After supplementing enough supplies, Su Yi boarded his warship and left Malinfudo. 2 weeks later, the great route to Saint Ting Island. After a period of voyage, you can finally see the destination. The recruits who have just joined the team all showed joyful expressions. "Lieutenant Su Yi, we are here," the surveyor on the warship said excitedly. His name is Heltz, 20 years old, a second-class soldier, and he serves as a squad leader on a warship and a part-time surveyor. Generally speaking, he is a navigator. I heard that Alabastan is a desert kingdom. After we log in, we should consider the water source when performing the mission. Another young man named Baston reminded softly. He is also one of the 3 squad leaders. He has a good head and is promoted by Su Yi as an executive officer. If Su Yi is not there, he will be in charge of the rest. Simply put, the second in command. From a distance, he did see the port city. Su Yi ordered the people to reduce the speed, and at the same time asked the communicator to bring the phone bug over. After a while, the call was connected. "Hey, this is the Kingdom of Alabastan, Nahana Port Authority, who are you?" On the other end of the phone, a mature female voice came. "I am a second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters, Su Yi. Now I am performing the task of the headquarters and requesting to enter the port." Su Yi said with a sharp glance. Here, the person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a while. "I'm very sorry, Lieutenant Su Yi, you did not contact us first. Please stay in the waters 10 nautical miles away from Shengding Island, I will convey the news." Hearing that, Su Yi was not polite. "This is not okay, my warship has run out of food and water, and I can't hold it for a long time. I need to enter the port now." Of course, this is nonsense. Food or something, more than enough. But people don't know that this port authority woman is obviously sitting on wax. Su Yi said so. She couldn't say anything she wanted to refuse. After all, she was from the Navy headquarters. But it is impossible for the other party to enter Hong Kong directly. She doesn't have this right. What if it is a disguise? Su Yi did not expect the other party to agree. After giving him some time to think about it, he said, "Well, I will call at the port and people will not disembark. You arrange for people to bring food and water. Don't worry, I will pay for it." "Okay, well, I'll let someone arrange it." The woman was obviously relieved. It's not that she is too weak, but Su Yi is too tough, and after a little flicker, it is obvious that there is nothing wrong. And this woman couldn't be tough. Although the second lieutenant was a small officer in the Navy headquarters, and inconspicuous, it was also a deterrent when placed outside. At least Alabastan did not have its own navy. "Then thank you very much. The Navy will remember your friendship," Su Yi said with a smile, and then hung up. The 3 squad leaders around him stared at everything in amazement. This squad leader was younger than them, but his eyes were several times theirs. If they were to be replaced by them, I am afraid they would only have to stay 10 nautical miles away, waiting for a country's reply. "What are you doing in a daze? Prepare to enter the port," Su Yi said silently. "Yes, Ensign." Immediately, the warship sailed towards Shengding Island, and shortly afterwards, it docked at the port. Su Yi looked down from the deck and saw a mature woman who was about 30 years old standing there. "Hello, I am Su Yi. Second Lieutenant Su Yi, I have prepared food and water for 100 people a week." The woman looked quiet while wearing glasses. She told the dock workers behind her, "Move things up." After speaking, he said to Su Yi, "Please wait for the second lieutenant on the warship. I will inform the royal government. Before I have a clear answer, please do not step into our country's territory." It seemed that after a while, she had reacted, and her tone had become tougher. Yi stood by the side of the ship and smiled lightly. Please don't worry, say hello to your majesty and the princess. At the same time, I brought gifts that he will be interested in. Chapter 32, Your Royal Highness. Gift. The woman from the port authority was obviously taken aback. Yes, please convey this to His Majesty the King, Yi said loudly. The second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters brought a kind of sapling called red willow, which is very suitable for desert planting, even in saline soil. It can also be planted. It will not fall 100 years after death, and it will not rot in 100 years after death. This is one of them, please submit it to His Majesty the King. Trees suitable for desert planting. The glasses girl showed a surprised look, which is indeed a good thing for the desert kingdom of Alabastan. I know, I will follow what you said, word by word to your Majesty the King. She hastened to be picked up, and then said respectfully, then, please wait here. After speaking, she immediately turned and left, busy with contact matters. Seeing her walking away, Executive Officer Baston was beside Yi and said, is this feasible? Ensign. Who knows, Yi shrugged, however, I have confidence in my tamarisk. Red willow, a kind of vegetation, is also called black willow and strange willow. Yi doesn't know if there is any in this world, anyway, Blue Star does. And the red willow sapling in his hand was directly exchanged for the Medal of Justice. Red willow saplings, saplings suitable for desert growth, very easy to survive, will not fall for 100 years after death, and will not rot after 100 years, Medal of Justice X1 plant. Before he came to Alabastan, he had been thinking about what kind of name he should log in. Ordinary excuses will definitely not work, because the archaeologist who arrested the expedition will stay for a long time. Therefore, he must stop Alabastan's mouth, think about it, what he is interested in, and he has the ability to provide is nothing more than the control of desertification, so he thought of the tamarisk in the sacred store. Speaking of the god prison store, Yi had to sigh that there are so many weird things inside. This time Yi is going to provide 500 to 1000 red willow saplings. Yi. Merit value, 350. Guilty value? Medal of Justice, 1280. After calming the complex and chaotic thoughts, Yi said calmly to the executive, don't step into the land of Alabastan, and try not to cause disputes. Let's do this first. With that, he turned and walked into the cabin. 2 days later, a carriage came to the port with the support of the army. From the carriage, a man and a woman came down. Standing on the deck of the warship, Yi saw the woman coming down from the carriage, with long sea blue hair and wearing a silk dress, similar to the desert queen Wei in memory. As for the other person, less than 30 years old, more than 20 years old, wearing luxurious robes, very grand. The two got out of the carriage and walked to the front of the warship. Yi retracted his gaze and said, neither humble nor humble, dear King and Princess of Alabastan, I am a second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters, Yi. This time I am performing the mission of this headquarters and want to enter your territory, please allow my army to log in. King Cobra and TT looked at each other before saying, I am the 12th King of Alabastan, Neferutali Cobra, and she is my princess, Neferutali TT. He introduced it and didn't mention login at all. Yi was too lazy to wrestle with him and threw the bait directly, Young Majesty, on the way here, I heard that your country is plagued by desertification. I specially prepared a great gift and brought related governance experience. Hearing this, Cobra was silent and looked at the princess beside him. The princess smiled and said, Second Lieutenant Yi, on behalf of Alabastan, I welcome your arrival and thank you for your gift. The weather here is very hot and it is not a place for detailed discussion. Please go to the palace together. Extremely happy, Your Royal Highness. Yi smiled and bowed slightly, then said to the person behind him, Get ready, log in. Immediately, the army began to act, ready to disembark. When the two groups met, they didn't talk about anything, what tasks, the content of the tasks, skipped it. Yi directly benefited, and the princess did not hold back. Of course, the key is that alabaston is indeed a headache for desertification. The tamarisk sapling was studied by botanists in the kingdom, and it was indeed a tree suitable for desert planting. Otherwise, no matter how great the face of the world government is, the king and princess of a country will not come to welcome an ensign. The people around were very curious and looked around until the convoy left the port city of Nahana and headed for Albana, the capital of Alabaston, and then gradually dispersed. All of a sudden, the gossip flew randomly. Along the way, Yi did not have the opportunity to sit with Cobra. After all, people came to the port to greet him, and it was a good deal of face for the world government. A few days later, the convoy entered the capital. Yi had his army stationed outside the city, and he was greeted to the palace. In the king's hall, Cobra sits high on the throne, while Princess Tt sits on his hand. Second Lieutenant Yi, we have never seen the red willow sapling you mentioned, but we are very interested. Where did you get it? Wang Hao Tt asked curiously, but Cobra didn't say a word. Yi nodded inwardly. This is Cobra, as the king is embarrassed to mention such a sensitive topic. The princess has no such scruples. She is a woman and her appearance is better. Even if she says something abrupt, it depends on her appearance and identity. In terms of his face, he will not be too grudge. His Royal Highness, Tamarisk comes from an uninhabited island in the New World. The navy obtained its saplings with the lives of thousands of soldiers. There is no such vegetation on the market. Yi started to talk nonsense, anyway, he didn't expect others to believe it. The princess did not believe it naturally, but she would not show it on her face. That's it, Yi, how many saplings of this kind are in your hands? Her voice is very gentle, without a lofty attitude at all. Your country and the United Kingdom, the world government, have always been friendly, and I am well aware of the plight of Alabaston, so I brought all the saplings, a total of 500 trees, and I am going to dedicate them to Her Royal Highness for free. The first half of the sentence is pretty good, but when the princess heard it, her pretty face immediately showed regret. A mere 500 is a drop in the bucket for a country. But the expression was fleeting, she blinked beautiful eyes, and thought to herself, it must be more than 500. This thing is useful for Alabaston, I have to think of a way. What should I do? She tilted her head and thought for a long time without speaking. Ahem. Your Royal Highness. Yi had to cough to remind. Ah, I'm sorry, I just lost my mind. Her face was chattering, with a cute expression. Chapter 33, Condor Eye. The princess spit out her jealous manner, acting very playful. The corner of Yi's eyes twitched, and there was a dignified king and concubine, but there was no aura of mother ritual world. However, Cobra wanted to laugh. He was hit by this trick more than once, and then Tt definitely dared to make very excessive demands. Yi, just now you said that you have 500 saplings. In this case, I thank you for your gift on behalf of Alabaston, but I am very sorry. We are just a small country and there is no decent gift rebate. The princess behaved very distressed. No, it's enough for you to have this intention. Yi rolled his eyes. Alabaston is not a small country, it is also one of the 20 countries that created the world. The two of the Nefertari family in front of him are the real creators, the blood of the dragon. Yet, you are really a generous person, young and promising, a young man like you. If I have a daughter, I will definitely introduce you to it. Yi smiled, no one would say compliments, and the princess was not a few years older than him. Suddenly, the conversation turned, and the princess said again, just now you said you were here to perform the mission of the Navy headquarters. Could you please ask, what is it? Finally, when it came to the topic, Yi deliberated and said, His Royal Highness, it is actually a confidential mission. According to the military law, I cannot tell you the detailed content, but you can rest assured that it is related to the pirates and is not targeted. What your country means? Pirate. Yes, this pirate is very guilty. I was ordered to come and search. Su Yi frowned, and said angrily, he once sneaked into the navy, and is currently escaping in Alabaston. Oh, that's the case. It's really hard work for you. The princess appeared in a daze, but Su Yi didn't think she completely believed it. Need help? As proof of friendship, we can provide a certain amount of troops to help search. Thank you very much. Su Yi was overjoyed and said quickly, the pirate is a middle-aged man, and his right ear was lost in the naval battle. If you have the help of your country's army, it will definitely make me a lot easier. The specific face, I will ask my subordinates to take out the portrait and hand it to your country. The princess believed him a little bit when he fudged between the truth and the truth. It was by no means that she had no brains and was stupid, but she just had to believe it. She didn't need to believe it all, she could achieve Su Yi's goal by just 6 or 7 points. The truth must not be told. This is a naval secret mission. Tell others that it's worth it, and you will be punished immediately when you return. You're welcome. The princess smiled reservedly. Until then, King Cobra spoke slowly, saying, Second Lieutenant Su Yi, I have arranged a hotel in the city for you. You can move in at any time. As for the task, don't worry too much. I will let people know you immediately. Finally, I want to thank you for your 500 saplings. This has a big meaning of seeing off guests, and Su Yi also said more. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then, let me say goodbye first, and I will send the saplings to the palace tomorrow. After speaking, he left silently, and couldn't help but glance at the princess before leaving. The woman stared at him as if she was thinking about something, and she couldn't help feeling a chill. After a short time together, the princess feels very good to Su Yi, very smart, very thoughtful, and she is cute. Princess Vivi is really not easy, I have to be careful not to show my feet. Thinking in his heart, Su Yi quickly left the palace. Just out of the palace, a lazy dog suddenly appeared at his feet. At the same time, the dog's voice came to mind. God Warden. Core. You, why did you come out? Su Yi was taken aback. It was the first time he saw the core materialize in this world, and it could only be seen in the divine prison space. I can come out anytime, don't make a fuss. What are you doing here? Let me remind you that the criminal under emergency arrest is nearby, within about 5 kilometers. Orbija. Yes. Where? To be more specific, seize her quietly while now. I do not know. Aren't you a dog? Can't track people. I declare again that a dog is just a manifestation of appearance, as long as I want, I can immediately become a dragon. And tracking people can be, that requires energy, the gods cannot afford to consume at present. Hearing this, Su Yi was speechless. However, the core said, although I can't, you can, the warden. You can search for her by upgrading the Eye of Insight. Upon hearing this, Su Yi immediately took action. He opened the Hell shop and found his Eye of Insight among the existing item abilities. Eye of Insight, see through the target's guilt value and merit value at a glance. Upgrade, the Eye of the Condor, from the perspective of the eagle, overlooks the world from a high altitude, can track, can find the enemy, consumes the metal of justice x1000. Why is it so expensive? Su Yi frowned. This is an upgrade of ability and it is not expensive. The actual use value is 10 times higher than the Eye of Insight. Rather, the Eye of Insight is only a bonus. In fact, the Eye of the Condor can be upgraded. The core calmly say, if you are not afraid of the other party running away, you can also choose to give up. Tisk, profiteer. Su Yi was helpless to exchange. Immediately, his eyes were clear, and a wave of knowledge was introduced into his brain. He had learned to use the eye of a condor by nature. In an instant, his perspective was raised to more than a kilometer, overlooking the royal capital from a high altitude. And this angle of view can be zoomed in, zoomed out, and zoomed in close. He can even see the face of the opponent, as well as the pores and pimples on the face within a radius of 400 to 500 meters. Even with this distance, you can see what the opponent looks like. Even the farthest, it can extend to 3 kilometers away. Yes, a very practical ability, 10 times better than the Eye of Insight. Su Yi was satisfied. This ability is very useful for combat, a little bit domineering, and I found it. Silver-haired beauty, really, these moms are all pretty. Soon after, a young woman with long silver hair used only part of her money to buy a large amount of food and water from a street stall. She was cautiously preparing to leave the capital, but when she was passing through an alley, she was suddenly dragged into the dark alley by a strange man. What? Stop shouting, Miss Orbija, I won't hurt you. See? Navy. The silver-haired beauty was shocked. Chapter 34, Robin Mother. Su Yi was not entirely sure that the silver-haired beauty who pulled herself closer to the alley was Orbija. However, when the other party saw that he was a navy, his face showed a panic, but he was relieved. Mr. Hai Jun, you have admitted the wrong person. The silver-haired beauty hurriedly lowered her head, trying to escape the alley. Su Yi reached out roguely and pressed his hand against the wall, blocking the opponent's way. Don't be nervous, Miss Orbija. Personally, I still admire archaeologists very much. I am in a position problem. I have to ask you for questions and talk about it. I am not. You really admitted the wrong person. Please let me leave, otherwise I will call. If others see the scene, they will definitely have doubts about your behavior. Orbija whispered, not daring to look up at all. She knows very well what it means to meet the navy and call her name clearly. She also understands that what she is doing is not allowed by the world government, but they have no way out. Scream, no one will take care of you if you break your throat. Su Yi said playfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed and said, just kidding, don't mind. The main reason is that these words are all routines. I reacted subconsciously. After a pause, he said solemnly, Miss Orbija, as a second lieutenant, I ask you to come with me. If you do not choose to cooperate, I do not deny that you do not use force. You can't do this. Orbija reacted fiercely, and the next moment he pleaded, Mr. Navy, please let me go. Su Yi was puzzled in his heart, and his behavior was a bit strange. He quickly noticed a little bit. Albia hugged his chest tightly, and his finger bones turned white. This is obviously not the degree of tension, but the thing in hand is very important to her. What is this? Su Yi snatched the bag. You can't take it. Please return it to me, please. Orbija's resistance became more intense, and he was very excited to come over to it. Su Yi glared at her, and suddenly slapped her palm on the wall. The extremely high temperature instantly caused a black handprint on the wall. This scared Orbija. She did not dare to act rashly. Well, that's the truth. I said it and I won't hurt you. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, without any awareness of violent law enforcement. Let me see, it's just food, eh? And medical supplies, what is this? Medicine. Su Yi took out a small bottle and asked. It is. Orbija shook his head. Are you sick? Su Yi was surprised, and said to the dog at his feet, is she sick? No, she is healthy. The core quickly replied. Seeing that the matter had reached the point of irreversibility, Orbija went uncharacteristically, looking like a frustrated ball, and said dejectedly, Mr. Navy, I will go with you. Are you willing to go with me now? Su Yi raised his eyebrows. Let me guess, it's not that you are sick, but when you are buying food, you buy medical drugs, that means your companion is sick. Now that I'm caught, don't you want to hurt your companions, so choose to give up myself. Orbaja's face was stiff, biting her lower lip, glaring at Su Yi. No, Mr. Hai-jun, I have no companions. I buy medicine just to prevent illness. Oh, you are not young anymore, your daughter is 7 years old this year, she can't even deceive people. Su Yi expressed regret. Orbaja's face turned pale, she never expected that the other party could even understand her family's situation. Her daughter, Robin, was left at O'Hara when she was 2 years old. She was very sorry for her daughter in her heart, and she didn't want to harm her because of herself. As soon as Orbaja's legs became weak, she was about to kneel down for Su Yi. Mr. Hai-jun, I beg you, please spare my daughter, she is innocent. Su Yi was taken aback, and quickly helped her. Hey, don't be like this, don't be like this, I'm making a joke, don't take it seriously. Really, please believe me. My daughter is still young and knows nothing. Please let her go. I knew so, why did it at the beginning? Su Yi shook his head and said, well, I don't want to say anything about your mother and daughter. As I said just now, I didn't mean to hurt you, it's better say, I am protecting you. After this conversation, Orbaja also calmed down a bit. She could see that Su Yi was not the kind of soldier with a stubborn look. On the contrary, there is a little kindness, and maybe things have a turnaround. My name is Su Yi. Miss Orbaja, why are you searching for relics and history all over the world? I just want to know history, why does the Navy treat us like this? Ahem, let me make a point first. I don't think you have made any big mistakes, but the fault lies. There is no corresponding force to protect your knowledge. Can you understand what I mean? Su Yi hinted. Orbaja was an archaeologist with a high IQ, and he immediately reacted. Just because she understood, she looked at Su Yi in disbelief. Su Yi continued, if this development continues, all your expeditions will be arrested, and the world government will use this to negotiate with O'Hara. If the negotiation falls apart, what do you think will happen to O'Hara? What will happen? It will disappear. It will disappear from the map. Have you heard of the Demon Slayer Order? Su Yi was serious. What? Orbaja's eyes widened, and his body trembled. Why can it be so cruel? Is the Navy's justice all shit? I don't like to hear this. Su Yi shook his head, although the Navy has a bad side, most of it is good. You should know the gangsters. The world government is the biggest gangster in reality. It exists as a gangster. Maintaining the world order should not be denied. If there are no hooligans, there may be wars spreading across the world, pirates burned, killed, and plundered, and the people would not live out. Obviously, Orbaja couldn't listen. When she learned from Su Yi that one day in the future, O'Hara might be wiped out, her face was already pale as paper. What should I do? Mr. Su Yi. She grabbed Su Yi's clothes and asked anxiously. Su Yi patted her shoulders comfortingly, and said, it's very simple, just listen to me. Chapter 35, Crocodile. I have to go to Hunan for some things in the past 2 days, 2 more days a day, and wait for me to come back to recover. Very disturbing, I am not in the mood for codewords at all. My mother was scammed by MLM, I have to get people back. Or by Yaliashan Wazu, she knew that maybe this was Su Yi's threat, but she couldn't help thinking about it in her heart. If because of their expedition, the world government sinks O'Hara in anger, they will be sinners through the ages. Seeing the woman pale and trembling, Su Yi handed back the food and medicine. Listen to me, I can protect your lives, at least your expedition can be protected. In fact, according to the orders of this department, I should kill all of you directly now. But I will not do this, my conscience does not allow me to do this. Why do you want to help us? Orbaja was a little difficult to understand. We didn't know each other before this moment. Are you not afraid of punishment from the world government? Of course I am afraid, but I am even more afraid of losing myself and becoming a machine in the hands of the world government. After a pause, Su Yi sighed again, and said, only when you are in this system can you see the darkness that outsiders can't see. The justice of the Navy is controlled by power. This should not be done. I want to climb apex, change all of this. Can you help me? Orbia's eyes widened, unable to believe what Su Yi said. This man wants to change the Navy? This is dozens of times more difficult than becoming the One Piece. Impossible. There is nothing impossible. Times create heroes. Today, when the era of the great pirates opens, I say it is possible, and it must be possible, Miss Orbija, for my lofty goals, I need your power. Su Yi said half-truth. Silence. Orbia was silent for a long time. She looked up at Su Yi, and said after a long while, can I trust you? Otherwise, you have no other way. Even if I let you go, there will be more than a dozen naval fleets outside searching for you. Su Yi said solemnly. Well, since you said that, I am willing to go with you, but there is one condition. Orbija quickly made up his mind and spoke firmly, our expedition team encountered a pirate. Although it finally escaped from the enemy's pursuit, half of them were killed in the battle. Only a few scholars survived. Seriously injured, I need you to save their lives and let them leave safely. No problem, a trivial matter. Su Yi agreed without hesitation, and then said, where are they? In the port city of Nahana. I had to come to the capital to buy medicines. It just so happens that I want to go to the port, let's go together, my army is stationed outside the city, enough to protect your safety, please rest assured. With that said, Su Yi took out a cloak from behind and threw it to the opponent. Put it on, you can't be exposed. Orbia took it, and Yian put it on. Taking this opportunity, Su Yi used the Eye of Insight. Nicole Orbija. Merit value, 60. Guilty value, 130, sinner, arrestable. No words all the way. The two left the alley and walked outside the city. Su Yi did not intend to stay in the hotel the king had prepared for him. He came to Alabaston for the purpose of Orbija. Now that people have found him, he will act as if he can deal with the local government casually, and then return to the headquarters. Of course, the red willow sapling is to be given, after all, the promise is first, it is not easy to go back. Soon, the two joined the army. The soldiers were surprised by the man in the cloak, but Su Yi didn't say anything, and no one dared to ask. 2 days later, the port city of Nahana. Su Yi took Orbia back to the warship, and after arranging the accommodation, he ordered, Baston, you lead the team and send the Tamarisk to the palace. Yes, Ensign. Upon receiving the order, the executive officer followed suit. At this moment, the surveyor Heltz came over and whispered, Second Lieutenant, the pirate ship was found 10 nautical miles away. Look, what should I do? Pirate ship. Su Yi was taken aback, took the telescope from the opponent, followed the direction indicated by the opponent, and waited. In the extreme distance, a ship sailed on the sea, seeming to be heading towards Alabaston. The pirate flag on the sail is the hook of the skull and the captain. The pirate banner that you haven't seen, Heltz, do you know? Second Lieutenant, I don't know. There are so many pirates on the Great Route now that it is impossible to remember them all. I'll look at it again. Hey! Su Yi suddenly let out a horror. He saw a familiar figure in the distant looking glass. Standing in the bow of the ship, standing in the bow of the ship, standing in a majestic manner, wearing a fluffy robe with a cigar smoke in his mouth. Tisk, it's a coincidence, is this Crocodile? Su Yi murmured. Ensign, what are you talking about? Nothing, I mean, prepare to sail and destroy the pirates. Su Yi sneered, the opponent is just a small boat with a displacement of no more than 200 tons, and it cannot be an opponent of a warship. He gave an order, and the navy immediately began to act. Retract the anchor, hang the sail, turn the bow. Su Yi didn't know if the other party had spotted them. Anyway, the pirate ship was heading towards the island. Soon, the two sides were 3 or 4 nautical miles away. Pirates on board. A sailor looked shocked, ran to the captain, and said nervously, "Captain Crocodile, there is a warship on the opposite side. We are no more than 5 nautical miles away." "What? A warship?" Crocodile frowned. "Why is there a navy in this place?" As far as he knows, Alabastan does not have a navy, and he is not the territory of the United Kingdom of the World Government, and it is impossible to have a garrison of the World Government. The sudden appearance of warships can only indicate bad luck. "Captain, shall we turn around and run away?" the sailor asked in a panic. "No, our captain doesn't have much food anymore. It's just a warship. Just sink it." Crocodile snorted, disdainfully. When the others heard it, they laughed. "You are too timid, newcomer. The captain is a devil-fruit capable person, just a mere warship." The sailor's face flushed. He wanted to say that the warship on the opposite side was not an ordinary warship. Those who knew a little about the navy should know that this warship is quite different from a branch warship. If you understand the string number, you can better understand what 16-1-1 means. This is the elite unit of the 16th Division. But everyone laughed, making him afraid to say more. Before long, the two ships were no more than kilometers apart. Boom boom boom. The roar of artillery sounded on the sea. After 2 volleys. "Nothing, Captain. The boat is leaking." "What's the matter? Why are there artillery so far away?" "Damn it, that's a navy ship, idiot, why didn't you say it earlier?" Many pirates were shocked. Chapter 36, Autocratic Dissatisfaction. Second Lieutenant, the second round of shelling hit the side of the pirate ship. "Go on, keep a distance of 800 meters. Su Yi said calmly, "After the shelling, use chain bullets close." For artillery of this era, the longest range is about 1000 to 1300 meters, and the best range is about 300 meters. This is the Navy headquarters, and civilian technology cannot reach this range. What concept is this? To put it simply, when a warship and a pirate ship are fighting, only I can beat you, but you can't beat me. It's that simple. Artillery, isn't it a question of money? Hit rate? It doesn't matter, Su Yi is not bad money, rich and willful. Moreover, although the tonnage of the frigate is small, it is fast, and it is impossible for a pirate ship to pass a warship faster. In this way, it becomes, escape, can't escape, hit, can't hit, get close, and others stay away. At this moment, Crocodile had a feeling of eating shit. The blast of artillery continued to sound, and the pirates also launched a counterattack, but their ship, but 2 artillery pieces, had a range of less than half of the warship's range, and the shells fell into the sea halfway through. "Damn Navy, Captain, what should we do?" The crew on the pirate ship looked at Crocodile. Crocodile's face was gloomy, and the enemy ship was very cunning, and he refused to approach him. He originally planned to narrow the distance in the shelling battle, and then it will turn into a side battle. He can run to the opponent's ship, single-handedly singled out all the enemy. But now, let alone a battle on the side, you can't even get close. The cannonballs of that warship are like rain without money. Up to now, dozens of shells were shot out, and only one hit his ship, and it didn't have much impact at all. "Keep getting closer." Crocodile gritted his teeth and said, "I will defend the bombs that come over." While speaking, he walked to the side of the ship, faced the 4 solid bullets flying over, and suddenly swung out his right hand. Desert knife. In an instant, a dust slash was slashed, and the shell was cut in midair and landed on both sides of the pirate ship. At the same time, the squad leader of the artillery squad on the warship said to Su Yi, "Second lieutenant, the one who has the ability opposite." At first it was a devil fruit capable person, and the artillery present was a little shaken. "What are you afraid of? Those who are able to fall into the sea will be a live target. Keep hitting." Su Yi waved his hand, and asked him to transport 2 carts of shells out of the warehouse. The number of a car is 32, and several rounds can be played. Not bad money anyway. He deeply learned the ground cleaning tactics of planting flowers, Zonghua, family, regardless of the 3771s, he came first for a while. It's best to sink it. If it doesn't sink, you can get close and use a chain bomb to hit the enemy ship's mast sails, causing the opponent to lose power. Boom boom boom. Su Yi believed that the artillery fleet is justice. "Captain, the Navy's offensive hasn't weakened at all. It's no way to go on like this." On the pirate ship, the surveyor said with a grim expression, "Or we abandon the cargo and increase the speed of the ship, so that we may be able to escape the pursuit of warships." "Stupid!" Crocodile snorted coldly. "If they were found 5 nautical miles away, it might be too late at that time, but now they can't be left." Hearing that, the surveyor's heart, "You still have to face other people." Before vowing to be frank, now it is hard to get off. The long-range artillery tactics of warships are very effective, at least Crocodile has no way, only passive defense. However, a salvo of 2 triple guns is 6 shells, no matter how Crocodile hits the spirit, there are times when he is negligent. Finally, with a bang, a shell fell on the mainmast of the pirate ship. "Nothing, Captain." "Our mainmast was interrupted, killing 2 people at the same time, crushing one, and falling into the water." "What to do, Captain?" After blocking another wave of attacks, Crocodile's face turned green. In contrast, there was a burst of cheers on the warship. "Report to Ensign, the enemy ship has lost its main power." "Very well, how many shells are there, and can the barrels stand the test?" Su Yi nodded. "There are more than 100 shells remaining, but the barrel will not be able to support it, and there is a danger of bombing. In this case, stop the bombardment, get close to the enemy ship, and prepare for the battle." Su Yi solemnly ordered. "Yes." Immediately, this Class 6 frigate quickly approached the pirate ship. However, the distance between the 2 boats is only a few tens of meters in a short period of 800 meters. Seeing this, Crocodile jumped up, even going to jump directly across the sea and onto Su Yi's warship. "You bastard!" In the snoring, the sailors' hooks were thrown towards the warship one by one. Su Yi sneered, and when his figure moved, he jumped up. Land feet. A slash of the infinite wind directly crossed the sea, cutting Crocodile into 2 accurately. But before the navy cheered, the thick sand and dust had begun to diffuse, and Crocodile's figure condensed again in midair. "Damn navy, I want to take your first class." "You should try it, Crocodile." Su Yi rushed out to meet the opponent with disdain. At the same time, with a flick of his right hand, an infinite chain suddenly appeared, causal chain. As soon as the chain appeared, it was used as a whip and slammed at Crocodile. "It's useless." Before he finished speaking, Crocodile's mockery froze on his face, because the chain snapped on his cheek, directly drew him away, and drew him back to the pirate ship. With a bang, Crocodile directly hit the crowd. At the same time, Su Yi's figure lightly landed on the side of the pirate ship, looking at each other condescendingly. "It's a coincidence, Crocodile, you can meet in the vast sea. But, do you think you are a natural element and you are not afraid of it? Tell you, I am not convinced. Are you very angry? If you don't have it, run, you can't escape, go to prison for further study." The silver-grey causal chain, like a living thing, floats around Su Yi. Halo stone. Crocodile covered his mouth, spit out a tooth. "Tisk tusk, how about it, my dog chain? You guys are natural, just undertrained. Who are you? Who am I? Remember, my name is Yi. With a loud shout, Yi jumped up again, and the chain of causality in his hand slammed toward Crocodile. Chapter 37, Crocodile. There is only one main reason for Yi's choice of causal chain. That's smoking people. Those with natural ability are not satisfied. Draw a service. At this moment, he jumped up, waving a silver grey chain, abstractly falling to the ground. Crocodile. Seeing this, Crocodile wiped off the blood from the corners of his mouth, and at the same time his figure dissipated, turning into dust and disappearing. Yi's whip was drawn on the deck, directly breaking the deck of the pirate ship. The hull shook for a while, and the pirates who were about to climb to the warship with ropes fell into the water one by one. Eye of the Condor. With a miss, Yi instantly activated a new ability, and his perspective was elevated, as if playing a game, entering a third-person perspective. Behind him, the dust condensed, and one of Crocodile's hand appeared, leaning toward his head. Dry and cracked. This trick is a very vicious trick of Shashaguo. Once caught, it will be sucked into adulthood. It is similar to Yi's roasting human flesh. Now that he understood, Yi would naturally not be hit. Shave. His body moved, and before being caught, he spread out at a super high speed. So fast. At this time, Crocodile's body had just condensed and formed, and he couldn't help being a little surprised. While taking advantage of his surprise, Yi's body appeared on top of his head, and the silver grey chain was waved down again. This time, it was not swept over like a whip, but stabbed like a dagger. Crocodile was too late to react, and was hit on the forehead by the top of the chain. In an instant, the person was beaten up and his forehead was full of blood. Captain! The pirates were shocked. It was the first time that they saw the captain so embarrassed and felt like being beaten. How about it, Crocodile? Is my dog chain fun? There are many ways to use it. Don't worry, I will try to show you slowly. Yi pinched the middle section of the causal chain with one hand, spinning it, waving it into the wind. Damn thing, who are you? Standing up from the fallen mast, Crocodile looked extremely ugly, staring at Yi. As you can see, Second Lieutenant of the Navy Headquarters, Yi. Impossible, how can there be only a second lieutenant with a skill like you? I like kids who tell the truth, but I can't change the reality that you have to be fixed by me. As soon as the voice fell, Yi's causal chain had been thrown out again. This time, the chain resembled a snake, drawing a weird arc in the air, as if carrying a guidance system straight into Crocodile's face. If you hit someone without slapping your face, that's what a person who can't hit someone else would say. Yi is about to slap her face. Not satisfied? Hit. Don't think that you can catch me by relying on only a small sea-building stone. Crocodile snorted, rather dissatisfied. At the same time that Yi took the shot, his body also turned into dust in the sky, and for a while, dust filled the sky on the deck of the pirate ship. Yi shot down and quickly retracted the chain. The condor's eyes continued to open, overlooking his surroundings. After 3 full seconds, Crocodile's breath appeared again. Is it under your feet this time? Yi lowered his head and saw the condensed sand at his feet, which seemed to be spreading. Sandstorm. The whirring wind was loud, and a dust storm suddenly took shape. It was small at first, but the blink of an eye suddenly expanded, involving Yi and engulfing the sky. Seeing that the ensign of the navy was suppressed, the pirates suddenly cheered, showing fierceness one by one, ready to make the last blow to Yi at any time. On the contrary, the seamen on the warship looked worried, but couldn't do much, so they could only sit on the sidelines and watch. Smash in the dust storm. Yi's military uniform began to burst quickly, and bloodshot eyes appeared on the surface of his skin. It's quite capable, I can resist a little bit, but it's useless. Yi said lightly, his right hand made a fist, and the temperature rose rapidly. Sun Fist. The Crimson Fist, like a small sun, can reach a temperature of almost 1,000, even if you are tens of meters away, you can feel the suffocating heat. And the sandstorm, under this extremely high temperature, the airflow changes caused by it suddenly collapsed and dissipated. At the same time, Su Yi's figure began to fall, and he hit the deck of the pirate ship with a punch. Boom! This punch, as if dozens of grenades exploded at a moment, and the cracked deck directly ignited flames under this punch. The fire spread, and in a blink of an eye, there was a raging fire everywhere on the upper deck. When the flames burned, due to Su Yi's blow, the entire pirate ship broke into 2 sections and began to sink slowly. Many pirates were screaming, their clothes were lit, and they jumped into the sea without hesitation. Su Yi stood on the tattered pirate boat, waited calmly for a moment, and then raised his foot. As this foot was raised, the entire calf tube was suddenly stained with blood-red heat. Boom! With one foot stepped on, the entire pirate ship resembled a multi-bone nomi, and began to fall apart and quickly disintegrated. In the thick steam, Su Yi hid his figure. Before long, the hull sank, and only a few planks floated on the sea. Many pirates grabbed the planks and watched all this in horror. At this time, on a slightly larger wooden board, the sand condensed under the wind of the sea, and Crocodile's extremely embarrassed figure was revealed. He breathed heavily, his forehead was full of blood, and his eyes gloomily looked at the large area of steam. It turned out to be a person with fruit ability. He hummed inwardly, his hands suddenly turned into 4 big sand knives, and they slashed towards the steam. King Kong's sword. This is more powerful, faster and more destructive than the previous desert sword. However, this is not very useful. A ridiculous voice sounded from a high place, and Crocodile's body shook. The next moment, a chain fell from the sky, like a snake, which suddenly tied him from head to toe. The elegant figure fell gently. Su Yi stood on the board, looked at Crocodile in front of him, and smiled. "Hey, you are still young. I didn't expect your strength to be bad, but I was looking forward to it. Gee, what are you doing in a daze? Catch all the pirates in the water." In the following sentence, Su Yi shouted to the stunned sea soldiers. Chapter 38, Army Thief Agreement. The naval battle happened very quickly and ended very quickly. It only took more than half an hour from the time the warship left the port of Alabaston to the completion of Su Yi's capture of Crocodile. With the arrest of the captain of the pirate, the rest of the pirates were vulnerable, and because they fell into the water, they were unable to form an effective resistance, and were eventually caught by the 2 squads on the warship. Counting the captain Crocodile, there were only 25 people in the entire pirate ship. Except for 8 who died in the fighting, all 17 pirates disarmed. At this moment, one by one squatted on the deck of the warship with their heads in their arms, and pointed at them with black hole muzzles. Report to the second lieutenant, the mission is complete. Because the pirate ship sank, most of the supplies sank to the bottom of the sea, and now the salvage is worth 2 million Baileys. 2 million. Sitting in the captain's room, Su Yi Hoxuan did not spray out the drinking water. To put it simply, the concept of 2 million. Take the warship at the feet of Su Yi as an example. The cost is only about 1 million yuan. He only killed a pirate group on a whim and got the equivalent of 2 warships. For another example, he is a second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters, and his monthly salary is no more than 100,000, and the soldiers under his hand are only 40,000 to 50,000. Damn it, Crocodile, where did you get so much money? Su Yi couldn't help asking the man who was tied to death by the chain of cause and effect. Money. Crocodile sat on the floor with a cold snort, and didn't bother to pay attention. Su Yi didn't care. Although he was rich, 2 million was not a small sum. After thinking about it, he said, "This is everyone's credit. Digest the second half by yourself. When you change things into money, you take out 1 million and distribute it to all the soldiers." The squad leader in the report was shocked. Although there are many people who share the money, at first glance, one person can get at least 30,000 or 40,000, which is equivalent to almost 1 month's salary. Yes. Immediately, he respectfully responded, and then quietly retreated. Ahem. After the person left, a cough came from his side. Orbia covered her mouth, frowning slightly. Suyi glanced at her and said to Crocodile, "Do you have any common sense? Don't smoke in such a place. Who cares about you? It's you, there are still women on the warship." Crocodile disdain, even though he was caught, he didn't think he lost to Suyi. It is purely underestimating the other party and being overcast. "Just right, let me introduce you," Suyi said with a smile. "She is Orbija, an archaeologist, to be precise, an archaeologist from O'Hara." "What?" Crocodile couldn't help but glanced at Orbija, but the other party was wearing a cloak. "O'Hara? Are you not natural enemies?" Unexpectedly, you knew O'Hara. Suyi was a little surprised. "Natural enemies, that's not bad. Crocodile, since you know it, it's easy to handle. I'll make a deal with you." "What did you say?" This time, he was even stranger. As a prisoner under the ranks, Crocodile was ready to go to jail. At this time, the officer wanted to make a deal with him, and it was tricky to think. "You haven't heard, it's a deal. Of course, you can choose not to cooperate, but you must know the result." Suyi shrugged and put down the pen in his hand. "I came to the Sea of Alabaston, but I didn't come. The pirates are here specifically for them." "Humph, what the world government has always done is this sneaky dirty work." "I don't know how much you know, but it doesn't matter. I want you to do what I said." Suyi thought about it and said, "You are arrested by me, and then I will send you to jail, but I promise, one day in the next year, I can help you escape from prison. For this, you need to do something for me. Can I trust you?" Crocodile mocked. "If you don't believe it, you have to believe it. A wise man, he who knows the current affairs, is a handsome man." Suyi narrowed his eyes. "I don't mind. There is one more corpse at sea." "What's the matter?" After a moment of silence, Crocodile asked directly. "Very short answer, a few days ago, you encountered an expedition at sea. You looted them and killed them. After a looting, you aimed at the rich Alabaston, which happened to be me. The warship I led encountered, was sunk by my army, and arrested." After a pause, Suyi concluded, "If someone asks you, you have to answer that way." Hearing this, Crocodile thought for a while, and then he reacted and said in a gloomy tone, "You want to protect this woman. Speak less and do more, you can't go wrong." Suyi warned. "Hey, although I don't know what the situation is, but judging from the woman's pelvis, at least she has given birth to a child, and you will not be older than 20. Your interest has made me feel ashamed. Defeat someone like you," Crocodile said angrily. Suyi was surprised that he still had this kind of psychology in his youth. "Did you make a mistake? You are sick." He rolled his eyes and looked at Orbia again, suddenly speechless. Although he is indeed very beautiful, even now he is a proper beauty, but he is not a beast. How could he covet other people's beauty? But Orbia was taken aback and glanced at Suyi secretly, for fear of what would happen to him. "In a word, do you agree?" Suyi was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. "Do I have another choice? Just understand. Don't think you won, you will continue to go wild, maybe you will regret today's decision. You don't want to accept it, please come to challenge it at any time, but if you tore up this verbal agreement and try to make small moves, I can guarantee that you will kneel down and confess." "Really?" Crocodile was affirmed in his heart, at least this woman has a certain importance to Suyi, in that case, he is safe for the time being. Mindful of this, he asked again, "I went to jail, how do you fulfill the agreement and rescue me from jail in a year?" "You misunderstood, it was not that I rescued you, but that you escaped from the deep-sea prison taking advantage of the chaos. Su-yi corrected, I don't know if you have heard the name of a person, his name is Golden Lion Shiji. Chapter 39, Divine Prison Expansion. Golden Lion Shiji? How could Crocodile have never heard of this person's name? The most recent time, more than a year ago, this person did not believe that Roger would be arrested by the pirates, and drove to Marine Fodor, the headquarters of the Navy alone. With the joint hands of Lieutenant General Cap and the General of the Warring States period, he used Marine Fodor to destroy 3 at the cost of 1 part, he was arrested and put in a deep-sea prison. The captain of the flying pirate group, the Golden Lion Shiji, one of the silver medalists who competed with Roger, but what about it? Su-yi shook his head and said calmly, next year, he will plan and execute the plan to escape from the deep-sea prison. Then there will be major disturbances in the prison. I will naturally arrange for someone to give you a chance to escape. That's it, it's really dark. Compared to you, I think I'm a good citizen. Crocodile mocked. Su-yi was not angry. He had always believed in the truth within the range of the canon. For his own purposes, he had no choice but to use a little bit of invisible means. Those who did big things would not stick to the small. But that being said, he is a navy after all, and he can't really let the 2 of them escape. When the time comes, they will naturally have a backhand, and it is best to catch them all and go to the prison. Whatever you say, as long as you cooperate obediently. Su-yi didn't care, let the soldiers in again, took Crocodile away, and took care of him strictly. From beginning to end, the chain of causality was tied to the opponent, without Su-yi's initiative to unlock it, given him a chance, he could not escape. As soon as they left, Su-yi said to Orbija again, from now on, Miss Orbija, I will call you by the code name Miss Bailang. Okay, Mr. Navy. Bailang, Bailanjiu, not real jade, is the scientific name of a plant, belonging to the cactus family. All in all, barbed. The warship quickly returned to the port of Alabaston. According to the agreement with Orbija, Su-yi helped rescue several elderly archaeologists. These people are seriously injured, and if they don't have Su-yi's money, they will die sooner or later. Orbija was very grateful, and finally she persuaded the others to give up this expedition. As for how many people agree, Su-yi doesn't care, just don't get caught anyway. While Orbija calmed and cared for these people, Su-yi was also dealing with the pirates. 17 pirates, Crocodile was removed, and there were 16. Su-yi didn't plan to get the headquarters back. In the end, he rented an abandoned warehouse at the port, and let the pirates be tied here. After finishing this, Su-yi asked people to retire. You return to the warship first, I will execute these people secretly. Su-yi said ruthlessly. These recruits were a little bit guilty, but they wanted to kill. Although they were pirates, they were killing after all, so they were still a little bit reluctant. But Su-yi had the final say, who made him the commander. Immediately, 10 soldiers left quickly, leaving Su-yi and a kind of pirate there. As soon as he left, Su-yi asked in his head. Core, how many prisons does God prison have now? 6 rooms, one of them still has people. Well, how many medals of justice do I have? There were 283 pieces left before, and the arrest of Orbija was rewarded with 300 pieces, a total of 583 pieces. Su-yi frowned, you can only build 5 rooms at most, not enough, I said, do you have to have 1 prison for 1 person? Can't 2 people have 1 room? God Warden, if you insist on doing this, my answer is yes. If 2 criminals are imprisoned in the same prison at the same time, then only one of them will be cleansed of the crime value, and it is the one with the high crime value. 1 person, until the former's guilt value is cleared, then go back to the next person. That's okay, anyway, my prison is not enough, and there is no other way. Su-yi nodded, and then opened the God prison store, directly chose the first floor of the prison, and generously exchanged 5 rooms. The Island of Gods. Above the boundless sky, the island is floating. In the center of the island, there are 6 prisons side by side, one of which is holding a young man with a yellow face and thin skin. At this time, on the side of these 6 prisons, 5 more prisons rose from the ground, and suddenly doubled. Seeing that the construction was completed in just 10 seconds, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, and then walked in front of the 16 pirates. Military officer, we are actually desperate, we were forced by Crocodile, please let us go. A little boss in the pirate, pray. Su Yi used the eye of insight to take a look. Merit value, 7. Guilty value, 250, sinner, arrestable. Seeing this, Su Yi sneered, stop talking nonsense to me, go to that world and confess. With that said, Su Yi stretched out his hand and pressed it on the opponent's head, and at the same time moved his heart. In the fear of death, the little boss trembled, and finally became mentally impulsive, ready to resist and flee. However, he had just given birth to this idea, the whole person unexpectedly disappeared, and disappeared from the warehouse out of thin air without a trace. Ah! The pirates exclaimed, as if they had seen their fate, one by one was frightened. Shut up! A group of untouchables! Su Yi scolded, you people, you are wasting food when you live, and when you die, you waste land and turn into nothingness. You can make a contribution to the world. A kind of pirate was frightened and angry, but did not dare to resist, one by one kneeled down and begged for mercy. No matter where Su Yi would care about their life and death, he continued to imprison people without saying a word. As the pirates disappeared, the others were numb in the end, and they died anyway, at least happily. As a result, many people looked away and cursed Su Yi viciously before death, cursed him for having no assholes, and greeted his family's women. Su Yi was too lazy to care about the weak, and after a while, everything was thrown into the prison. God Warden, there are 16 criminals in this custody, with a total crime value of 3219. The core report. The sum of the sin value of 3219, when all the sin values are cleared, it is 3219 medals of justice. This time, it's almost a year and a half. Yes, it seems that catching the pirates came quickly. Su Yi smiled and said, go, get ready to go back to the headquarters. Spandane guy, count me, I can't help but return the gift. It's time to settle accounts after autumn. Chapter 40, Shadow of the 4 Emperors. After another 3 days, Su Yi finished dealing with the affairs of Alabastan. The expedition team had been sent away, and Orbija had also made a wish. 500 tamarisk trees were sent to the palace, and the sending team returned to the port. His Royal Highness invited Su Yi to be a guest for a birthday party, but Su Yi flatly refused because of his busy schedule. In order to avoid more trouble, Su Yi directly used an excuse to leave. The warship left the port and headed towards marine fodder. I don't know the year at sea. 2 weeks later. Malin Fodor. The huge gate of justice slowly opened, and Su Yi's warship entered the port on the sea current. Compared with the last time, what I saw this time made Su Yi feel more shocked. More than 150 warships docked in the middle of the sea, forming a total of 12 fleets, densely packed with warships and artillery, demonstrating force with teeth and claws. What is this going to do? The last time the bloodline cleansing mission was over, everyone came back to report, so there were so many warships, but what is going to happen this time? Is there a world war? Su Yi secretly thought, this time is more terrifying than the last time, 150 warships, enough to destroy any force except the world government. Forget it, I'll report on the task first. Su Yi shook his head and didn't delve into this for the time being. Ask his subordinates to send Crocodile to prison and imprison him, while he himself goes to the headquarters building. As he was walking, Su Yi's phone number rang. Second Lieutenant Su Yi, it's me. Okay? Suyi was startled first, then suddenly, Major General Ellis, are you looking for me? This Major General is a direct subordinate of Lieutenant General Tadamir, and he was also the one who promoted him last time. I happened to be at the port and saw your ship entering the port. He said, I want to see the situation in the port as well. Well, are you going to fight? Suyi asked in a deep voice. It's very possible. It's just preparing for the battle now. Forget it, you go to Lieutenant General Ted Amir. He asked me to inform you. When you come back, go find him. With that said, Ellis hung up the phone, and his tone seemed to be busy. Suyi felt a little subtle, scratching his head, had to change direction temporarily and went to tell Damir's office. When I walked into Papa Cheap's office, I saw a few people in a meeting. The two major generals sat on the sofa, listening to Tedamir's instructions. It seemed that they were reorganizing the army, ready to attack at any time. You're back. When Suyi entered the door, Tadamir motioned with his eyes, sit down. Yes, Lieutenant General. Suyi felt that the atmosphere was a little serious, so he didn't say much, and went directly to the sofa and sat down. Seeing this, the two major generals got up together, retired and left. As soon as they left, Suyi immediately asked, Father, is going to fight? Well, you just came back, you should also be notified of this. He said in a low tone, the current situation is very tense, I will tell you a little bit. After a pause, he went on to say, because of Roger's death, the era of the great pirates began. In the past year or so, the number of pirates has increased by 5 times the normal number. The south, east, north and west are the first half of the Great Route. At this stage, a situation has erupted. The power of our navy and the number of pirates have reached a critical point. Maybe after a while, we will show a situation of insufficient strength. Do you want to increase troops? This is not what we have the final say. The problem is not here, but the second half of the Great Route, the New World. Tadamir took a deep breath and said, the center of gravity of the headquarters is in the New World. The pirate regiments of the world are all very impressive. Among these great pirates, there is another character who frowns and suffers from Marshal Lingkong and the generals of the Warring States period. Whitebeard. Suyi asked as if confirming. You know, it's good to be clear. In Roger's time, he was not as powerful as he is now. Unlike Roger, Whitebeard has swallowed a large number of territories in recent times, and he has a spirit of dominating the New World. Among the pirates, some people have already called him do you know? 4 emperors. Suyi was surprised. 4 emperors. Tadamir was taken aback and looked at Suyi strangely, what are the 4 emperors? Suyi reacted at once, and that's right, where the 4 emperors are now, the 4 emperors are all played out. He has never heard of any super large war between the pirates recently. Ahem, you go on. It's the pirate emperor. It is king of the New World, like an emperor, with an absolutely huge territory, attached to a large number of pirate groups. Is Baybeard about to become the emperor? Suyi was a little at a loss. Boy, don't you understand? This is not allowed. Tadamir said very solemnly, you are in the navy, do you think the navy is powerful? Strong, of course strong, more than 400 main battleships, deservedly, the world's largest power today. Suyi said without hesitation. You are right, the navy is indeed strong, but the pirates are stronger. Tadamir sighed, and said, if the pirates of the New World unite, let alone the navy, the 2 naval headquarters will not be rivals. Hearing this, Suyi opened his mouth, half speechless. So Whitebeard integrates the pirates to form a big sea pirates alliance. The navy headquarters can't just ignore it. This is an extremely dangerous signal. Not only can we not stand idly by, we must also kill it in the bud. Tadamir said murderously. Now Suyi understood. This is about to go to war with the Great Pirate Alliance under Baybeard. Even if Baybeard is unwilling, once he continues to expand like this, sooner or later he will be dubbed the Pirate Emperor. This will be able to contend against the power of the Navy headquarters. This is the Navy being forced to go to war with people. It turns out that if the Navy is defeated in this battle, Whitebeard will definitely become the Pirate Emperor, and seeing the example, other pirates will follow suit. And then there is no doubt that the 4 emperors will be born. Thinking about it carefully, Su Yi was a little excited and shuddered. But Ted Amer said at this time, "Boy, there is another bad news. Cornelia's girl was caught by a pirate group under Whitebeard." "What?" Su Yi's expression changed, and he stood up quickly. Chapter 41, The Great Pirate Edward Newgate. Cornelia was caught? Su Yi is a bit annoying. "Don't be too nervous, she will be fine," Taldamir said calmly. "How to say? No, I will save her now. Where was she caught, who was caught, and where is she now?" Su Yi asked again and again. "They said they would calm you down." "I am calm, tell me where she is, and I will save her." "Stupid, do you want to rush into the white-bearded Moby Dick single-handedly?" Ted Amer said irritably, but he was very pleased, at least he could see that this kid still cares about Cornelia. Hearing what he said, Su Yi was relieved instead. He has a deep understanding of Baybeard. Although he is a pirate, he is a figure worthy of admiration. Cornelia is in the hands of Whitebeard, at least not in danger of her life. Then what should I do? Win the war with Baybeard, I also want to join. Su Yi said affirmatively. For this, Tadamir did not answer directly. He got up and walked to the hangar, took off the lieutenant jacket and put it on, then walked towards the door. "Wait for news, I'll go to a military meeting." At the same time, the New World, above a certain sea area. Calm. A sailing warship that is larger than a naval Class 1 battleship, sailing slowly above the sea. The pirate ship is named Mobile, and its head resembles a whale. Double-layer artillery deck, the lower deck is equipped with 12 artillery on each side, and the upper deck is equipped with 6 artillery, 3-masted sails, with a displacement of more than 6,000 tons. At this moment, on the deck of this great warship, a burly man over 5 meters tall is sitting in a chair. This man has a crescent-shaped white beard on his face, known as the Whitebeard of the Great Pirate. In Roger's era, he was the closest man to One Piece except for Gore D. Roger. Gu la la la, after the sinking of the warship, 1 person and 1 sword wiped out a pirate regiment under my banner. Such a fierce figure thought how terrible it was, but he was a little girl. The Whitebeard drank and said with a smile. "Whitebeard." Cornelia's face was cold, although her hands were tied, she was not trembling with fear when she faced Whitebeard. "What's your name?" "Little girl, what is your name?" Baybeard asked. To this, Cornelia did not respond, as if the person who asked her words was not the Whitebeard with a fierce reputation. "Woman, you." A young captain wanted to take a lesson. "Stop it, Marco, I don't hate a woman with a firm will." Whitebeard raised his hand to stop. Hearing that, Marco was dissatisfied, and then said, "Father, in the Navy, she is quite famous. Her name is Cornelia. She is good at swordsmanship. Many pirates call her Sword Fairy. In the Chambord Islands, 1 person wiped out a pirate group that offered a reward of over 100 million yuan and tried to make trouble." When these words came out, many people who didn't know were quite surprised. Whitebeard was also very surprised, and looked at Cornelia a few times. "Ghoul la la la, Cornelia, how about it, do you want to come to my boat?" "What?" The girl was shocked. "You sank a pirate regiment under my banner, but that is a different stand. You are the Navy and we are the pirates. If you want to comfort the undead, I can only kill you, but you have the courage to follow air and warring states as the Navy, it is better to come to my ship. Female pirates are very rare, as is the female Navy, not to mention a powerful lieutenant of the Navy headquarters. Whitebeard didn't mind killing a woman, but it was a pity that Cornelia's will was dead. "Whitebeard, I won't be a pirate," the girl said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, all the pirates around were glaring at her. When Whitebeard invited her, she was rejected. This woman really didn't understand her situation. "Why are you so determined? With your strength and skill, you won't be just a lieutenant. The Navy can't even use people. You still work for them. You don't need to teach it." Cornelia's expression was indifferent, without a trace of fear at all. But the more she was, the more interesting Whitebeard found it. "I am 51 years old this year and I have met all kinds of people, but like you, people with such obsessive eyes are rarely met, and each one has a unique story. Little girl, the obsession in your heart, what is it?" The Whitebeard squinted his eyes and looked directly at Cornelia, as if seeing everything through the other's beautiful eyes. "Don't be useless, I will not join your pirate group, let alone become a pirate. I am the Navy." Cornelia's tone was cold. "Why are you fighting?" Suddenly a question was raised. Seeing that she didn't answer, Bai Huo smiled. "That's it, 9 out of 10, there are people in the Navy that you care about. Things become interesting." Cornelia's face was a little shaken. Now, Baybeard became more convinced. "Well, let's make a deal with the Navy, girl, it's a shame that you died so early." Naval Headquarters, Military Conference. Among those present were the current Admiral Kong, General Sengguo, and Quzan, all lieutenants, a total of 18 people. These 18 people will determine the world trend. Regarding the expansion of Whitebeard's power, he chose to ignore it or choose to fight. Everyone should know everything, let's talk about their views first. The person who spoke first was a woman. Although she was a little bit older, she still had the charm. She hung the rank of lieutenant general and sat in the position of great staff. "Xia He, let's talk about your views on such a major event first." A middle-aged man who Nod Senbei said kindly. The Warring States period turned dark. "Kapu, stop eating." Regarding these two people, Lieutenant General Crane chose to ignore. She glanced at Ted Amer beside her and said, "Is that girl okay?" "Who knows, don't worry about me, I will obey any decision," Ted Amer said in a deep voice. Lieutenant General Crane understood as soon as he heard it, and couldn't help sighing. "Hey, it's troublesome now. We were enlisted by the Whitebeard, do we have other choices? If you don't fight, you have to fight." Chapter 42, Prepare for War. Cornelia is in the hands of Whitebeard, which is not good news for the Navy. At least for Ted Emer and several people including Lieutenant General Crane, it was very bad news. In fact, I don't think there is room for discussion on this matter. After a while, Lieutenant General Crane said in a determined tone, "It is impossible to sit and see the Whitebeard sitting big. We must combat this behavior." But currently, Lieutenant Cornelia is in the hands of the opponent, so the strategy has to be slightly changed. "You mean, we are going to save that little purpose?" a stern, fierce-looking man said coldly. "She is also a Navy, and she has the consciousness of sacrifice at any time." "Lieutenant General Sakaski, don't you know who she is?" Lieutenant General named Brusolino said lightly. "She is the child of Lieutenant General Emilio." As soon as this statement came out, most of the people present fell silent. Cornelia's full name is Emilio Cornelia. His father is Lieutenant General Emilio, who died more than 10 years ago. Of course I know, even if Lieutenant Admiral Emilio has done much, but so what? As a Navy, sacrifice is inevitable. Sakaski snorted coldly. Everyone looked at each other and didn't speak. Marshal Kong, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. "It does require sacrifice, but it doesn't mean that we can't rescue." "What do you think, Lieutenant General Ted Amer?" At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Ted Amer. Ted Amer and Emilio are friends, just like warring states and Cap, when the daughter of a deceased friend is in crisis, Ted Amir will naturally not sit idly by. Of course, such things cannot be said. Marshal, I don't think the problem lies here. The point is that if we really want to go to war with Baybeard, we will face a disadvantage. Tadamir spoke freely. First of all, Whitebeard has the fruit of the shock. Once a full-scale war occurs at sea, his single punch will trigger a tsunami and it will be enough to destroy our fleet. This is a disaster. We should avoid fighting at sea. We must think of a way to remove him. Lead to the island. After listening to his analysis, everyone present expressed their approval. Tadamir went on to say, if you need to rescue Lieutenant Cornelia, you should send an elite team to break into the enemy camp. And it is impossible for Whitebeard to know Cornelia's identity. He will use this as a bargaining chip and wait for someone to send it. Come here. It makes sense. Marshal Kong nodded in approval. People must be saved. If even their subordinates cannot save them, what can they do to save others? One of his words blocked Sakarsky's mouth. This makes Sakarsky's face look bad. He can't agree with this approach at all, but there are relatively few people like him at present, so people don't say anything. The question is, how can I draw the white beard, and where do I lead it? The Warring States period pondered, I think the battlefield is better in the naval branch of the New World. Currently we have 2 branches in the New World. Lieutenant General Crane said, the G1 branch is stationed at the entrance of the New World, and there is also a G0 branch, which has not been disclosed to the outside world, and Baybeard does not know it. I think the G0 branch can be used as a battlefield. Hearing this, Karp also agreed, this is okay. G0 has a large number of our combat facilities. It is the main force of our navy in the New World. After that, with the 150 warships and 12 fleets of the headquarters, it can completely fight against the Whitebeard. Pirate Alliance. Seconded. Seconded. Suyi was sitting in Tadamir's office, drinking black tea restlessly. Cornelia's arrest has had a serious impact on him. The two have been together for more than a year, and the relationship is quite good, and he is still a nominal fiancé. He is very impulsive, and now immediately leads the troops to the New World. Just thinking about it, the door of the office opened, and Tadamir walked in with a tired look. How's it going? Someone said something to me. Only when you lose it can you cherish it. Tadamir smiled and said, I didn't agree with it before, but I believe it now. Hearing that, Suyi rolled his eyes, this is to watch his joke openly and secretly. What's the result? The headquarter is going to form an elite team. At that time, in the war, this team will be responsible for breaking into the enemy's formation and rescuing that girl. I want to join. Suyi said without hesitation. I've arranged it for you. Taldamir clapped his hands tiredly, and then said with a serious face, Boy, this is your wife in the future. You won't be able to save it. Don't come back to see me. Go ahead. After speaking, he picked up the phone worm and began to contact his army. Time passed slowly, and the days passed. The atmosphere of war in the Navy headquarters is getting stronger and stronger. The armies under the command of the Lieutenant Admiral have begun to assemble, and the war materials on the warships are quickly replenished. In the past few days, more than a dozen warships have left the port every day, heading to the holy place of Mary Joya, taking the special naval passage and entering the New World. This time the opponent is the Whitebeard pirate group and his pirate alliance, and only elite troops will be dispatched. But this is the case with more than 50,000 officers and soldiers. Suyi himself was the captain of a frigate of the 16th Division. As an elite unit, he should participate. But this time, he didn't let his troops move, instead he was alone and boarded Major General Ellis Tier 1 battleship. The warship left the port, entered the special passage of the Navy, boarded the Red Soil continent, and landed in the waters of the New World, and finally went to the G0 branch. Lieutenant Suyi, as a rescue team this time, you must ensure the speed of the mission. Major General Ellis said solemnly, at the same time, you must also ensure your own safety. If people are not rescued, you will be catched, that's the worst result. Suyi nodded and didn't say much. This time the Navy deployed more than 50,000 troops. The Warring States General led the team as the Commander-in-Chief. The 12 lieutenants of the headquarters participated as high-end combat power and the 12 elite troops led by them. The ultimate goal is to combat the expansion of the Whitebeard pirate group and kill, or arrest the great pirate Edward Newgate. Chapter 43, G0 Branch. The large-scale naval mobilization and the strong atmosphere of war cannot be concealed from the world by any means. A week after the conclusion of the Military Law Conference of the Navy headquarters, news from countries around the world has begun to pay attention. Everyone guessed, what is the purpose of this large-scale military action by the Navy? In response, the news media controlled by the world government responded. The Navy headquarters military operations this time are all in response to the arrival of the era of great pirates. The Navy will project half of the headquarters' military power in the New World in order to contain the rapidly expanding pirate forces. The people of the world welcome and support this, but they do not know what impact this impending war will have. The New World, a certain sea area. On the upper deck of the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard leaned on the chair, staring at the newspaper in his hand. Beside him, standing 14 outstanding masters. They are the captains of the 14th squad of the Whitebeard pirate group. Each of them is a well-known pirate. The wanted order sent to them by the headquarters stated a high reward. At this moment, these 14 people were surrounded by Baybeard, looking serious as if the stars were holding the moon. Father, is the Navy crazy? They should be very clear about the consequences of doing this. Team Captain Marco said, shaking his head. Hey, la la la, the Navy will not go crazy, but it will be driven crazy. Baybeard handed the newspaper to others and said with a smile, the Navy has always wanted to enter the New World and expand in the New World. The power of the world, they did a good job, but it can't compare with the first half of the rule. So they are going to enter the New World now. The 3rd Division Captain Jaws is still confused. That's 50% of the military power. Then, isn't it possible for the first half to lose control? Because Roger is dead. Before, there are more pirates in the first half than in the second half. Well, it's also possible. The purpose of such a large-scale military operation is definitely not simple. Baybeard narrowed his eyes, always thinking that things were a bit weird. By the way, Marco, has the identity of the little girl been investigated? It has been found out. She is the child of the former Vice Admiral Emilio. She has a special status in the Navy. It is only a price tag, which is very good. Is that so? It's no wonder her heart is so firm, but... The Whitebeard frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Marco, you go to the entrance of the New World alone and investigate the Navy. Trends, by the way, convey our trading conditions. Yes. On the other side, the entrance to the New World Sea. A first-class battleship is sailing in the fog, its purpose is the island that does not exist, and the naval branch G0 built on it. Suyi ended the morning exercise, took a shower, and walked onto the deck. This ship is the Navy's Kangxindinyo-class battleship, with a maximum displacement of 3,800 tons, a 3-layer artillery deck, a total of 88 artillery, 3 masted sails, and more than 930 personnel. As soon as Suyi got on the deck, he saw that all naval soldiers were busy maintaining firearms and equipment, and Major General Ellis was holding a phone worm and talking with the headquarters. After a while, he frowned and hung up, looking sad. What's the matter, Major General? Suyi walked over and asked. Lieutenant Suyi, one of our cruisers was attacked by pirates. Assault. Suyi was startled, since he said it was us, it meant that this cruiser should be in their fleet. He knew that there were 2 cruisers going to patrol the waters, but he did not expect to be attacked. Yes, it was ransacked, and from the contact point of view, it has been sunk. Major General Ellis had a rather bad tone. Could it be the Whitebeard pirate group? Su Yi suddenly became energetic. Yes, no, it's just a person, judging by the abilities he uses, it may be Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group. Hearing that, Su Yi raised his brows. He didn't expect to hear Marco's name in such a place. It was not very difficult for the other party to sink a Tier 5 cruiser by himself. This time the loss is a bit big. It is extremely bad news for the 2nd Combat Fleet of our 16th Division. Ellis had a headache. It's all to blame for the thick fog. I didn't see it at all, and I can't help it. Track the enemy. Forget it, Su Yi, you will be at the G0 branch soon. You should also take a break and don't be too tired. After speaking, Ellis returned to the cabin. From Su Yi's point of view, when the fleet arrived at the branch, the Major General might be in trouble. I have to mention the 2nd Fleet of the 16th Division. This fleet is Su Yi's current fleet. The command ship is the one at the foot. At the same time, there are 4 wing ships, 2 cruisers with a displacement of more than 1,500 tons, and 2 6-level frigates, a total of 5 ships. Losing a cruiser now is equivalent to blinding a person. Marco, I don't know if I am his opponent. Su Yi was silent. Time flies. The fleet quickly rushed out of the dense fog and finally sailed into the port of the G0 branch. This island does not seem to have a normal magnetic field, and any pointers are useless, so it is impossible to find it by relying on pointers. You can't rely on the pointer at sea, just like a car driving in a road where you can never find it. Therefore, the Geo branch, known as the non-existent island, could not be better used to shade the Whitebeard. Even Su Yi just learned about this. The navy is really stronger than it looks. It's a pity. In terms of personal top combat power, there is no way to pose too much threat to the Whitebeard at the peak of power. Su Yi murmured. The warship docked quickly, and as soon as it arrived, Major General Ellis was summoned by the command staff, and even Su Yi was called together. In the headquarters of the G0 branch, the 2 were taken into a conference room built in a cave. Eye-catching, all lieutenant generals, and warring states generals. Chapter 44, The Trap of Trading. A general and 12 lieutenants are sitting in jeopardy. As soon as the 2 of Su Yi entered the door, they immediately caught everyone's attention. According to information, a cruiser in your fleet was sunk, is that right? The warring states general asked in a deep voice. Major General Ellis took a deep breath and said heavily, report to the general that the 2nd Combat Fleet of our 16th Division was attacked by pirates. The cruiser carrying out patrol and tasks in front of the fleet was sunk, and all the personnel on board were killed. According to the predecessor, the intelligence that came was that there was only one enemy, and he could transform himself into a blue firebird. Therefore, his subordinates believed that the opponent was Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group. He reported in detail what happened to the fleet. The above is the process of this event. I think all the fault lies in my negligence, and I am willing to accept any punishment. Hearing that, warring states did not respond directly, but looked at the other lieutenants. What do you think? Karp sighed and said, if it was Marco, it would be possible to do this kind of thing very quickly, so that the fleet has no time to support. The question is, what is the purpose of Whitebeard asking him to do this kind of thing? As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked at Major General Ellis. Warring States General, Lieutenant General Karp, before the warship was sunk, our communicator received a call. It was Marco who wanted to make a deal with our navy. What deal? Warring States asked. He said that in their hands, there was a lieutenant named Cornelia, and at the same time, they also stated that they knew Cornelia's identity and demanded that they be arrested by us 2 months ago. All members of the Blue Ghost pirate groups exchange. Hostage exchange? The generals present were all stunned for a while, and then their eyes lit up, as if they had solved a major problem. At this time, Tadamir broke his silence. Warring States General, I think we can completely agree to this transaction. How to say? The Blue Ghost pirate group is one of the more than 30 pirate groups under the Whitebeard group. Whitebeard will not give up. Once it gives up, it is equivalent to telling other pirate groups that Whitebeard cannot protect them. Therefore, we can do it like this. Speaking of this, he paused, and then said, promise this transaction, but we propose the location of the transaction. In this way, the Whitebeard can be drawn into our encirclement. During the transaction, he suddenly turned against the enemy and proceeded. Thunder strike, even if the first strike fails, Baybeard can be forced into a fixed route, allowing him to enter the sea area of the G0 branch. At the same time, our elite team can assault the enemy and rescue the enemy during the war. Lieutenant Cornelia caught. When everyone heard it, they all felt reasonable, and they all looked at the Warring States and waited for his speech. The Warring States period spent a full 15 minutes of contemplation before raising his head again. During this period, no one dared to speak. You can try this strategy as an alternative. Major General Ellis, does the other party leave contact information? It means, how should the Navy inform Whitebeard that they agreed to this deal? Of course Ellis understood, and quickly said, yes, we found this where the warship sank. With that, he took out a white phone bug from his pocket. This kind of phone worm is more precious and rare. It is mainly used to prevent eavesdropping. It has strong signal coverage and can communicate across islands. I want to come to Marco to stay this, but also to facilitate contact. Give me, I will answer Whitebeard in person. Jean Guo nodded, and then turned his gaze to Su Yi, Second Lieutenant Su Yi. In this war, you will be temporarily incorporated into the elite team, and the goal is to rescue Koni. Lieutenant Leah. Mole. Finally, he gave an order to a sitting lieutenant. Su Yi followed his gaze and saw a lieutenant general slowly getting up. He was wearing a lavender striped suit and dark blue shirt, a tie, a punk head, a beard and a long sword around his waist. I am Lieutenant General Mole, the captain of this temporary team. Lieutenant Su Yi, come with me, and I will take you to meet other people. Lieutenant Mole spoke sternly, never entrusting him, he was like a soldier. Su Yi glanced at Tadamir silently, and when he saw that the other party nodded, he immediately followed and left the meeting room. As soon as the two went out, Mole said casually, I have been favored by Lieutenant General Emilio before. This time his daughter is in danger, I will try my best to rescue her, even if I bet on an arm or a life. Su Yi's heart moved when he heard it. He didn't know much about Cornelia's father. He only knew that he was once a comrade in arms with Tadamir. Su Yi, I know the relationship between you and Cornelia, but if the situation goes to extremes between Cornelia and you, I will choose Cornelia without hesitation, do you understand? Now? It's too late to quit. Hearing this, Su Yi shook his head and said, Lieutenant Mole, I don't mean to quit. I will rescue that girl personally, and no one will hold my hind legs. Mole smiled and said, I'm relieved to hear this. I heard that you have played against Lieutenant General Kuzan. His evaluation of you is quite high. Don't let me down. The two were speechless all the way and came to a training ground. There, Su Yi met his teammates, a total of 3 people. Under the arrangement of Mole, after the several people got to know each other, they began to arrange an action plan. The Navy's preparations are proceeding in an orderly manner, and the troops sent from the headquarters have also arrived one after another. The Warring States period also responded to Baybeard's transaction as soon as possible. The two parties agreed on the location and requested that the news not be spread. This is also to prevent Baybeard from being suspicious, and the selected sea area is far away from the G1 branch on the bright surface. In the G0 branch naval port, a warship has also begun coating. After coating more than 150 warships, it finally reached the day of the hostage transaction. The shocking scene is that these warships, except for the 3 so-called hostages, all the other warships sank to the bottom of the sea and lurked. And a small ship that Su Yi was in was also hidden in this large-scale fleet. On this day, above the endless ocean, the 3 warships were docked in the middle of the sea, and Lieutenant General Sakaski on the ship stood at the bow, waiting for the arrival of the pirates. In front of them, several nautical miles away, 5 sailing warships approached slowly. One of the whales that looked like a huge whale was the Mobile, and there were 4 relatively small wing ships around the flagship. A total of 5 ships, a large group of pirates with more than 1,400 people slowly arrived. Goo la la la, I didn't expect it to be you Magma Kid who came over to make a deal. When the 2 fleets met, Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship with a naginata in his hand, laughing at Sakarsky. Whitebeard, I will remove the head of your neck. Sakarsky grinned, murderous. Chapter 45, The War Begins. The meeting between the Navy and the pirates was not peaceful. What's more, Sakarsky is a typical extreme right in the Navy. For justice and righteousness, he can give up a lot of bottom lines, which is a bit of a means of no compromise. My head? Goo la la la, I won't talk to you about this today. Where is the Blue Ghost pirate group I want? Baybeard did not respond to the provocation, but cared about the pirate group under his command. Hearing this, Sakarsky will reduce his murderous a bit, and said in a deep voice to the Major General, "Get people up." Yes. It didn't take long for a small group of soldiers to a group of miserable pirates to the deck, plus the captain of the Blue Ghost pirate group. The total number was 13. These 13 people were all in shackles, and as soon as they appeared, they shouted, "Father! Wait there for a while, my children, you will be rescued soon." Baybeard heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his person was safe. As for why there are only 13 people left in the large Blue Ghost pirate group, Whitebeard has no plans to go into it, as long as the main personnel are still alive. "Excuse me, Whitebeard, where is our lieutenant?" Sakarsky snorted coldly. He didn't care about Cornelia's life and death. If it weren't for the Warring States period and the requirements of several lieutenants, he didn't even want to ask. Seeing this, Whitebeard glanced at Marco beside him, and the other party immediately went down to lead people. After a while, Cornelia also appeared in front of everyone. Sakarsky glanced at the girl, didn't care too much, and said bluntly, "Very well, since everyone has taken the hostages, then, prepare to exchange." In this regard, Baybeard also agreed. Immediately, the 2 sides began to put down the small boats and arrange their hostages on the small boats. The Navy side was escorted by a major general and several combatants, and the pirates' side was escorted by the Captain Marco of a squad. In a tense atmosphere, the 2 boats slowly left their respective fleets and met towards the central waters. "Father, the Navy is so simple, I'm afraid there is something tricky in it." 3rd Division Captain Jaws frowned. "It is possible, but there is another possibility. They may have really moved their hands or feet, or this little girl is too important to them." "Which one is it?" Baybeard retracted his gaze and glanced towards the world. He saw that the domineering force protruded thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters in an instant, sensing everything in the sea. There are no ships, really there is no deceit? This is not like the style of the Warring States period. With a few doubts, Baybeard once again cast his eyes on the 2 small boats escorting the hostages. As the 2 ships approached, the captains of the Whitebeard side were all in a state of preparation. As long as there was any unnecessary movement, they would attack without hesitation and sink the boat at the fastest speed. Out of the Green Ghost pirate group. However, things went smoothly in a mess. When the 2 ships are facing each other, there is no abnormality. "Humph, exchange the hostages, you better not do any unnecessary actions." The Major General on the boat snorted warningly, then raised his hand and instructed his own people to lay wooden boards. "Hey, this is what I should say." Marco grinned and glanced at Cornelia beside him, but he didn't leak any emotions from the other party. It seemed that he didn't have much to save. Happy. A woman who is cold, very cold, is cold to everyone. This is Marco's impression during this time. Had it not been for the exchange of hostages, he would have been too lazy to serve. Take a plank. Under the command of the Major General, 2 long wooden bridges lay between the 2 ships. Afterwards, Cornelia was asked to walk on the boardwalk, and the Navy also released the most critical captain of the Blue Ghost pirate group. The 2 hostages walked slowly towards each other, step by step, very quiet, affecting everyone's mood. Seeing that both of them were going to travel a normal distance, when it was safely handed over, on the warship, Sakaski picked up the phone worm and spit out 2 words coldly into the microphone. "Do it." No one could see this subtle movement except the few people beside him. Even the Whitebeard and the other teams were not paying too much attention to it. At the same time as his voice fell, bubbles began to slowly appear everywhere in this sea area, with 2 fleets as the center, presenting a state of encirclement. Not only that, even around the 2 small boats, there was a burst of bubbles rising from the bottom of the sea. "What is this?" Jaws noticed the anomaly for the first time, and couldn't help but change his face. "Daddy." Under the sea. Baybeard also noticed immediately. His eyes became cold, and under his frown, he looked at the sea far away behind him, vaguely, and could feel a strong breath. "Sure enough, I have a hand. I was careless. I didn't expect the Navy to make a raid from the bottom of the sea. I couldn't notice it before seeing the domineering. Is there a general-level master hidden in it?" Thinking about this, the Whitebeard shouted angrily and said, "What do you mean?" "Sakaski." "Hey, the big pirate Whitebeard, I said earlier, your head is mine." Sakarsky looked cold, and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Kuzan, do it." His words roared out and reached the ears of all the pirates, and the expressions of all of them changed suddenly. "Kuzan? That frozen fruit lieutenant?" a Whitebeard captain said in surprise. This seemed to be a stunned storm, instantly causing a commotion in the Whitebeard pirates. Among the 16 lieutenants in the Navy, several are particularly hated and feared by pirates. They are known as the lieutenant generals of the 3 nature lines. One is Sakaski, a rockberry-capable person, the other is Lieutenant General Kuzan, a frozen fruit-capable person, and the other is Brucerino, a glittering fruit-capable person. "Father, there are a lot of fleets in the rear," a pirate in charge of the lookout shouted in panic. Everyone looked back and saw the shadows of warships slowly appearing after the thick fog on the sea. The first to bear the brunt are the 5 first-class battleships comparable to the USS Mobile, and the 5 combat fleets. They are flagships. Among the 5 warships, a lazy man stood at the bow of the ship and shook his head speechlessly. "This guy, it's not the same as he said, he must do it in advance, regardless of the life and death of the lieutenant? Forget it." While muttering, he made a light leap, and his whole body bounced up, then crossed his hands and swung out suddenly. "Ice Age!" In a solemn tone, his hands ejected 2 chains of ice crystals directly connecting the sea. The extremely cold air froze the sea instantly, and then it spread straight away like a violent wind. If you look down from a high altitude, you can be shocked to find that in almost a few seconds, the ice is spreading at an incredible speed. The caca sound continued to sound, and the pirates only felt that everything was dazzling. When they recovered, the Whitebeard fleet had been completely trapped in the ice. "You betrayal bastards!" Jaws glared. Sakarsky curled his lips disdainfully. "War has been declared, the Whitebeard pirates. On behalf of the Navy headquarters, I declare war on you, a total war." Chapter 46, Cannon Ship. Total war. Sakarsky's loud shout directly ignited a tense atmosphere. Compared with the shock of the pirates, the navy, which had been prepared for a long time, roared one by one with great momentum. At the same time, Kuzan, who fell back on the deck, scratched his head, and had to give an order to the general officer beside him. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Combat Fleet of the 6th Division, open fire. A military order was issued, and the warship that had already prepared weapons and ammunition slowly turned the ship sideways to face the immovable Whitebeard pirates. The next moment, the artillery on the 3rd deck opened fire one after another. The roar of cannons resounded across the sea. In an instant, cannonballs flooded the sky, pouring out like a downpour. A first-class battleship has at least 80 artillery, even if only one side of the artillery is attacking, there are 40, and there are 5 such warships under the leadership of Kuzan. What's more, there are many wing ships under these 5 flagships. In this short period of time, the number of shells fired in one round of fire has reached a terrifying number of more than 500. People who have not experienced a super large-scale naval battle can never imagine how terrifying this massive and dense artillery baptism will be. No precision? It doesn't matter, the amount is large enough to make up for this. This is also the reason why the Navy took out Kuzan's fleet from the beginning to block Whitebeard's retreat. It's sinister. The pirates were furious. The Whitebeard was also angry with blue veins on his forehead. Don't be afraid of them, the sea is our world. Under the words full of anger, Baybeard brandished the pheasant knife and stood it aside, then made a fist with his right hand, and his tight right arm showed visible meridians on his muscles. Air shock. With a bang, the Whitebeard hit the air with a punch, and the strong vibration spread out. This small area, like transparent glass, suddenly appeared a fine crack. This crack spread, and attacked towards the frozen sea. The ice, which was claimed to be long enough to last for 7 days, cracked and shattered under the blow of the Whitebeard. Most of the numerous artillery fired from the air were also affected, all of which were disintegrating and turning into debris. But this is the case, a part of the shells still fell and hit the Whitebeard fleet. Boom! 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 The artillery fire spread, the black smoke filled, the pirates scolded and panicked everywhere. A wing ship was hit at the stern of the ship, and suddenly collapsed into a pothole. The gunpowder exploded and ignited the rear hull. Navy, you angered me. Baybeard's face was pale. Whitebeard pirates, it's war. Oh! With a loud sigh, an all-out war has begun. While the Navy opened fire, 2 small boats were also affected in the central waters. Several shells landed on both sides of the ship, detonated on the ice, shaking the ship's hull. War is on. Cornelia's pretty face showed surprise, her beautiful eyes widened, and her mind was a little confused for a while. But her stupefaction directly made her unable to maintain a stable figure, and as the ship shook, she fell from the wooden boardwalk. "Hey!" she exclaimed in a small voice. The captain of the Blue Ghost pirate group who fell with her, presumably he was even worse. Cornelia was only shackled with her hands. The captain of the pirate, but with chains on her feet, couldn't keep her center of gravity at all, and she directly fought and planted towards the ice. At this time, the major general on the boat finally reacted, and quickly drew out his portable sword, and slashed at the captain of the Blue Ghost pirate group. Success! Pirate! Be careful! When Marco saw this, he jumped out of the ship with a move, grabbed the captain of the pirate, and kicked the major general who was flying. The captain of the Blue Ghost pirate regiment was a little dazed for a while. Why all of a sudden, the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirate regiment had a total war? You know, the war between these 2 huge forces will never be a whim, it is a premeditated plan. Thinking about this, he fell from the boardwalk and was immediately rescued by Marco. He looked at Marco, but turned the opponent's arms into a pair of wings that burned with blue flames, while he was caught by the opponent's feet like eagles and flew high. "Don't move, you'll be dead if you fall, I'll take you back to the boat first." Marco took a deep breath and said ugly. He knew how the Navy could not do tricks. The Warring States period agreed to the deal, which already made him feel subtle. At this moment, the ice layer below suddenly cracked a huge analysis. A slash broke through the ice and rushed directly to the sky, slashing Marco down. "Don't want to run away." Accompanied by a shout, two figures rushed out of the crack in the ice. A group dressed in the uniform of a lieutenant general, holding a long sword, stepped on the moon step in the void, and approached Marco. On the other hand, as soon as he broke through the ice, he immediately turned and pounced on Cornelia, who had fallen on the boardwalk. Everything is happening between the sparks and the fire, and the rapid changes in the situation are simply dizzying. In the process of falling, Cornelia couldn't help but recall what happened when she was caught by the pirate. At first, she participated in a classified mission and was assigned to Island Number 9, but on the way there, she encountered a group of pirates under the Whitebeard Sea. There was a conflict between the two sides. In the naval battle, Cornelia's warship was sunk by the opponent. In desperation, she chose to draw her sword to fight. Although she wiped out all the pirates, she was caught by an outsider in the pirate group. Liv. This person is Marco. In the end, she was taken to the New World by Marco and met Whitebeard. After that, there was war, a total war between the Navy and the Whitebeard. Recalling, her body was falling, but suddenly, an embrace caught her. "What are you staring at? Be careful, it won't be fun if you get hit by a cannonball." Hearing Suyi's voice, Cornelia's delicate body was shocked and looked at the face of the person holding her in surprise. "Little Su." That said, "Don't call me Xiao Su." Suyi said angrily, "I'm here to save you, girl." Chapter 47, Invincible Shield. "I'm here to save you, girl." Suyi's tone is serious, but slightly gentle. Falling in Cornelia's ears made her pretty face surprised. The name girl is quite intimate. She has never been called like this by Suyi. The first time she heard it, her mood could not help but ripples. "Xiao Su," she muttered softly. "What happened?" Cornelia just looked at it and didn't reply. In her eyes, from the moment Suyi appeared, only the other party was left. The artillery that exploded beside the two of them failed to interrupt her thoughts. Looking at Suyi's profile with beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes blinked, a bit of joy. Being stared at so openly, Suyi was very familiar with her and couldn't help but blush. "Ah, you lost." "Hey? What?" "It's a bet, I have completed the confidential task." Hearing this, Cornelia showed surprise again. Suyi was assigned to the most troublesome Alabaston and completed the task so quickly. While relieved, she was also happy. "Well, you're fine." She nodded repeatedly and said. Suyi twitched his eyes, opened his mouth, and temporarily put aside the gambling agreement. "I'm fine, don't worry. But now that the war has started, I will get you to a safe place first." With that said, he held Cornelia and turned to run towards the warship. "Xiao Su, wait, my sword." "What?" Seeing Suyi stopped, Cornelia's face flushed slightly, and she blinked and said, "Let me down first, my sword is on the Whitebeard boat." "Do you want to get it back?" Suyi rolled his eyes, "Give it up, consider it later." "Let me down first." "Very rare," Cornelia said in a not strong tone. Seeing her firm face, Suyi had no choice but to act accordingly. Leaving her embrace, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, and her pounding heart stopped a lot. Then she gritted her teeth and twitched her hands suddenly. With a ding, the shackles that bound her wrists were torn off. Suyi's heart jumped when she saw it. This girl's power was so great that this kind of thing could be easily broken. "Hey, wait a minute, why are you going?" Suddenly, Suyi grabbed the girl's hand and said hurriedly. "Go get my sword back." No way, it's too dangerous over there." Suyi shook his head. Just after speaking, a few more shells fell and exploded around the two of them. In a moment, a lot of ice debris splashed on Cornelia's hairline. But, that's my father's sword. Nor, your safety is the first priority, Su Yi said solemnly. Moreover, it's just the initial attack, and then Whitebeard will be forced into a trap, and then you can take back your sword. Cornelia was silent. In her memory, she didn't have much appearance of her dead father. At most, she could only recall from photos. Only this sword was what she cared about the most. Really? Really, trust me, I promise, I will help you get the sword back and follow me now. Okay. The girl finally agreed. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed her little hand, and dashed towards the warship. The war has begun, and the naval bombardment has not stopped for a moment. Every moment, there are shells flying in the air, and shells falling on the ice or on the hull. Being attacked by the thunder, the Whitebeard pirates had a lot of casualties, but their high-end combat power was not lost. At this time, they had already begun a counterattack. Su Yi didn't care about these, he only cared about the comfort of himself and Cornelia. The two of them stepped on the ice and quickly evacuated from the central waters. However, suddenly, Cornelia's complexion changed slightly, and she grabbed Su Yi and at the same time stepped back. Be careful! Unable to reach the defense, Su Yi was pulled by this and slipped to the ground. Immediately afterwards, his vision turned towards the air, and he saw a huge figure suddenly pressing towards him. Suddenly, Cornelia stopped in front of him, hugged him, and then rolled, leading him away from the landing spot. Boom! The ice layer trembled, and the burly man who fell from the sky suddenly broke into his field of vision. You bastards, Navy, don't think you can escape. The big man wore armor on his shoulders and his dark face was full of anger. Xiaosu, step back a bit and I will deal with him. Cornelia had a serious face, and stopped in front of Su Yi. Seeing this, Su Yi was immediately unhappy. This girl is pretty good everywhere. Whenever she encounters danger, she is just like the hen who protects the chicks, with old love standing in front of him. Don't do this, leave it to me here, you will go back to the warship yourself first. Su Yi couldn't help but hit Cornelia. Suddenly being slapped on the head, Cornelia exclaimed in a low voice, and then she was dumbfounded for a moment. With a pair of beautiful eyes, he turned to look at Su Yi, who had a bad face, and suddenly felt that the little brother who followed her as a child became more and more mature, worthy of trust and reliance. No, he is not something we can deal with alone, we unite. Hearing this, Su Yi chuckled lightly, that's the truth, otherwise it won't be clear who saved it. The two talked and laughed, but put aside the pirate who was blocking. This made his already swarthy complexion more livid. You woman, you should have been killed long ago, but it's not too late. I am the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, Diamond Jaws. As soon as the voice fell, his body had already jumped up, and his heavy fists suddenly struck Su Yi. Xiaosu, he is Jaws of Invincible Shield, a diamond fruit-capable person. Physical strikes are useless to him. Confronted with the attack, Cornelia quickly explained, while fleeing the attack to one side. She thought that Su Yi would do the same, but the facts are completely opposite. Not only did Su Yi not hide, but he was still laughing, a sneer that suppressed a little anger. The person who is wronged has a debt, and the person who bullies the girl must have your share. As he spoke, Su Yi did not evade, but also punched his head forward, sun fist. In an instant, his right fist exudes fiery heat, like a small sun, shining brightly. The next moment, fists cross. Boom! With a burst of sound, the ice layer instantly cracked into countless small pieces, and an impact spread, carrying hot air, bringing a burst of warmth to the cold air. Boy, who are you? Block my punch, not a nameless person, report your name. Jaw's face was gloomy. Chapter 48, The Sniper of the Phoenix. Jaw's bitter punch was actually blocked by a young ensign, which had to surprise him. Although he did not use his full strength, it was never so easily resisted. "Who are you?" "Second Lieutenant, Su Yi." With a cold snort, Su Yi's right fist burst out like a small sun. After all the high-temperature energy was gathered, it seemed to be an impact, and it suddenly flew out of Jaws. "What?" Jaws looked surprised. This hot shock seemed to put him in the flames, being burnt, sweating, and quickly consuming his energy. As we all know, all devil fruit abilities are activated by physical strength. Whether it is ice, fire, light, magma, diamonds, or earthquakes, they all rely on physical strength as the basis. The lapse of physical strength represents a continuous reduction in combat effectiveness. This guy. It's better to solve as soon as possible, otherwise it will be the second Sakazuki sooner or later. Jaws put away his contempt. The opponent's ability was much more tricky than expected. This scene fell in the eyes of Cornelia, which surprised her. She knew about Su Yi's possession of high-temperature fruits very early. After all, the two often get along with each other and it is impossible to hide it. Moreover, Su Yi did not deliberately conceal it. However, the girl had never really seen Su Yi using this ability. After seeing it, she discovered that the Su Yi she knew was much better than she thought. One blow blocked Jaws' attack and knocked the opponent into the air. Su Yi immediately took a step back, raised his right leg to orange and red, and suddenly descended from the tower. Fall to the bottom of the sea. Under this step, the already cracked ice surface, under the baptism of 1,000 degrees high temperature, has turned into a cloud of steam in a short blink of an eye. Jaws' complexion changed drastically, and his body fell down as the ice melted. Without even preparing himself, he fell into the sea in the glowing steam. At the same time, Su Yi flashed back and flew to the bewildered Cornelia and pulled her up. "You step!" The two suddenly bounced, stepped in the void, and swept towards the warship. "When did you learn the third-sixth form?" Cornelia blinked. "After you were caught." Su Yi smiled. "In fact, Yuebu is not difficult to learn, especially after learning to shave, it is even easier. Besides, this was taught by Lieutenant Mole himself, but he learned the basics in just a few days." The two chatted casually. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the warship, suddenly, a blue figure blocked the front. "Don't want to run." The figure burned with cyan flames, as if a big peng spread its wings, blocking the front. "Marco." Su Yi's expression was cold. "Cornelia, since the Navy is going to start a war, but it will also save your life. It seems that you are very important, so that we can't let you go." While talking, Marco flapped his wings and slapped him forward, kicking Cornelia. Seeing this, Su Yi immediately raised his hand to block it. However, when this kick hit his arm, there was an unexpected wait. After only a stalemate for a second, Su Yi felt an unspeakable pain and was knocked out. Cornelia clasped her hands and hugged Su Yi, but she couldn't resist the power of this foot. The two of them fell into the distance with a swish like a meteor. "Jaws, a reckless man, is so careless." Marco spread his wings and dived down, while shouting to the rescued captain of the Blue Ghost pirate group, "Idiot, what are you doing? Don't save people yet." The captain, who had just regained his freedom, was full of spirits when he heard this. He looked at the surrounding situation and jumped into the sea without hesitation. Those with the devil fruit ability are afraid of sea water. Once they fall into the water, they are weak and can't even swim. "Hey, deserves to be the captain of the first team, I can't match it in physical skills." After landing, Su Yi tried to endure the pain in his right arm, thinking to himself, "Little Su. It's okay, I can deal with it." After gritting his teeth, Su Yi pressed his wrist, licked and twisted, and immediately took the dislocated place back. After doing this, he raised his hand and shook it, and an invisible chain emerged. At this time, Marco had already flown in front of the two, flapping his wings, condescending. "Your ability is probably a hot attribute." Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Is that so? Su Yi narrowed his eyes, but his pupils suddenly shrank in the next moment. I saw a light, abruptly, flashing behind Marco, instantly condensing the adult form, and then, a flying kick, kicking towards the head. Kick at the speed of light. The moment this figure appeared, Marco felt it. It was just such a quick sneak attack that he had no time to react. As his eyes swept back, a mysterious power appeared all over his body. It was a spirit of courage, no, it was a higher level than spirit, full of domineering defensive power. Boom! Under the sneak attack kicked by the speed of light, Marco, the spreading firebird, was kicked hundreds of meters away. Su Yi couldn't help but was stunned. He didn't expect that Bruce Reno would appear here. What are you two doing? Don't hold me back. He squinted and stayed on Cornelia for a few seconds. With his eyesight, Cornelia's state can be seen at a glance. I am afraid that it has been a long time since I have eaten, my body is weak, and my strength is almost negligible. As for the other one, although the high-temperature fruit is indeed good, this kid is afraid that all his thoughts are on Cornelia. Instead of letting him be a fighting force, he should be responsible for protection. Come on, staying here is also in the way. Bruce Reno waved his hand. After hearing this, the two looked at each other and left this place of right and wrong in a tacit understanding. The war has just begun, both sides are only tentative attacks, but the hostage competition around the two sides has come to an end. Cornelia was rescued, and the captain of the Blue Ghost pirate group was also free. Standing on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard set out from the overall situation and gave orders in a deep voice. Let's let people come back, fight and retreat. We don't have to fight with the Navy to break the net. Chapter 49, Fog of War. Whitebeard is not an impulsive person. Since the Navy dared to start a full-scale war with him at sea, there is no reason to have no successor. He didn't believe that the Sengoku and Kankai believed that only relying on these 30 warships could deal with his pirate regiment. Father, the number 4 wing ship is no longer good. The fire has burned its sails. Rakiel, the captain of the 7th Division, said heavily. Hearing the sad report, Baybeard's anger rose again, but reason suppressed his anger. Abandon the ship, and let the people of the 4th ship spread to the rest of the ships. After speaking, Whitebeard walked to the bow, with an angry gaze, looking straight at Sakazuki in the distance. Magma Imp, really a good hand. It's not bad as the cemetery of the Whitebeard pirates. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? I know very well. The Navy, now is not the time to fight you, this battle is left to the future. Whitebeard's heavy tone slowly conveyed the words. He folded his hands in front of his chest, his arms swelled due to strength, and the meridians of his arms bulged, just like the blue veins on his forehead. Boys, our goal has been achieved. There is no need to fight the Navy. Now we are all back on the ship, ready to evacuate. Amid the roar, his ready-to-fire fists suddenly blasted the space on both sides. Air shock. Under these destructive fists, the space cracked, and the vibration spread, like a spider web, crawling all day. Whitebeard attacked, prepare for the defense of the hull. Sakazuki's expression changed and shouted. At the same time, facing this world-shaking power, Sakazuki stretched out his palms, his eyes condensed, his armed domineering turned into an invisible wall. Boom! The collision of the two superhuman forces directly caused the entire sea area to be surging and the waves rolled back. The Navy's ship was shaking, and everyone on board looked panicked. What's more, the entire warship loved the power of shaking fruits, the hull broke and the bottom was flooded, and it was sinking in the sea. In many Navy screams, the eardrum shattered, and even blood spilled on the surface of the skin. The fleet that fought in the Thunder battle had about 1/5 of its total strength, because the sudden hand of Whitebeard directly caused nearly 1,000 casualties and the sinking of a Tier 3 battleship. What a strong shock! Su Yi, who returned to the warship, murmured in surprise, his gaze looking far away, "It's no wonder that he will be forced into a trap. There is no chance of winning at sea. In a short while, a huge tsunami is coming. Xiaosu, my sword!" Seeing that the Whitebeard pirates were about to run away, Cornelia was a little anxious. "It's okay, everything is in the plan." Su Yi comforted, and then took out the phone bug from his pocket. "Lieutenant General Ted Amer, the rescue team Su Yi reported to you that the hostage Lieutenant Cornelia has been rescued." "Really? Well done. You must protect yourself and don't get caught again." "Yes, Lieutenant General. However, the Whitebeard pirates is ready to evacuate." "I think Lieutenant General, your fleet should block the way. At present, Sakarsky's fleet is in the south, Kuzan's fleet is in the north, and Tedamir's fleet is under the sea to the east. Only the west is in the sea. There is no fleet hidden. This is the only direction that Whitebeard can evacuate. It's just that, about 30 nautical miles away to the west, is the uncharted sea where the G0 branch is located. What the Navy has to do is to use 3 combined fleets to continuously put pressure on the Whitebeard pirates, forcing them to retreat to the west before they can think about it, and eventually fall into the encirclement net." "Hey, brat, what should I do, and I still need you to teach it. Listen, you protect that girl for me, don't do unnecessary things." Tadamir snorted and hung up directly. Su Yi curled his lips and gave Cornelia a helpless look. "Damn, I don't know who is her own." "No, they don't seem to be her own." In this regard, Cornelia is also very funny. "Are you hungry? I'll take you to the kitchen first." Not to mention that the two graciously went to dinner. The war continued. Under the command of the captain, the Whitebeard pirates group moved quickly. The captains of each squad also returned quickly. Marco of the 1st Division got rid of Brucerino's entanglement, and Sachi of the 4th Division also knocked off the mole lieutenant and evacuated. Only the 3rd Division's Jaws was the most pitiful, and was killed by Su Yi in a wave, fell into the sea, and it hasn't slowed down yet. And it seems intentionally or unintentionally that the Navy did not pursue the Whitebeard pirates' strategic retreat, only symbolic obstruction, and even the number of artillery was reduced a lot. At this time, Jingu, the captain of the 11th Squadron, changed his expression slightly. "Father, there is another naval fleet in the west." "What?" Whitebeard looked at it immediately, and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. "It is very large, and despite the distance, a fuzzy outline can still be seen. The number of warships is about 21. 2 first-tier battleships, 3 second-tier battleships, 3 third-tier battleships, 6 fifth-tier cruisers, and 7 sixth-tier frigates." Jingu Duo took out his telescope, and a moment later, he solemnly said, "It's Tadamil of the Navy, the combined fleet of the 16th Division. Sakarsky's 1st Division, Kuzan's 6th Division, Tadamir's 16th Division, the Navy really values us." Accompanied by this voice, the phoenix fell from the sky and turned into Marco's appearance. "Daddy, how is the situation in Ximen?" "I see, there is no one on the west side. Baybeard felt the conspiracy, there are traps over there. But my experience is domineering and I didn't find anyone." "What are we going to do now, Daddy?" 5th Division Captain Vista asked with a frown. "It doesn't matter. Go west. Even if there are traps, the tsunami should come." Whitebeard made a decision, and then the pirate group's fleet began to act. Compared with the powerful firepower of Navy ships, the Whitebeard fleet is known for its speed. In the sky of shelling, it turned its bow and moved closer to the west. At the same time, the 6th Division combined fleet. Kuzan looked at the escaped pirates and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. "It's really hooked, then the other 2 backup plans are unnecessary. The whole ship is ready to chase the Whitebeard pirates." Chapter 50, Naval Encirclement Net. In order to deal with Whitebeard, the Navy prepared 3 plans. If Baybeard does not choose to evacuate to the west, then the second set of plans will be implemented, but it seems that it is no longer needed. The pirate fleet with its sails fully deployed, sailing at a speed of more than 12 knots, is truly amazing. In comparison, except for cruisers and frigates, the speed of battleships of the Navy is generally less than 10 knots, and more, only 8 knots and 9 knots. To put it simply, a speed of 10 knots is almost 5 meters per second, which is the speed of a normal person riding a bicycle. This is also due to the Whitebeard's air shock before, and now the sea has set off wind and waves, which has greatly increased the speed of each other's fleet. If it's normal, I'm afraid it will be thankful for running 3 or 5 quarters. Chasing. On the warship, Sikorsky said coldly, catch up with all his strength and let the 2 wing ships go first. The bombardment cannot be stopped. Yes. When the order was passed, the warships of the Sikorsky fleet took the lead in action, and at the same time, there were 8 cruisers under Commander Cusin. These 10 clippers, chasing the Whitebeard fleet, kept bombarding them with bows. However, the Teldamir fleet, which was at the rear, thousands of meters away, was the slowest. It seemed that they were not in a hurry, and followed unhurriedly. In the tug-of-war of the ships, one of the cruisers, in the ship's restaurant, 2 people were eating slowly. Eat more, look at you, on the pirate boat, it should have been a long time. Okay. What the happened, why were you suddenly arrested? I happened to encounter a group of pirates. The other party launched an attack first. My warship sank. In desperation, I launched a counterattack and wiped out all the enemies. However, I did not expect that there was Marco on the other party's ship. Was defeated by him, and then, you all know. Cornelia ate very slowly, and she didn't rush to speak. After listening to the explanation, Silyi couldn't help his heart and soul. It's a real dog, this can be encountered. However, this girl's combat effectiveness is too strong, and she can wipe out a pirate group alone. Of course, Silyi is evaluated at the level of women. Although it is a bit hurtful, it is true that women's combat effectiveness is generally not as good as men. I'm stuffed. Don't eat more. Silyi rolled her eyes, and she ate a piece of bread and some simple fruits from beginning to end. No, there's still fighting outside. While talking, Cornelia regained her spirit, and she got up to go out. Moreover, my Feng Lan is still with Whitebeard. Feng Lan. Silyi followed. My sword, the only thing my father left me, one of the supreme sharp swords. Hearing this, Silyi was shocked. The sword that had been worn around the girl's waist turned out to be the supreme sharp sword. Are you sure you are right? The supreme sharp knife, one of the 12 skills? The 12 best swords in the world. Right now, Cornelia was strange, don't you know? Now I know. Silyi changed his previous attitude and said solemnly, you must get it back. Your sword is my sword. Of course you have to get it back. With that said, he was more concerned than Cornelia. The girl was a little bit dumbfounded, shook her head and followed up. When the 2 got on the deck, they immediately felt an atmosphere of depression. Around the ship, there was a lot of mist, and the mist was floating on the sea, blocking the line of sight, only a few tens of meters away. As for the Whitebeard pirates, there was only a vague shadow. Where is this? This is the mysterious sea. At this time, the captain of the cruiser, a colonel officer, came over and said, this place is full of fog all the year round. It is not in the regular route. Few people find it, but the fog is out. An island in our navy. Hearing this, Cornelia immediately understood what Silyi said about ambush. While talking, the fog in front gradually became sparse, and soon the ship rushed out of the fog. What catches the eye is a scene full of murderous atmosphere. A small island is right in front of the island. The island is full of naval facilities and 20,000 troops at the port. There are 13 major generals, 9 lieutenants, and 1 general. On the left and right sides of the island, nearly 100 naval warships lined up in an arc, each of which had opposite sides and dense artillery ports, which completely locked a fleet in the center of the sea. The Whitebeard pirate group is in this encirclement net. It is difficult to fly with wings. On the deck of the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard looked calm and looked forward, crossing a distance of more than 2,000 meters, locked on the body of the Warring States period. At this moment, the pirate had lost his voice, and the needle could be heard. Until Marco spoke the first sentence. "Father, it seems that the navy has been prepared long ago. If we want to leave, we must fight." His exit, the other captains also expressed. "Yes, father, the navy deceived people too much, we did it with them. Kill all the navy. Just a word from Daddy." "Yes, Daddy, hurry up and order." These captains are all pirates offering high rewards. With their strength, when placed outside, they can form a large pirate group. These people felt infinite anger at the navy's treacherousness. "Ah! I also know that this will happen. Recently, we have expanded too fast. Even if we didn't mean it, the navy would not sit idly by," Whitebeard said in a hoarse voice. Until then, he had to accept that the navy was really ready to completely annihilate his pirate group. While he was feeling emotional, the warring states on the island took out the loudspeaker and said loudly, "The Whitebeard pirates! You have been completely surrounded, and finally give you a chance to give up any meaningless resistance. Surrender." However, the response was a burst of laughter. "Gulala-la." The Whitebeard laughed loudly. At first it was very light, but gradually, the laughter spread thousands of meters away, and even the soldiers on the island could hear it clearly. Insane laughter, free and easy. Suyi heard it too. He could feel the heroic laughter, anger, the indomitable momentum, and even the tranquility before the storm. A kind of killing is spreading. "Warring states, who do you think I am? Lao Tzu is a Whitebeard. You want to annihilate us, so how many of your people can go back alive? Boys, fight to the death." Chapter 51, Meteor Volcano. The Whitebeard's shout shocked a group of soldiers. Faced with the famous big pirate, everyone was shocked. Despite the absolute advantage in military strength, no one would think that this battle would be won. "Marco, prepare for a raid, log on to the island." Whitebeard ordered in a deep voice, "The enemy in front is open, and there are half of the chasing troops behind. The landing battle is the most suitable for the current situation. If there is a battle at sea, the navy can completely rely on firepower to suppress his fleet and lose its footing. No matter how powerful the Whitebeard is, he can only sink to the bottom of the sea and sigh secretly." "Understood, Daddy." Marco nodded, took a deep breath, and shouted at everyone, "Raise the sail, go full speed, and rush to the island." As the idol of the pirates, the spiritual trustee, Whitebeard, easily ignited the spirit of the pirates. The Mobile, which had already lowered its speed, moved forward at high speed again. Suyi was at the back of the battlefield, watching this scene silently, and whispered, "The pirate who was driven to a dead end is really terrifying, and the momentum has already revealed madness." The captain frowned, waved his big hand, and said, "Go ahead at full speed and chase the Whitebeard. Stop them from logging in." At the same time, the Warring States period saw the final negotiation fail, and shouted, "Fire!" Suddenly, the cannons shook the sky. More than 1,200 artillery fired, and one shell was thrown in an arc, falling on the 4 ships of the Whitebeard pirates. "The defense is up to the captains of us, and we must do so to prevent damage to the hull," Marco said quickly. By the time he finished speaking, his body had turned into an undead bird. The blue flame was burning and people rushed into the sky. "Intercept artillery fire in mid-air. I'm going to defend number 1 wingman." Jaw's complexion flushed red, and his emotions were completely aroused. Seeing the captains spread out one by one, defending against artillery attacks from all directions, the Whitebeard remained motionless. It's not that he doesn't want to move, but that he can't move. He can indeed defend against artillery attacks. Although the number is so huge each time that it scares people to death, relying on the power of the fruit, he can still achieve minimal casualties. However, he can't do it. Once he takes action, the high-end naval forces standing on the island will not be silent. Ah, we are really a bit silly by doing this. Lieutenant General Crane couldn't bear it. If you don't like it, go back to the base, Ziahe. Carp's face was very serious. All this is for peace, although I'm sorry for the white beard. Hearing this, Lieutenant General Crane was silent. The Warring States period said in a cold voice, Kapu, once Baybeard takes action, you and I will haunt him. As for the others, follow the plan. Without Baybeard's hands, the Warring States and Carp would not, and the two sides would stand in a stalemate. This is a strange tacit understanding. If Whitebeard does something, it will make things worse, and the Navy does not want to directly face Whitebeard at the peak of combat power. It is a wise choice to consume the opponent first. They can't get to the island. Finally, Lieutenant General Crane sighed. 1 large, 3 small, and 4 ships, like a death squad, charged desperately in the direction of the island. The Navy, which was in the open, used more than 1,000 artillery pieces, intending to sink the pirate ship at sea. But things were not going smoothly. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates group faced the situation of a lasting fight, and the combat power displayed by everyone made the Warring States feel shocked. In a salvo of 1,200 shells, more than 6,000 shells have been fired in just a few minutes. With such a huge number, under the defense of the captains, only some of the hulls were destroyed, but the power masts and sails could not be broken. At this moment, the captain of the 14th Division cut dozens of shells with one sword, but was hit by a fish that slipped through the net. With a bang, Atmos was affected by the artillery fire, and his head was blood-flowing, falling from midair. "Captain!" the members of the 14th Division also exclaimed. With this distracting effort, the No. 2 wing ship they were protecting was immediately covered by artillery fire that followed. A full range of strikes, from the bow to the stern, as well as the ship's hull, masts, sails, dozens of artillery, swallowed the ship at once. The flames soared into the sky, causing numerous casualties. The No. 2 wing ship, which lost its power, separated from the fleet, and gradually sank under the engulf of the sea. "Geoffrey!" Marco shouted sadly. "Leave me alone, Marco, I won't die. Boys, let's fight the Navy." The captain of the 14th Division, Geoffrey, yelled bitterly, raising his sword. The blood on his head, because of his excitement, was lost faster, and even flowed into his mouth. The crew members who watched this scene felt sorrowful, standing on top of the sinking ship burning with flames, helpless. "Navy!" The Whitebeard had a dark face, murderous, and shouted while gritting his teeth, "Keep on!" Seeing this, Carp couldn't help frowning fiercely. "There are still 1,500 meters offshore, Sakaski, do it!" He coldly ordered the phone worm. At the same time, in the mist of the sea, a battleship slowly sailed out. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sakarsky smiled cruelly after hearing the order. "I have been waiting for a long time." He took a step forward, and his right fist slammed into the sky. Meteor volcano. In an instant, his right arm turned into lava, and the huge lava fist was pushed up into the sky. This firelight attracted everyone's attention until it disappeared thousands of meters in the sky. Before anyone could understand, the sky in this sea area suddenly darkened, and then there was a little bit of light falling from the sky, and more, hundreds of fires fell. It was a series of lava fists, like meteor showers, which looked beautiful. This scene changed the Whitebeard's color. "Sakaski, you kid! Do you think I can't stop it? If you can protect it, you can try it." Sakarsky was full of mockery. "You must die here today." Baybeard was furious. He looked up for a moment, and suddenly raised his hand, clenched his fist and punched out. Empty crack. Boom. There was a blast, and it was shocked within a radius of several kilometers. Just a small aftermath made the sea extremely turbulent, and even 3 warships were overturned directly because of the excessive waves. The sky on the mobile was full of cracks at this moment. It's like a huge spider that weaves a web on this piece of land, and this web covers the house for thousands of meters. Kapu, ready to do it. Warring States suddenly took off his military uniform, revealing his strong muscles. But behind the battlefield, Suyi was shocked. Is this the Whitebeard when he was young? The Whitebeard at the peak of combat power. Suyisai has no doubt that if this punch hits the G0 branch, it can sink this island. Chapter 52, Furious Whitebeard. After coming to this world for a year, Suyi finally saw what it means to be top combat power. With a punch, the sky was broken, and the strong air shock seemed to crack the day. After falling into the fire, the meteors were shattered and disintegrated by the force of the shaking at high altitude, and finally turned into tiny rubble. Sakaski's face suddenly became ugly. This monster. He had just finished speaking, and an icy blue stream of ice spread out from the mist on the sea. Ice Age. In the turbulent sea, the waves were rising, and seeing the warships becoming annihilated, Kuzan, who was late, finally took the shot. His Ice Age appeared again, and the ice stream spreading from the fog swept across at once, freezing all the waves. A breathing effort, in the sea area in front of the G0 branch, has completely turned into ice. And the Whitebeard fleet, under this icy power, suddenly stopped and got stuck in the middle of the ice. Ha, ha, the physical exertion is a bit heavy, so I can come again at most once or twice. On the warship, Kuzan was sweating, and his breathing became a little short. At this time, he was not at the peak of his combat power 20 years later. 2 large areas of the sea were frozen in a short period of time, which really consumed a lot of physical energy. Nice work, Kuzan. Karp applauded. At the same time he spoke, the man rushed out, Whitebeard, it's time to catch it. Rushing out with him, and the general of the Warring States period. The two had jointly arrested the big pirate Golden Lion more than a year ago, and today they joined forces again to defeat Baybeard. Gulala la. Warring States, do you think this will trap me? The furious Whitebeard laughed, boys, the road has been paved. Charge with me. Oh! The pirates responded loudly, and along with the Whitebeard, jumped off the Moby Dick. Being forced by the Navy to serve this purpose is a desperate fight. Seeing this, Lieutenant General Crane took a deep breath and ordered, what do you do in a daze? Face it. With the command of the Chief of Staff, the Navy immediately took action. The Lieutenant General, Major General, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, officers at all levels, and more than 20,000 soldiers launched an assault to prevent the pirates from entering the island. The Whitebeard annihilation battle has completely entered a fever pitch. Infected by the war scenes, Suyi was also a little bit enthusiastic. He hurriedly said to Cornelia beside him, girl, let's go to retake Fenglan. After that, regardless of whether the girl followed up or not, she jumped off the warship first. This made Cornelia feel helpless. He had tried desperately to stop before, and now he was more anxious than himself. Wait for me. With that said, the girl quickly followed. Seeing the two men sing and join the battle, the colonel on the ship was stunned for a while. He had been frightened by the Whitebeard's trick, and he did not dare to step forward. After hesitating, he immediately said to his men, we stay behind to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from escaping. Not to mention the movement in the rear, Suyi and the two got off the ship and immediately ran towards the mobile. Because it was a last-minute fight, Whitebeard had exhausted his strength and confronted the pirates head-on, which left his ship empty. In the back of the battlefield, the two figures were extremely fast. They suddenly surpassed a distance of more than 2,000 meters, and after approaching the Moby Dick, they jumped onto the stern deck. As soon as he landed, Su Yi asked, "Where is the sword placed?" "I don't know, maybe it will be in the captain's room." Cornelia thought for a while, but didn't have a clue. Knowing that she was in the enemy's camp, she didn't have any nervousness, as if Su Yi was on the side, she was completely relieved. "Are you looking for this?" Suddenly, a cyan firebird fell from the sky, floating in front of the two of them, with a cold expression. Su Yi brows fiercely, and looks at Marco's feet. It is Feng Lan with the bright silver scabbard that he is holding. "Marco! This time, I won't let you run away." With a cold snort, Marco dived down. "Xiaosu, be careful, he is an Eudemon's undead, any attack is invalid." Cornelia reminded that she had fought each other, no matter how she killed the opponent, the other party could always heal the wound in just a few seconds, so she would lose to Marco. I know it all." Su Yi grinned, his figure moved, and he rushed up to meet Marco. At the same time, he grabbed his right hand back, and an invisible chain appeared. Causal chain. As soon as the chain appeared, he waved it towards Marco. "This kind of slow attack, do you think you can touch me?" Marco's wings suddenly changed his direction, moved laterally to avoid Su Yi's chains, and then kicked out with a reflexive kick. "You step." The opponent was fast, and Su Yi was not slow. At the same time that he knocked down the sky, his feet stepped on the void and suddenly moved away from the original position. Yan Lan. The ultra-high movement speed, coupled with the slashing blows during the movement, and the high temperature of the fruit, in an instant, a hot slashing blow flew out. Marco's right arm was cut instantly, but his expression was very calm. He cut his wings and burst into a blue flame, and he was completely healed in a few rounds. "On the surface, it seems that you are still in trouble, of course, far worse than that little girl." With that, Marco's speed suddenly doubled and rushed directly in front of Su Yi, which caused Su Yi's pupils to shrink suddenly. "Go down!" An upside-down flying kick directly knocked Su Yi down from the air. Only the next moment, Marco's expression changed, and he suddenly discovered that his right ankle was bound by a chain. "What? When?" Immediately, he and Su Yi fell from midair together. The figure of a golden Buddha suddenly appeared in the air. The Warring States period of Buddha flew high and slapped the white beard with a palm. Shockwave. The white beard didn't dodge or avoid, and suddenly stabbed at the palm. The destructive power of the pheasant in his hand doubled under the entanglement of the domineering armed color. The palms of the swords connected, the two sides stood in a stalemate, but there was a sudden shock, and this shock was unilaterally directed towards the white beard. "Warring States, you are really old, you have forgotten even my horror." Whitebeard's face was fierce, his eyes condensed suddenly, an invisible force suddenly broke the shock wave, and swept the navy with unmatched momentum. "Oops!" Carp's face changed drastically, and he yelled, "Overlord, look! Keep me attentive!" Chapter 53, Dumped Sea. Everyone is negligent, but there are times when they cannot be distracted. Carp felt the Whitebeard's courage condensed into one, turned into a domineering aura, swept across the four directions, and immediately felt bad. Overlord and domineering, the hidden power of mankind, only one of millions of people will appear. In this era of great pirates, there are many pirates, but very few people possess this power. Once the One Piece King, Gore D. Roger counts as one, and the Whitebeard in front of him is also a natural king. It is precisely because he knows the strength of this force that Carp will shout and warn in such a gaffe. However, the sound of fighting on the battlefield overwhelmed everything. I saw an invisible force, centered on the Whitebeard, radiating outward in a fan shape. The 20,000 naval elites who charged on the head, all of them felt this power head-on. They only felt that their brains were shaking, as if they were directly hitting consciousness by a Hong Zhong, and they suddenly appeared in a trance. People with weak spirits directly rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fell straight to the ground. Even the school-level officers, many of them were shocked, groaned, and tended to faint. Swish one piece, like cutting grass and cutting vegetables, a total of 20,000 soldiers, instantly lost 90%. This sudden change made many major generals and lieutenant generals dumbfounded, and the overwhelming superior force suddenly collapsed under a look and a sense of courage. This is bad. I was hit by the Whitebeard's overlord color. These children don't know if they can survive. The chief staff Crane stood behind, murmured with a sullen expression, "My fault, I should continue to attack with artillery." At that distance, even if the Whitebeard's overlord color can radiate, it won't make people coma. It's just her self-blame, which is of no use at this time. Lieutenant General Crane, you have been worrying too much. The artillery squad on the warship is still there and there is no problem with fire suppression. A senior colonel said solemnly. No, the effect of shelling is limited, and it will accidentally injure your own people. Lieutenant General Crane took a deep breath and said, "It's been a long time since I did it. Let me join the war too." With that, she took off her general robe and walked to the battlefield. A kingly domineering, directly rewrote the battle. The scene fell into silence abruptly, and after a while, the pirates' momentum rose sharply. "It's troublesome, I knew I should do it first." Carp's face turned dark, his eyes condensed, and an intangible spirit that seemed to be the same was about to radiate out. However, at this moment, Baybeard forced back from the Warring States period with a knife, and instead punched Carp. "It's useless, with me, don't try to use it." This fist bombarded the air, and the cracked space spread the shock straight out. Armed color hardened. Carp's rising momentum suddenly stopped, then stopped, wrapped around his right arm. A layer of jet black dyed his right fist. Boom! The collision of the two natural kings caused a loud noise to erupt under the fists. Carp's figure suddenly retreated a few steps, and then flew upside down, flying tens of meters away before he could stop. "You are getting old too, Carp, where is the courage to chase Roger?" The Whitebeard seemed to be a giant, unmoving. "Don't be scared. Stop them from logging in." The Warring States incarnation of the Golden Buddha, roared, "To the Buddha!" His palms folded in front of his chest, and after the heavy sound, a Sanskrit music sounded, centering on him, a pale golden light covering the pirate. "Thousand Buddha Dynasty Sect! Kneel down!" Suddenly, the Warring States yelled, his palm lifted up and snapped. In the golden mask, above it, the phantom of the golden giant palm was born, and the big palm with 5 fingers suddenly pressed down. Under this press, an impact force was born instantly. Boom! All the pirates in the light shield clearly felt the tremendous strength on their backs, as if a mountain top was pressing on them, and the entire ice shook, but all the weaker pirates knelt on the ground. It is as if the sinner confessed to the Buddha. Even the Whitebeard staggered a step, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Warring States. Whitebeard resisted the depression, strode and dashed forward. He threw the pheasant into the air. After getting close, he hit the Golden Buddha's chest and abdomen with a punch. Concussion punch. The infinitely ascending vibrating power wrapped the Whitebeard's fist and bombarded the chest and abdomen of the Warring States period. The defense of the Golden Buddha was terrifying. However, in the face of this punch, the Warring States' complexion turned white. It was just a moment of resisting that the whole person spit out blood and flew upside down, flying from the port to the big behind him. He smashed a turret until his body completely dived into the mountain. The top combat power of the two sides is only 2 or 3 rounds, and the forces of both sides are almost completely destroyed. This is something no one wants to see, neither the Warring States period nor Whitebeard. At this point, don't think I will stop like this. Baybeard raised his hand and gently caught the tossed pheasant knife, and then suddenly waved the wind and plunged it into the ice. Immediately afterwards, he bowed and bent his back, and his 5 claws protruded, like a rock holding a cliff, firmly holding back the invisible air. Sea quake. When the voice fell, the white beard pulled abruptly, as if torn the sky, making a harsh sound. However, this change came very slowly. Warring States coughed repeatedly and vomited blood out of the ruins. When he walked outside and looked at the battlefield, his discoloration had changed again. The sky is extremely dim, as if a storm is coming. The sea, the inverted ocean, is divided into countless pieces and inclined irregularly. The warships docked at sea were flipped and sunk by ocean currents from various angles, and the ocean currents that were thrown high seemed to be nearly 1,000 meters high. The whole island sank in a slap. This monster! Warring States shook his whole body. Cap, what are you doing? I know. Carp snorted, his feet burst out suddenly, like a missile, shot at Whitebeard. In the next moment, he punched the opponent's left cheek severely, knocking him off the ground. Laser! At the same time, on the battleship 3 kilometers away, Brucerino pointed out the Whitebeard who was knocking off. Under this finger, a golden laser penetrated instantly. Chapter 54, Suyi and number 039, S Overlord Color. In the chaotic battlefield, 3 kilometers away, a golden laser ran across it. Faced with the sudden attack, the Whitebeard flew by Carp, his body twisted abruptly in the air, avoiding the blow aimed at the heart. But that's the case, the laser still penetrated his right calf for an instant, leaving a hole with the thickness of a finger. It's weird to be able to escape this. On the warship, Brucelino's cheeks twitched. And just between the sparks and the fire, the 1,000-meter waves rising on both sides of the island finally reached the highest point and fell toward the center. At this time, the seamen, who were still conscious, watched the end in horror. Letting this huge wave hit it was simply a disaster. What's so scary? The Warring States period wiped blood from the corners of his mouth, gritted his teeth to soothe it, looked at the man galloping in the distance. I saw cold air erupting from the ice below my feet, sweeping in. The 1,000-meter waves on both sides of the island suddenly turned into ice sculptures when they fell halfway. The Whitebeard's offensive collapsed instantly, but all the warships, due to the spread of the cold, turned into ice crystal statues. Kuzan squatted down and put one hand on the ice, panting heavily. Hey, don't play like this anymore, I can't hold it again. His expression was a little dazed, and a lot of physical exertion caused his combat effectiveness to drop drastically. Baybeard was not surprised that his offensive was stopped. He staggered and got up from the ground. Even though the wound on his right calf kept bleeding out, it still didn't affect him, and he even frowned. Ghoul la la la, Sengoku, Carp, are you at this level? You can catch Roger at this level. It's really funny. Roger surrendered himself, and Baybeard certainly understood it. At this time, it was only a mockery. At this time, he is equivalent to facing the 5 people of Warring States, Kapu, Sakaski, Brucelino, and Kuzan alone. Even so, he has no fear. You bastard! The Warring States was anxious, resisting anger. Do it. Time goes back a little. In a corner of the battlefield, unremarkable battles continued. Over the Moby Dick, the Phoenix Marco knocked Suyi into the air, but unexpectedly his ankle was inexplicably bound by a chain, and he was dragged into the air with him. What the hell? Marco's face changed slightly, and he was shocked to find that his own fruit ability could not be activated. Hailing Stone. Hailishi? Who would use that kind of thing? Suyi snorted coldly. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, he suddenly used all his strength and pulled the chain. Marco was dragged, and at super high speed, he was smashed into the deck like a sandbag. Damn it! Boom! The deck was instantly smashed into a deep pit. Marco's body directly penetrated the upper deck, and the hole was smashed down. And because his feet were restrained by chains, his head landed first. This fall made him stunned and his forehead was bloody. Xiaosu! Seeing the chaotic scene, Cornelia yelled nervously, and then jumped out of the pit with one leap. Just as she jumped off, a figure hugged her in mid-air, and returned to the upper deck from below. After going up, Silyi kept holding Cornelia and quickly left the Moby Dick. While running, he also handed the recaptured sword to the opponent. We hurriedly left the battlefield. I am not his opponent yet, just by surprise. I'll give you the sword. Okay. Cornelia took Feng Lan and stroked it lightly, immediately relieved a lot. Only the next moment, her beautiful eyebrows frowned, she looked back and hurriedly said, "He chased me, let me down." Hearing this, Silyi was shocked in his heart. He was drawn by the chain of causality, and he could recover in such a short time? I couldn't help but look back, and sure enough, a cyan firebird was flying in the air and tracking. Shave. After gritting his teeth, Silyi not only didn't let down Cornelia, but broke out with his feet and evacuated at a faster speed. You can't escape. Don't think the same move, I will strike a second time. Marco was very angry. He was also caught up by Silyian. Obviously, he has an absolute advantage in combat effectiveness. It can even be said to be crushing, but it takes so much hands and feet. After all, the key to this war is Cornelia. These two people must not be allowed to escape. Thinking of this, Marco's speed soared, like an eagle pounced on food, dived towards Silyi. At this moment, a golden halo enveloped everyone, and a burst of Sanskrit music sounded in the ears, like auditory hallucinations. What is this? Marco was surprised. Not only him, but Silyi was inexplicably shocked. It's just that neither of them had time to react. The next moment, a huge impact fell from the sky, as if a mountain was pressing on the shoulders, destroying the body. Silyi snorted and stepped on it, and fell into the ice. Marco was even more unbearable. Under the power of the bell of 10,000 Buddhas, he couldn't keep flying, and fell abruptly from the air, crashing on the ice with a bang. This is the second time. What the is it? Marco tried hard to resist this pressure, but the pressure came and went fast. When it disappeared, Marco suddenly looked sideways in the direction of Whitebeard. Under this look, the pupils suddenly shrank. A golden laser beam traversed the battlefield, piercing the body of the Whitebeard in an instant. Father! Marco was shocked, and then, murderously, "Damn Navy!" The anger dominates him, and the cyan flames all over Marco have soared several times. Suddenly, the corner of his eyes swept away, and he saw Silyi's condition. The opponent's right foot plunged into the ice and couldn't break free. "Don't run!" With an angry shout, Marco turned into a blue streamer and passed quickly. The speed was so fast that it far surpassed Silyi's eyesight. Just a blink of an eye, Cornelia in front of her had disappeared. The next moment, two figures appeared in the distance. Marco looked murderous and pinched the girl's neck. "You Navy are all damned. Start with your roots." The grip of the palm increased. Cornelia couldn't breathe, her expression dull. This scene fell in Silyi's eyes, causing his mind to sink suddenly. Consciousness seems to be in darkness, like the breaking of a shackle, or the opening of a door. Silyi was calmly even scared himself. "Let go," he said coldly, taking his right foot out of the ice and walking towards each other step by step. "Don't make me angry, let go now, I can forgive you, pirate." "Hey!" Marco narrowed his eyes. Yu Guang looked at Silyi, but found that the other person's appearance was a bit strange, and there was a surge of spirit all over his body. "Don't laugh, Navy. 3, 2, 1. Silyi was unmoved and counted silently. When the value returned to 0, his eyes suddenly condensed. "It's a pity, I didn't hate you." The moment the voice fell, in an instant, his inexplicable growth began to swell, reaching a critical point at an incredible speed, and finally burst out. An invisible overbearing force swept outwards. Wherever it passed, the autumn wind fell leaves, and she felt cold and cold. Cornelia, who was caught by her neck, gave up struggling at this moment, but was shocked. Overlord. Chapter 55, High temperature vs Phoenix. Overlord, who is it? The battlefield suddenly became quiet, everyone was shocked and looked over. Unlike the strong will of the Whitebeard who directly stuns the enemy, this overlord color makes the feeling that is biting chill. However, what they saw was only a young ensign. Overlord. Baybeard narrowed his eyes, muttering only in a voice he could hear. Contrary to him, Carp, Warring States and others were surprised, but those who followed were ecstatic. There are very few things that can cause these two people to lose their attitude, but Su Yi's sudden awakening of the Overlord's appearance, and the things it represents, made them feel sincerely happy. Soon, Carp came back to his senses. Don't let him have something to do, you two go and protect him. He ordered the two major generals and at the same time calmed down. Regardless of his potential, the current Su Yi is not strong and cannot let him die halfway. Yes. Lieutenant General Carp. The Navy here responded quickly, and the pirates were not slow. Su Yi's domineering deterrence from the front and close range, Marco subconsciously obeyed the order and released his palm. Taking this opportunity, Su Yi moved forward and rescued Cornelia. It turned out to be the same overlord look as the old man. This guy is a natural king. Marco was the captain of the first team, and he quickly recovered. But he was not in a hurry to hunt down, his face was rather solemn. It seems that we have to change the method, give up that woman, arrest him, negotiate with the Navy, end the war, and negotiate with an officer who has awakened the domineering look and domineering. It is enough. There are many people thinking with him. In an instant, Su Yi became the focus of the war. As the focal point, I quickly perceived the abnormality in his eyes. If before, he was just an indifferent small character on the battlefield, at this moment, he has become a key figure in determining the direction of the war. Girl, it's troublesome now, you're with me, it's not safe, you go first, I'll stop the people behind. Su Yi stopped abruptly and said solemnly. Zaisu. Hurry up, why do you think I'm here to participate in this dangerous war? Su Yi couldn't help but said badly when seeing the girl not moving. No, no matter what you say, I don't want to go, nor can I go. For this day, I have been practicing kendo with my uncle since I was a child. The girl is very determined. Su Yi was stunned, and then smiled helplessly. Well, in this case, you help me resist other people. Marco left it to me, I will educate him, and treat the lady to be gentle. Yet. Cornelia showed a faint smile, then her expression became serious and she slowly pulled out Feng Lan. When this supreme great knife came out of its aperture, there was a wind of whispers, and the girl's body seemed to become very light, and her agility of action was greatly improved. Before Su Yi could ask, he rushed out. I really want to appreciate her light sword posture when I have time, forget it. Su Yi retracted his gaze regretfully and turned to look at Marco who came to him. Marco. Merit value, 6,881. Guilty value, 13,418, big sinner, arrestable. It's another red and purple crime. It seems that you have to go all out. Su Yi exhaled, his breathing gradually became stable, and at the same time, the temperature of his body began to rise sharply. What's your name? Marco asked faintly. Su Yi at this time was already worth making him look straight. Ensign, Su Yi. Su Yi replied in a deep voice. His legs were already red and hot, as if there was magma entangled in the trousers. The next moment, the super high temperature brought a super high speed explosion. Shave. What? So fast? Marco's expression changed. Using his high temperature ability to instantly heat the air under his feet, the speed that he exploded, behind. He found that he couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed, he just turned back behind him by relying on inertia. However, beside him, a fist suddenly appeared. Sun fist. Marco's pupils were dilated, and the fist that was hitting him exuded fiery heat, like a small sun. If it is an ordinary person, facing this blow, he will immediately be crippled. However, Marco's reaction was extremely fast. As Suyi punched, he raised his wings to resist. Boom! The little sun burst into white flames and collided with the blue phoenix wings. The two flames, one green and one white, entangled, and burst out. Boom! An explosion was born in the air, and then, the two figures separated and flew out. Marco was a little embarrassed, and he flew directly to the ice, rolling out several tens of meters before he could stop. His expression was ugly, his body turned back into a human shape, his right arm suffered extensive burns, and his bones tended to crack. This guy, he doesn't have strong punches, but the heat that bursts out in an instant is too terrible. Underestimate him. It's really tricky. Marco thought to himself that the look of a powerful enemy appeared in the eyes of the dead fish. He raised his hand and brushed the wound, the blue flame rolled, and the wound disappeared. On the other side, Suyi flew out, stepped in the air, stopped, and looked down coldly. It's really strange, you are a flamingo? No, Phoenix. There is obviously a flame burning, but it is not a flame and has no natural elemental nature. That's why I was injured. If you found out, then I will tell you. Except for the natural element, no other fruits can manipulate natural elements. My resurrection's Kinjian does not have the flame attribute. While speaking, Marco had stood up as if he were all right. In other words, your flames just look like flames. There is nothing wrong with you saying that. Really? Suyi grinned, then I will feel relieved. As he said, his fists touched each other, with the soft drink, his physical strength was consumed rapidly, and at the same time the temperature of his body rose again, reaching over 1,000 degrees in an instant. The intense high temperature caused the air around Suyi to burn, turning red, as if people were in flames. Ultra High Temperature Flame Man. Chapter 56, Flame Man. Chapter 56 The Flame Man. In summer, there are occasional days as high as 40 or 50 degrees. If people stand under the shade of the trees and look outside, they will find that the space in front of them seems to be distorted. At this time, the temperature of Suyi's body had exceeded 1,000 degrees, and even the air was burning, and a red was born. Therefore, even if it is several tens of meters away, you can feel the heat and sweat. Marco felt this way. The fine sweat stains had already begun to climb on his cheeks. This guy intends to consume my body's water? Everyone knows that any fruit ability must rely on the physical strength of the capable person to support. Although my ability is known as the undead bird, if the physical strength is exhausted, it will be difficult to repair. No, you have to solve this person quickly. Thinking about this, he said in his mouth, "Humph, what are your plans? You can see at a glance, how long can you maintain such a high energy release? Who knows, is it because you were dehydrated and exhausted first, or my physical strength could not be maintained? You will know if you try it." Marco. Speaking of the last, Suyi took advantage of the void, and the whole person charged downward like a fireball. The high temperature rubbed against the air, directly igniting an orange flame, like a meteor falling. Then try. Marco snorted coldly, took a step forward, and his arms turned into a pair of blue flame wings. Between the wings, people flew out to meet Suyi. The two collided in midair and burst into silence. Fists intersected and fought close, and the two started a fierce battle. Within the high-temperature radiation range of Suyi, Marco had to endure the exhaustion of water and physical strength. Although he had an absolute advantage in physical skills, the two sides actually froze between the exchanges. It's really difficult. I will really fall into a disadvantage if this continues. Marco understood in an instant. While kicking Fei Suyi, he spread his wings high up in the sky. His head and feet changed in an instant, and the whole person became a burning green flame. The bird. Thinking that everything will be fine if you keep the distance. Yi, who was kicked into the air, just turned over and stabilized his figure. Then, he raised his right palm and held his claws in the void. Suddenly, a faint red halo formed a sphere between the palms. High-temperature bomb. As soon as the voice fell, Yi used the moon step again. In the state of the Flame Man, his moon step was faster than usual, enough to achieve twice the explosive power. In less than half an instant, Yi had crossed 10 meters, approached Marco and pressed the red ball of light in his hand against the opponent's dead fish face. What the is this? Marco was shocked. Yi's attack happened just when his shape changed, so when he reacted, he had discovered that this strange red ball had been pressed into his head with a palm. The next moment, a burst of ultra-high energy burst out instantly, as if a bomb exploded in the brain. Boom! After a blast, Marco's entire bird's head turned to ashes, like a dead bird, with its wings weakened and falling downward. Don't pretend, this kind of attack only consumes you, it won't kill you. Yi said lightly, moving towards the falling corpse of the opponent. At the same time, with his right palm, another high-temperature bomb formed. This is a method of concentrating energy. It uses the ubiquitous air in nature to compress and react at high temperatures, directly hitting the opponent's body and detonating it. Because the move is extremely unstable, once used, it explodes within 3 seconds. Hey, there is only a second lieutenant at this level of combat effectiveness. A burst of cyan flame burned, and Marco's bird's head instantly recovered. Facing the same move, he immediately stopped his figure and kicked Yi's wrist when he lifted his foot. Unreachable, Yi's high-temperature bomb was kicked off and landed on the ice below. After 3 seconds, the high-temperature bomb happened to land, and the next moment, a big explosion was born. This kind of explosion does not have too much smoke and dust, it is purely an eruption of energy and the shock wave that follows. But it was so simple that a pothole with a radius of several meters appeared on the entire ice surface in an instant. Marco took a deep breath and was astonished, he could actually evaporate that Kuzen ice instantly. It's a monster. This is just the beginning, and the follow-up reaction of the high-temperature bomb is still ongoing. However, Marco was not in the mood to continue watching, he had to face a problem. In close combat, with high-temperature radiation, over time, he will fall into a disadvantageous state. Long attack, he didn't have the ability to make the opponent lose combat effectiveness, and Yi under the Flame Man was too fast, comparable to him becoming a phoenix, even a little faster. It seems that I have to use domineering to deal with you. With that said, Marco came to drive a distance again, his cyan wings suddenly stained with a layer of black, and then he dashed like lightning. The opponent's counterattack caused Yi to raise his eyebrows, but he did not show any weakness, clenched his right fist, and struck out suddenly. Sun Fist. It's useless, I admit that your combat effectiveness is very high, but it's only this level. Yi's punch was slammed out, but it landed on Marco's wings. The ultra-high temperature erupted, forming a hot shock, but it did not hit the opponent like the last time. I said it earlier, it's useless. Wing slash. While speaking, Marco's other ink-colored wings swept towards Yi like a steel knife. At such a close distance, the blow hit Yi's abdomen, directly causing his complexion to change, and his forward-looking figure was abruptly changed direction, flew back and fell into the ice. Yi coughed again and again, the temperature of his body dropped rapidly, domineering. You have such a high combat effectiveness at a young age. You are already powerful enough to force me to this level. Marco flapped his wings and flew to a high place, then adjusted his figure and quickly descended. However, it's over now, charge at high speed. The cyan flame bird swooped with its head hammer, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In a short time, it had already passed Yi's maximum speed. However, at this moment, there was a sound of swords, and a silver slash struck a long distance from afar, cutting the ice layer with nothing to stop. Chapter 57, win or lose. At this point in the war, the match between Silyi and Marco has already been the focus of the audience. The pirates wanted to see Silyi to negotiate and end the war. The navy naturally protects Silyi, an awakened overlord of the younger generation, whose future is limitless, and he must not die here. At this moment, Silyi fell into a passive position in the face of Marco, who was using the armed and domineering. Ahem! During the severe cough, Silyi staggered to his feet, and his lower abdomen was severely hit, causing him to lose strength briefly. Taking this opportunity, Marco dived from high altitude, trying to solve the battle with one blow. But at this moment, a silver slash struck from a very far distance, and instantly passed the ice layer, with nothing to stop. Who is it? Marco didn't have time to slow down, and the opponent's predictive slash aimed precisely at him. Not only that, this slash was also entwined with armed domineering. The next second, the undead bird was cut in half by a sword. Its uncle. Cornelia pushed back many pirates with a sword, looked in Silyi's direction, and muttered quietly. "Little girl, when I didn't exist, would I still dare to be distracted?" The Whitebeard pirates, the 5th Division Captain Vista, touched his beard, not worrying about Marco's comfort. In the short time when the two talked, the undead bird that was cut in half by a sword turned into a blue fire with a bang, the blazing fire burned, and a phoenix-like bird song came out, and then, the immortal the bird is born again. Marco is not in a very good state, his breathing has become somewhat basic, his gaze looks in the direction where slash is flying, his expression is solemn. Who is it? 100 meters away, on the ice, a middle-aged man walks slowly, wearing a lieutenant general uniform and holding a sword in his right hand. Seeing that Phoenix was reborn again, his expression was not the slightest surprise. Troublesome fruit ability, for that kid, this kind of opponent is a little too early. Tatamir threw a knife, raised his hand, and slashed out again. This sword was exactly the same as before, Yunyu slash, a flying slash. But, suddenly, a strong figure stopped on the track where slash went. "Ha, just watch it honestly, Navy." Diamond Jaws snorted softly, he shouted, half of his body turned into a sparkling diamond, and he used his body to resist the slash of Tatamir. The Shield of Invincibility is another troublesome ability. Tatamir looked calm, but had to stop. "Hey, hey!" Silyi panted and gradually calmed down. Although the previous heavy blow was still painful, it did not affect his mobility too much. "Armed and domineering, I didn't expect it to be so strong, and the attack power has doubled. It seems that I must learn as soon as possible when the war is over, but now." While speaking, the temperature of Silyi's body climbed again, and in just a few seconds, it had reached over 1,000 degrees. At the same time, he raised his hand to hold it imaginarily, and an invisible silver chain was formed. "Stand up, you have no chance of winning, why don't you understand?" Marco frowned into Sichuan. Silyi's expression was calm, and a dazzling flash in his eyes. "It's nothing, just promise to teach you. I have no good points, so I can do what I say." As soon as the voice fell, he had already waved the chain and shot it out. The power of this throw was not retained at all. The silver chain ran straight in the air, but when it approached the enemy, it suddenly turned at a right angle. As flexible as an air snake. What? Marco has already made a dodge action, but this sudden change of direction makes his dodge meaningless. Is this a living thing? Shocked in his heart, but the chain was merciless, turning a strange angle, suddenly circling the wings, and then wrapped around the phoenix's body, turning it 3 times, tightly bound. At this moment when the chains were trapped, Marco's body was weak, the blue flame quickly extinguished, and his body shape changed from a bird to a human. Damn it! Marco couldn't think of it, this weird weapon was even more difficult than Silyi's ability. It's over now. Silyi walked slowly towards each other, holding the chain of cause and effect with both hands. But at this moment, a roar suddenly came from behind him. Team leader! Several groups of pirates, holding their weapons high, rushed towards Suyi's back. Go away! Suyi had long discovered that with a cold snort and a sudden flick of the chain while pulling, Marco was immediately pulled up, like a sandbag, hitting several people behind him. The pirates exclaimed, wanting to resist, but they were afraid of hurting Marco. After hesitating, they had been smashed more than 10 meters away, and their captain, Marco, directly left a deep depth on the ice. Imprint! Damn it, I can't escape! Marco said in disbelief, it's not even domineering, what the is this? It's called a causal chain. The higher your guilt value, the greater its intensity. With your guilt value, don't try to break free. Suyi walked up to Marco and looked at the opponent condescendingly. Seeing that the opponent was still struggling, he directly raised his foot and stepped on the opponent's chest. You lost. What a joke, I want to defeat me with this weapon. Marco struggled violently, but in front of the chain of cause and effect, it was meaningless and futile. Suyi increased the strength at his feet, stepped on the opponent without the heart to resist, and then said indifferently, there is nothing that is not worth relying on. It is yours and yours. The weak just kneel and bark, and the strong are fearless. What? Don't say it is unpredictable, you have to chase us, then don't blame me for fighting back, pirate. While speaking, Suyi tightened the chain of cause and effect, and the intense pain caused Marco's expression to turn from green to white, and his mouth was muffled. Remember, you have to be a little gentler to the ladies in the future, especially a girl named Cornelia. The focus of the battle ended, and Marco was defeated like a lightning, which made the navy vigorous, and all of a sudden, the pirates were defeated. Baybeard faced the siege of 5 masters alone, and his body was full of scars. Looking in Marco's direction at this time, he couldn't help but sigh. Goo la la la, the navy is really talented, and today I can only be an executioner. Chapter 58, 1 vs 5. Admiral Sengoku, Lieutenant Kapu, Lieutenant Sakazuki, Lieutenant Brusolino, Lieutenant Kuzan. The 5 people teamed up to deal with Whitebeard, and they wanted to subdue Whitebeard in the shortest time. However, things did not go smoothly, and it would have affected the combatants on their side. The 6 combatants had subconsciously kept their hands. This also led to the fact that Baybeard froze with 1 block and 5. Go to hell, Whitebeard! While Whitebeard was watching the battle between Suyi and Marco, Sakazuki suddenly launched a sneak attack. He deceived him, his right fist slammed into Baybeard's chest and abdomen. This blow, without mercy, exploded with all his strength. Heaven dog! The lavaged right fist, and the heat that heated up, hit the distracted Whitebeard suddenly. Sakazuki was a little surprised himself, and he was able to sneak attack, and a trace of triumphant madness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Go to hell! He roared, and the magma on his right arm began to erupt. The Whitebeard snorted, and under the impetus of Sakazuki, his body slid backwards, sliding 3 or 4 meters before taking a violent step to freeze his figure. What? Sakazuki looked surprised. It hurts, Magma Kid. Baybeard snorted coldly, grabbed the opponent's right arm, and said, ignoring the high temperature of the magma, start with you, a kid who doesn't have a clean nose. As he said, he dropped the pheasant in his hand, and under his fist, a faint white halo wrapped his fist. Concussion punch. With a violent shout, the Whitebeard hit Sakazuki's face with a punch. This heavy punch directly drove Sakazuki into the ice, penetrated the ice, and fell into the sea. What's more, because of the spread of the shock, the surrounding ice instantly collapsed, shaking and sinking. The kilometer-long icy waves on both sides also collapsed at this moment. Huge blocks of ice fell from the sky and hit more than 18,000 Navy soldiers in a coma. Hey, do it again! Kuzan's complexion changed, and he immediately squatted down, pressing his palms under his feet, and a thick freezing air radiated out, seeming to save the collapsed reality. How can you succeed? Whitebeard took a few steps and jumped up. He was 4 or 5 meters tall and had a huge body. Although the speed of his actions seemed unsatisfactory, he had a heaviness in volume and an aura. Seeing this, Brucelino in the distance jumped into the air, crossed his hands, and glowed with golden light all over his body. Be careless, Whitebeard. Bhe Kayanguyu. A real golden light condensed golden light bullets, pouring down like raindrops. He doesn't care about Kuzan's life or death, and there is nothing he can do about it. Ice Age. In the face of Baybeard's sudden stop, Kuzan did not dodge at all. In contrast, the lives of 20,000 soldiers are more important, and the safety of the footing must be ensured. Along with his words, an air conditioning exploded. In just 1 second, collapse and collapse were forbidden, and there was a new frozen link between the split ice. It's just that all this seems to be slow, but it's an instant matter. At the moment when the green pheasant completed the ice age, the Whitebeard had already landed above him, and an angry punch suddenly struck him. Concussion punch. Boom. Kuzan didn't even have the ability to resist. With a punch, his body turned into a pile of ice. And behind the Whitebeard, the rain of light has arrived. A little bit of light flared down, hitting Baybeard's body, tingling constantly, but it didn't make Baybeard frown. Is that level? For a long time, Brucelino's attack stopped, and the Whitebeard stood there unmoving, but the clothes on his back were tattered, revealing the dark skin underneath. Domineering. Brucelino's face darkened. How domineering it is to defend against my attack. Relying solely on domineering, he directly endured his Reign of Light series, which simply subverted Brucelino's worldview. The Whitebeard of peak combat power, hitting 3 of them by one person is just like playing. Had it not been for the existence of the Warring States period and Carp, I am afraid that the 3 of them had been hung and beaten into dogs. What a monster! Finally, Brucelino gritted his teeth and said, "One by one, it is really annoying. Since you prevent me from logging into the island, let this island sink to the bottom of the sea with you." Whitebeard laughed wildly. "Goo la 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 la, Warring States, it is your biggest mistake to start this war, go and regret it." In the hearty laughter, Baybeard waved his right fist, and his biceps swelled to an incredible degree, looking almost 3 times bigger than before. This scene fell in the eyes of the Golden Buddha in the distance, but made it shocked. "What do you want to do, Whitebeard? To my dead child, repent!" In a roar full of anger, the Whitebeard shouted, "Tianzhen!" This punch finally hit, hitting directly in the air, making a dull explosion. Boom! The sound echoed for a long time, spreading over thousands of meters in a radius of more than 10 seconds, the crack was born. At first, it was just a thin seam, on a white wall, which was unremarkable. However, this gap is like the spread of a plague. In the next few blinks, it covers the entire sky, everything that the naked eye sees, the entire horizon. The shock came gradually, increasing and expanding a little bit. As it strengthened, the entire sea surface began to surging, the entire ice surface began to tremble, the entire island began to shake, and the rules of the natural world seemed to collapse. "Quick, run away, father is angry." The pirates were dumbfounded, frightened, screamed again and again, quickly dropped their weapons, and ran away quickly towards the mobile. "You lunatic!" Warring States shook his whole body, gritted his teeth and rushed towards the Whitebeard. On the other side, Su Yi also felt the violent vibration, clutching the chain tightly while searching for the girl. "Where is this girl?" It's just that the scene has become extremely chaotic, the navy and the pirates are mixed together, and at a glance, it is impossible to distinguish. It's crazy, Baybeard wants to sink everyone to the bottom of the sea. Su Yi saw the sight of the sea, and his mind was extremely shaken. Over the entire sea, a 1,000-meter-long wave has been set off, with more than a dozen waves coming from all directions. And their footing is already 90 degrees tilted from before. Everyone is falling downwards, into the deep sea. Chapter 59, Fade Away. Marco was defeated by Su Yi, which completely let the Whitebeard's last benevolence let go. In a last fight, either you die or I die. Facing the situation where there is no escape and being trapped at sea, Baybeard chooses to destroy everything and clear the field. Let the waves rise, let the ice collapse, let the island collapse. And all this happened under his strenuous punch. The ice layer on which everyone was standing was already at 90 degrees. The unconscious navy, and the pirates, all of them were falling downward. He had to do this, because if he continued to fight, sooner or later he would be exhausted under the siege of 5 people, and his exhaustion would directly lead to the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates, and ultimately could not escape the fate of extinction. Fortunately, regardless of the enemy and us, everything will be destroyed. 1,000-meter big waves, overwhelming the sky, come from 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and fall toward the center of the island. And the island where the G0 branch is located, also under the spread of the Whitebeard's shaking force, split into 2 pieces from the middle. The support points below the island collapsed, and the island was sinking under the turbulent sea. The war that has been rare in the past decade has ushered in the most tragic moment. Some people were falling into the water constantly, and some were killed by huge ice falling from the sky. The more capable people called for help in the sea, but no one could offer a helping hand. The Navy has more than 150 warships, one by one sinking to the bottom of the sea, one ship being destroyed, ammunition, food, equipment, supplies, everything will be destroyed. You monster! In the unwilling roar, many admirals fell to the surface, and many pirates were rescuing their companions. Girl! Su Yi yelled loudly, seeming to be looking for Cornelia. Unfortunately, the chaotic scene made him hard to find because of the lack of knowledge. This is when a huge ice layer fell. Su Yi stepped on the void, stepped on the moon step, and easily jumped up. It was just a sight that made him frown. Oh, Navy, time is running out, how about we make a deal? The speaker, with a beard and 2 swords. One of the western foils was placed in front of Cornelia's white neck. Introduce myself, I'm the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Vista. The man said lightly, an XIN, I didn't do anything to this girl. I just took advantage of my father's anger and attacked 1 step earlier. To be honest, at her age, my swordsmanship is far inferior. Stop talking nonsense, people give it to me. Su Yi said coldly, pulling Marco on his side. Oh, talking to smart people is effort-saving, so we count 1, 2, 3 and let go of the hostages together. Vista said with a smile, reassure, our pirates are still very trustworthy, unlike you. Su Yi ignored the opponent's ridicule and counted blankly. 1, 2, 3. When the last number fell, Su Yi and Vista moved at the same time. The speed of the 2 is very fast, almost dazzling effort, the position of the 2 sides unexpectedly exchanged. Are you okay? Su Yi took Cornelia's hand and comforted, I'm sorry, I let the person go again, but if I have a chance, I will catch the person personally and apologize to you. As soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled, the sleeve of his left arm ripped open, and a wound leaked blood. Xiao Su. Cornelia's eyes widened, Su Yi's face turned pale. And his body began to weaken, staggering a few steps, unexpectedly falling. It's okay, I was poisoned, probably, hurry up. Su Yi's vision appeared psychedelic, and he bit his tongue, trying to endure sleepiness. Seeing this, Cornelia took a deep breath, grabbed Su Yi, leaped gently, and left quickly. Vista, what are you doing? Don't let them run away. Marco, who had just broken free of the chains, said quickly. Don't do this, Aren't you poisoned? You put poison on the sword. That's right, but... Baista's voice was weak, his body trembled, and he spits out a mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground with a plop. At this moment, Marco saw clearly that there was a palm print behind Baista. Damn it, it's a high-temperature bomb. Marco was murderous, looked at the direction the two were fleeing, looked at Baista, and finally chose to give up. Hey, hey! Lying on Cornelia's back, Su kept panting. The toxin invaded from the wound and began to spread throughout the body. Xiaosu, don't have anything to do. Cornelia stepped on a piece of fast ice with her back on her back, and headed for a safe place. But how can there be a safe place for the 1,000-meter-long waves coming from all directions? No, she knows very well, really not. Su Yi's expression became weaker and weaker. I'm really fine, it's just a bit of toxin. I can use the fruit power to force it out for up to 10 minutes. Don't worry. Now, I will take a rest for a while. At the end, Su Yi closed his eyes and rested quietly. At the same time, the blood vein factors brought by the high-temperature fruit begin to fight with the toxins in the blood. It's not a big problem. It's not a deadly poison, it's just a weak quick-onset toxin, with the regulation of high-temperature fruits, and recovery is only a matter of time. Little Su. Cornelia has always been a very calm person, but now, she is a little panicked and a little at a loss. In the current situation, everyone is saving themselves, and many people have died. The generals of the Navy don't know where they are. Everything in the world has been subverted. He ran for hundreds of meters, and finally, thousands of meters and big waves fell one after another. Boom boom boom. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of tons of sea water, one brain smashed down, and the world was submerged by sea water. Puff! Cornelia held her breath, and she and Su Yi were rushed to the bottom of the sea. Because the waves were not over, they couldn't even float up. What's more, Su Yi is still a capable person. No more, Xiaosu is going to be hypoxia. Cornelia quickly discovered Su Yi's abnormality, and without even hesitation, she immediately turned his body around, mouth-to-mouth feed. In no time, a bigger wave hits. A strong ocean current formed on the bottom of the sea, and Su Yi and Cornelia were involved when they were not paying attention. Afterwards, disappeared. Chapter 60, Desert Island. The fog locks the hilltops and the mountains lock the fog, and the sky is continuous with water and tailwater. In the distant sea, under the delicate sunshine, like slices of fish scales spreading on the water, and like naughty children constantly jumping to the shore. The waves slapped on the shore, weakened together, and made moving music. This is a small desert island, unremarkable on the boundless sea. On the coast of a desert island, a man and a woman lay quietly on top of the sand. The sea water was like a quilt, suddenly covering the body, and suddenly lifting it off. Su Yi's brows trembled slightly, and his eyelids slowly opened. Suddenly, the afternoon sun hit his eyeballs, squinting his eyes. Hey! Su Yi quickly got up, touched all parts of his body, and observed the sword wounds on his arm. The toxin has been discharged, the body is healthy, weak, and hungry. Judging from the degree of hunger, every time I eat for about 4 or 5 days, then again, where is this? Su Yi looked up and looked at the surrounding situation, the sea, the beach, the isolated island, and Cornelia beside him. I was trying to wake each other up, but found that the two of them had been holding their hands, and they were holding them tightly, and they couldn't even pull them away. It seems that the two of us were washed away by the sea. Thanks to her holding me, I can't swim. In case of similar things, it seems that we have to solve the problem of not being able to swim and being afraid of water. Su Yi patted Cornelia's cheek, and whispered, "Girl, girl." Hey? Xiaosu, the girl opened her eyes nervously. After seeing Su Yi, she was obviously relieved, and then she looked around. We have been rushed here by the ocean current. I wonder what happened to the navy. Tisk, Leave them alone. Compared to this, we have to save ourselves. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, and suddenly his vision began to rise, Eye of the Condor. Looking down from the sky, most of the isolated island is unobstructed. On the whole, it is a summer island with a high temperature of 40 to 50 degrees. The two of them should have been wet, but their clothes were very dry. On the isolated island, there is a dense forest. After observing for a long time, Suyake said, Go, let's take care of the food first. No, the more anxious thing is water. You can't drink sea water. Okay. Pray for something like a coconut tree. Suyi murmured. He didn't have any experience of surviving on a deserted island, but he personally knew that the problem was not food but water. But luck was very good. Suyi took Cornelia to search and easily found a plant whose fruit is similar to an apple and contains sufficient water. Judging from the amount of fruit on the tree, there is no need to worry, at least in the short term. Suyi leaped slightly, jumped up, and picked a few fruits from a fruit tree more than 10 meters high, and then distributed them to Cornelia. Quiet your thirst first. What shall we do next? Cornelia took one and took a small bite. What's next? Suyi looked around and said, Have you noticed that the forest here is particularly dense? This is not a normal manifestation. What happened? This is a secondary forest. Someone once cut down some tall trees, and then the sun is not covered by the dense branches and leaves, so that some small trees can also absorb a lot of nutrients and sunlight, so they become very dense. Suyulake said. As Nilia walked, she explained, So this island, someone has been here, we can find out if there is anything left, maybe it can help us leave. Leftover things, such as record pointers, or abandoned ships, can probably be used as long as they are repaired. You know a lot. Cornelia blinked, and she found that Suyi was getting more and more incomprehensible. Well, don't worry, everything has me, even if there is nothing, we can build our own ship and leave. Suyi smiled, not worried at all. Can a living person be suffocated in urine? Immediately, the two began to search the entire island. The island is not big, with the strength of 2 people's feet, it took only 2 hours to make a circle. However, nothing was found. There are not even animals, at most only some insects. This is not good news, and it does not agree with Suyi's speculation. Core. Returning to the coast, Suyi called the core of the prison in his head. What's the matter, Warden? The current situation, you can't help but know, where am I? How far is it from the nearest inhabited island? I guess you are going to build a small boat yourself and leave this isolated island. But I don't recommend it, because you will die at sea. The core bluntly said, if you want to reach the nearest island, the fastest for sailboats, it also takes at least 3 days, and the sea is not stable. Hearing this, Suyi sighed, then it will be troublesome. Could it be that you are waiting for someone else to come to rescue on the island? This is a good idea. I think the Navy will search for you vigorously. After saying this, the core voice faded. It seems we have to reconsider. Suyi shrugged helplessly, and said to Cornelia on the side, Girl, it seems we have to live on a desert island for a while. He told Cornelia the unfortunate news. However, the girl did not have any nervousness. Well, there is food and water, we will not have difficulty in survival. The Navy will definitely look for us, and soon we will see the arrival of warships. The girl comforted Suyi instead. Suyi couldn't laugh or cry, and said, Then do this first, but you don't want to sleep on the beach at night, come on, let's build a simple wooden house. Okay. The girl seemed very happy and eager to try. It is not difficult to build a wooden house. Even without tools, it is just a trivial matter for 2 people. After a lot of busy work and logging, a simple cabin was finally built before dark. But the problem that followed was that the temperature at night, compared with 40 or 50 degrees in the day, was cold enough to make people shiver. On the bed in the wooden house, Cornelia sneezed and leaned against Silyi's arms. "Let me keep warm for a while." The girl hugged Silyi, regarded him as a heater, and murmured contentedly.